Oh, good morning. Good morning, Jason. Can you hear me?
Hey, how's it going?
I
I can hear
can.
you. Can you hear
We
me?
are live, my friend. Good morning. Good morning.
Hey, good morning.
All righty. I'm trying to get Greg in here too. Derek was here. He ran out to go grab
Yeah,
some
he's
coffee.
around. I know where Greg stopped off, so he should have a little bit better signal, I would think, than me. But where I
Okay.
am, it's going to be in and out.
Okay. Well, we'll figure it out. How
Yeah.
was your launch this morning?
Uh, well, the issue I had with my new kayak before
Yeah.
that I needed the gaskets for.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't move very well. But other than that, it's a great day. Took me a little bit longer to get down here than it normally would take.
Gotcha.
So,
Did you get the
you
gaskets
know,
in?
I did, but for some reason, it's just really sloppy. So
Okay.
I got to figure out what's going on with that. It was fine at the house, but out here it's not so fine.
Okay.
So
Well, let me see if I can get
it
Greg
may
in.
just be
Yeah,
that
go.
works.
Okay. Let me see if I can get Greg in here. Hang on. Hey, Greg, it's Lauren.
Hi,
Can you
Greg.
hear
It's
me?
Lauren. Can you hear me?
Okay, I'm gonna mute Greg. He seems to have the live stream going as well as I keep getting feedback on him. So, no worries.
Gotcha.
All right. No, Derek's
Yeah, I
back.
mean it's beautiful out here today. It's
It
probably about yeah.
it looks gorgeous.
It is, and thankfully early there's no boat traffic, but
Yep.
probably around 10 o'clock it's probably going to get a little nasty with the boats and the jet skis.
Okay. All right. Go ahead and add Derek in here.
Good morning.
Good
Hey, what's
morning.
going on, Derek?
I see you're making the bold choice this morning of no hat. A rare
That was a
occurrence among
mistake.
anglers.
Yeah, that was not was not done intentionally.
Uh,
My mega bass hat is sitting at home, and it's sitting right next to the front door, and right where it shouldn't be. But I did at least bring sunscreen, which never happens. So
well, at least you
hopefully,
got something going for you there, right?
yeah, exactly. So that's a good thing. Ooh,
Awesome.
yeah. So
All
I
right.
know.
So
Go ahead.
no, I was gonna say. So tell me about the lake that you guys are fishing today.
So it's crystal clear. It's got a lot of visibility deep. You can be in 15 feet, sometimes more, and still see bottom. Um, there's a couple pockets of grass, and other than that, there's mostly rocks and whatnot. It's got both smallmouth and largemouth. Both have big largemouth and smallmouth. This is where I have actually both my PB smallies are out of here.
Okay.
One last year, one this year. We actually had a maniac angler event here during spawn, so it'll give you an idea of numbers, but not necessarily how it's going to fish today. It should fish a lot tougher today than it did then. But back then, we needed somewhere around 91, 92 inches just to crack the top 10. So the quality of fish here is, it's a great place to come, right? I mean, it can fish tough though. If you think you're going to go down the bank all day, you're probably not going to do too well.
Okay.
But you don't need to be sitting in 45 feet of water to go catch fish either. So.
Gotcha. Gotcha. Yeah, I'm watching Greg, and Greg is wherever Greg is. It is glass. I mean,
Yeah,
you're pretty smooth, but he's got a skating rink wherever it is that he is out on the lake. But
yeah, I know where he's at. He's in a pretty good spot. He's not far from where I put up like 95 inches pre-spawn. So,
gotcha.
but pre-spawn over in that area, fish is a little bit different than it does post, but the fish are still there. It's just a little bit harder to find. They're not cruising the shallows deep. cruising the shallows all day. But it's a good spot. I know Keith Brown's close to that area as well.
Okay.
I'm not quite sure where Brady and Spry are. They always are a little fashionably late, so they were still unloading their stuff as the rest of us were pushing off. So
Okay. All right.
but I know they're out and about.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna have to try and get a hold of Greg. I've tried to reach him a couple of times through the live streaming. He hasn't responded yet. So
Yeah, hopefully somebody else jumps on, because I guarantee you people don't want to listen to me all day.
or the two of us.
Yeah.
So all right, Derek, can you drive this for a few minutes? I'm actually going to run downstairs and go put this broadcast on at work.
Yeah, that's fine.
All right, I'll be right back.
All right, sounds good.
So, Jason, you guys are at China Lake this morning, correct?
No, we're actually at Crescent Lake.
Crescent Lake,
China
okay. That's
during
right.
Sandbag Gate.
Right. I couldn't remember which one of the two you guys were at.
Everybody remembers that.
It's crazy. I mean, when you look at the navionics for the state of Maine, I don't know how you go and find, make your choice. There's so many places you guys could go fishing. It's crazy.
Yeah, there are. I mean, picking the places that we did for KFL really just came down to quality of fish. Like, we all want to win, right? I mean, winning is important, but we also want to highlight the fisheries that we do have, right? Places where people can come out and put up, 95 or 100 inches, right? People want to see that. People don't want to see, 14, 15 inch dink fest all day, or people not putting up limits, and they won't have to worry about that here. I mean, it can fish really tough, don't get me wrong, but but if you figure out the fish, I mean, they're quality.
That's awesome.
Yeah. So the place I'm starting off at this morning is not a place I normally fish.
Yep.
But I know it's got quality fish, and that's typically just because it's like one of our other teammates usually fishes off this spot, but he fishes really well. So I figured I'd come out here early and try it out, and then when the sun comes up, I'd probably hit more of my normal spots.
Excellent.
Yeah. So, but the one problem that we do have being in Maine and fishing some of these places, right? I mean, they're beautiful to fish, but they're still somewhat rural, right?
Yeah.
So signal comes into play and stuff like that, right? And it's something that most people don't, and other areas don't have to worry about, right? You go to
100%.
Massachusetts and stuff, and you're usually around bigger cities and things like that. So you just don't have to worry about it. And here it's different, right? Most of our bodies of water have one launch. They're mostly just full of camps and cabins, not really year-round houses, and there's campgrounds and stuff. And I don't know if you can see, but like straight off in front of me, you can just see mountains and stuff like that, like rolling hills, and right. So signals a
dime a dozen at times.
Yeah, exactly.
It's kind of like when people who are fishing up in the Berkshires, in Western Massachusetts, you're in that same boat of you have some beautiful small little bodies of water that they're phenomenal fishing, but for something like this, I know even with some of the MAKB West events, some of the places you're not going to have signal. So for even just to upload pictures for Fishing Chaos, I know it gets a little difficult out there, but the fact that you guys, I mean, I guess that's the benefit of an area that you guys have, especially in southern Maine. I mean, just looking at like the Navionics chart right now, and I mean, there's so many different small bodies of water for you guys to fish at. I mean,
yeah,
I feel like you could fish a place. You could stay within a maybe 50-mile radius of like Sebago, and you'd never get worn out on what you're fishing. There's so many different options down there. So
yeah, I mean, I live about an hour away from here, and but the good news is I'm also an hour away from the Augusta area, which is one of our other best places to fish. But this Naples Bridgeton area is great for bass fishing. It's often overlooked because of the Belgrade area, China Lake, Messalonsky, Great Pond, places like that. So it's it's really overlooked, but it's great for me because I'm an hour from both. So it's often a tough decision if I do want to go fun fishing on, which way I'm going to go and where. I usually end up picking it based on wind. Most of the places in Maine are like just giant wind tunnels. So if the wind picks up, you don't even need a lot of wind. And
that's what I was going to ask next, because a lot of these places that I'm looking at, and especially where you guys are at today, I mean, they're long and narrow. There's not a lot to them. So I can imagine you get a day where it's blowing, 10 to 15, that could really put a big hamper on the kind of fishing that you're having for the day, just for safety wise.
Yeah, it can get pretty sketchy, especially out here. Messalonsky the same way, right? And it's just something that we always have to be careful of. We're always mindful of, and even though we're all out here fishing tournaments, at the end of the day, we might get, most of the people know we're not gonna, risk, flipping kayaks or dying or anything like that just to go catch some fish or fish a tournament. So, we're just mindful. We're lucky, even though most of these places are the long, skinny, that they usually do have places where you can get out of the wind. It's just a matter of getting to them.
Yep. It's awesome.
Anybody putting any fish up yet, Derek?
Nothing yet. Flat across the board.
Yeah. I know Justin Lacassie's not fishing far from me, and I know where he is.
Yeah.
I know there's no signal up that way. And I talked to Kraz earlier in the week, letting them know how signal is usually around here. And I know he said his was spotty at best. So I'm expecting it to be kind of a rough day, right? We've all talked at this. None of us are going to intentionally sandbag or anything, but we all understand that signal's an issue. And I mean, honestly, right, none of us do it intentionally, but I don't really care if people do. I mean, I try not to watch the leaderboards. I try not to really care where we are. And, I just know from fishing tournaments around the country that people are always going to sandbag. So I don't get too excited when I see the score, but it'd be nice to see some of our guys catching fish early.
100%. Well, it's funny too. Lauren and I were actually having this There we go. This is what we like to see.
Oh, that's a good one. That's a good fish.
Excellent. Jason getting on the board early. Alrighty.
Yeah, I'm going to have to play this one for a little while. It's a good one. Oh, maybe not. He choked it. There we go.
Well, Lauren, welcome back.
Thank you. That was an exercise in
Just in
futility.
time.
Yeah, just in time.
What'd you do?
I smashed a smallie.
Nice.
They choked it pretty good.
We were just talking about he was just asked me if anybody had put anything up on the scoreboard, and I was like, yeah, no, we're still sitting in flat, zeros across the board, and then of course he's got to show everybody what's what and throw one up for us. So we were talking about a little bit about the the service and stuff like that, and especially with the scoreboard. And Jason was talking about how the whole sandbagging thing, and I was about to tell him how you and I had the conversation about the other day about some of the when it comes to sandbagging and some of this stuff, the hard part is from a fishing standpoint, it really shouldn't matter from what you're doing to fish in a certain way, because you and I had this conversation about should you really be letting down on how much you're fishing, especially for these 1 day events. If it's a 2 day event, where day one carries into day two, you don't want to burn a spot or something like that. Makes sense. You don't want to, you want to let you take your foot off the gas a little bit if you're looking to hit that spot again for day two. Look at that.
Nice.
It was a beauty. But if you're doing just these 1 day events, it's sounds like he's getting a little aggressive on you there. Not liking the board.
Yeah, I think I got a good picture though. It's a nice, just shy of 18 1/4.
That's a good
Nice.
start to the day.
I'll take that for a first fish of the day.
100%.
There you go.
There it is. We'll take it.
Yay! Nice release. Just give him a concussion on the way back into the water.
Hey, I want his friends to know I'm here to smash.
Yes, but if you put him back in the water with a concussion, they might run away.
Yeah, but no one else is going to catch it later.
Hey, that's fair. That's one way to do it.
All right. All right. I can subscribe to that train of thought.
Yeah. All right, now let's see if I can get a signal.
So
Oh, there we go. Somehow I do.
there you go.
Look at that. Jason, great timing for you to go and throw up that another 8. It was coming in at 18 on the one you're putting up right now, Jason.
Yeah.
All right. Neil Raposa just put up an 18 as well.
Ah, nice.
All right. So
I can handle that.
we're 20 minutes in and we're back to zero.
Back to zero.
Hey, all I know is I'm not getting skunked.
There you go. All right. Congratulations. So how was your pre-fish today?
Neil with a nice little
I
18.
didn't pre-fish.
You didn't
I've fished this
pre-fish?
place a bunch of times. But I'm actually fishing in Adam's spot today. We know where each other fish, but it's usually okay in the morning.
Yep.
So I figured I'd start here. My spots usually aren't as good until the sun comes up and it gets bright sun. So figured I'd go hit up Adam's spot, so he'll appreciate me out here burning his
Gotcha.
spot. But we've already had our tournament for the year out here. So
Gotcha. Well, do me a favor. Don't pull an Adam.
no, I'm not going to do that.
Okay, good.
No chance I'm doing that.
Okay. Well,
He's got this big gnar, you know. He's got this nice big kayak, you know.
Man,
like
yeah, I tell you, I love this friggin' kayak though. I mean, it's I used it a little bit on Winnipesaukee. You know, I had to not
Yep.
allowing motors, and then had some mount issues over the weekend. So I spent the last 3 days trying to get the motor working on the Take 2. But I gotta do something different with my mount. So I figured I'd just throw the gnar up and bring it out here. I mean, it's not it's a beast of a kayak, and I loved the big rig, but the biggest difference that I have with this is much faster than the big rig, and
Yep.
it steers on a dime. Like you can just turn the rudder without even pedaling much, and you'll already start turning. So
that's the craziest thing I think
it's
it's come out of these kayaks from Jackson is you look at a lot of the other big kayaks that are on the market right now, and they don't turn well at all. And the fact that the gnar is able to turn the way it does it's crazy. I'm glad somebody was finally able to figure it out. So we've done a couple demos with them, and everybody who's sat in one has really liked it so far, which is great.
Yeah, I like a lot of things about a lot of kayaks, right? There's no perfect kayak out there. There's not one kayak that has everything better than everybody else. But I've been in Hobies, and I've been in the big rig, and been in other kayaks, and I will say I think my favorite fishing platform right now is the Take 2. But this gnar is the more I get seat time in it, the happier I am with it. So it's nice to get out and pedal, especially when you're old and fat like me. So, the exercise is always good. Just need to make sure it doesn't get too hot, and I need a defibrillator to get back to the launch.
All right. Hey, so let's talk about what this match means to your team today.
Yeah. I wouldn't. Only 2 games in out of an 8 game. We're 1-1. You got to win all your home games, right? I mean, at the end of the day, the road games are difficult, especially when you hit midsummer, right? Guys are using vacation for families and stuff, so you get a lot less time to pre-fish, and especially when you have long travel, like we got to go to Connecticut on the 30th, right? I don't need to tell you. For us, it's that going to be almost 5 hours, right? So trying to find a weekend to pre-fish when you have tournaments every weekend, I mean, that stuff's tough. So you got to win your home games. This game I knew would be tough. Justin Lacassie, he grew up not far from here. I mean, this is like almost like a home lake from his childhood. So I knew he'd be out here. I knew he'd put up good numbers. He's got family in the area, so they all came down and they spent, I think all last weekend out here pre-fishing. I knew it was going to be that way, but I want to showcase good water. I want there to be close matches, right? So
Sure.
But I have trust and faith in our guys that they'll go up and find big fish. So right, we just got to match them fish for fish, and right, hopefully somebody comes up with a kicker and we can come out on top. But I mean, it is important. I mean, our division is really tough. I mean, you look at the Maulers at 0-2.
Right.
They're the defending champs, right? And this Rhode Island team, right? That's who the Maulers beat to get into the championship. So, right, they're a good team. And
Right.
If you want to make the playoffs and you want to be the champs, you got to go beat those guys that are in front of you. So, we're tied with Rhode Island. And so it'd be a big win for us to get to 2-1 and have wins over the defending champs and the runners up from last year, right? I mean, it helps in those standings, right? If you end up with a tie and you've got wins against both of them, right, you move up ahead of them. So, these matches are critical.
I mean, I look at the division you guys are in. I mean, there's no slouch of a team. In the entire division, every single match, people talked about it at the beginning of the year about how much of a grind this season was going to be for everybody in the Northeast, but it's posing to be that it's even more because, when, one team might have I look at New York, they had that rough first week and then they came back absolutely just throwing it all down the next couple weeks, so it's, every week is going to have a large impact, I think, on how you're going to finish out up here in the Northeast, so the fact that you guys are able to do what you guys have been doing and the fact that you guys are picking some really great bodies of water, from everybody in the Northeast that, for the most part, everybody's having really, you're having to have really solid days out on the water from multiple people on your team to be able to, to win right now in the Northeast. So it makes it very entertaining to say the least.
Right. I mean, you don't want to go places where you're not used to catching fish. I mean, you're going to travel to places where they're used to catching fish, right? So you got to go find big fish. You can't go out there and think you're going to put up a limit of 15 and 16-inch fish. So let's get out on big bodies of water that got big fish, and right, whoever can go find them, right, let the best team win. And if they can go out and find bigger fish than us, awesome, good for them, right? They deserve the win. But when you look at like the sticks right now, man, that team, man, they surprised me, to be honest with you. I mean, beginning of the year, I know, Jake Angelis, I mean, everybody up here in the Northeast, we all used to beating each other up and fishing against each other. So when you guys got, Jake Angelis out there and, throwing up the numbers he throws up, I mean, he, even though he game fishes, right, he's still going to go find him and catch him. He does a hell of a good job at it, right? And then, Matt Lee kicked our ass single-handedly last week and going to get Kukulis, right? I mean, kid drives up from New Jersey to fish up here, right? I mean, never.
Those three alone, between Kukulis, Angelis, and Lee, the three of them they're on fire. I mean, they're putting, and they're working well together.
I mean,
and that's the other reason why these games are so important, right? Because they're running away with the division right now at 3-0, and if they keep winning, right, we're all playing for second place, and so we got to go put up big numbers because that stuff matters, right? You get a tie. Once you start breaking down the tiebreakers, those spreads and the amount of fish you put up and the limits come into play. So why do you want to go to a place where you're going to put up 15 and 16-inch fish when you might need, a bunch of 180-inch days to go, right, to break a tie? So go fish the good waters and go put up big numbers. And if you're going to lose, right, hopefully you're losing, with 185 inches. So
right. Well, it's funny because Jake Kukulis, he like week 2, he had 163 3/4 inches. These guys are, between him and then Jake Angelus. I mean, Jake Angelus is averaging right now just under 80 inches every single week that he's, been in so far. In week one, he only put up, I say only, for this kind of stuff, it's not a ton, but week one was his lowest at 62. That was week one. Week two, he put up 92 and a half. And then week three, he put up 83 and a quarter, so he's consistently getting that over 80 plus mark, which is great. But when you've got people like that, it's getting tough out here.
his first week too, Jake only put up 5 fish.
Yeah.
He forgot
and I
to
think
put.
that's one of the things that's overlooked. Like I know with Jake, he usually waits until he's got 5 fish before he throws them up. And so like I wouldn't necessarily take that as that's all the fish he had, right? He could have looked and said all his other fish were small, right? Not everyone's out here playing for the fantasy value, right? You're just submitting your fish that you need, right? And I know I was doing that on China Lake. I know I was catching I think I had 2 on the leaderboard, but I was catching other fish. They were just smaller than what was on the board, anywhere from 14, 15-inch fish. And they didn't matter at that point. So I was just throwing them back. And then afterwards, I was like, well, it's not really going to help my average. But at the end of the day, I could really care less what my average is. Right? It's that win and loss that really matters. So, probably not a good idea to take me for fantasy if I'm not going to submit everything I catch. I mean, early, while we don't have a limit, I'm going to throw it all up, but certainly not after. I mean, if we got all 17s and 18s on the board and I catch a 16, there's no reason to throw that up just for fantasy. I want to get my line back in the water and try to find something bigger.
100%. Well, and that's the thing, as you're using up that time to go and move around, the time that it takes to go and put all those fish that are, smaller on the board and everything else, that takes up value, especially if you're in a bunch of them, constantly picking up 14s and 15s and throwing them on the board definitely makes things there's going to take up a lot of time, I should say,
right,
in the process.
Yep. No, I agree. It's right. There is strategy involved in this thing, and right, sometimes you just got to fish and don't care about throwing up 15-inch fish that don't matter just to make somebody else happy.
So you're playing spoiler to everybody's fantasy league. Nice.
Yeah, well, no, not really. I just right. It's just just really doesn't matter. I guess is where I'm at. Like, it's less about that and more about trying to win. I mean, I'd feel shitty if I felt like I was right measuring fish that didn't matter and missing out on the opportunity to catch one that did. So,
it's about the team win, not your personal stats. Still tied with 18s.
Let's see if we can try.
We don't get time for touchdowns. You got to worry about catching fish.
Exactly.
I mean, I'd love to. Don't get me wrong. I mean, how great would it be to be able to have like celebrations when you're catching fish and jumping in the water and shit like that?
Well, you could do
it. Guys doing belly flops off the front of their car.
You could do a little happy dance. You could do a little chair
nobody
dance.
Wants to see that. Nobody wants to see that. Trust me. Anyways, there are certain things that nobody wants to see. My wife and I eloped because she didn't want to have to dance at the reception. So, and if you think I'm kidding, just ask her.
I love Danny for putting up with you.
Oh my God, she's a saint. I mean, I have no idea how anyone can tolerate me for more than like 15, 20 minutes.
Oh, now stop.
Oh no, I struggle tolerating with myself sometimes. So. I'm not the easiest person to deal with. I mean, I like to joke and have fun and stuff like that, but holy crap, there's only so much I can deal with myself.
Yeah, well, life brings out the stressors in all of us. So, hey, Derek, what else is going on in the league?
Oh, let's see. I was checking that just a second ago. In the Bay State Maulers match, Ken Wood is on the board with a 14 3/4. Only one so far. So Maulers are up there. And let me pull this up. I'm doing this and not even sharing it with everybody else. All right. In the Delaware Doom and Bronzeback game, that one, they started early. At 5:45, there was already a fish on the board. So
Where are they
I-
fishing today?
I don't know, to be honest with you.
What was the matchup? Is that the Arkansas?
No. Delaware Doom versus the Bronzebacks. I think they're fishing somewhere
Okay.
in Pennsylvania.
Oh, they're fishing the Susky.
Yeah, I know one of the
They're fishing
one
the
of the teams was having
Susquehanna.
issues with like weather or something, so they were going to fish early.
Oh, okay.
Sounds about right. But David Burt's throwing it down over there. He's put up 4 he's put up I think it was David. I saw that he had a couple of them early on. Yeah, so he's got him and JR Rents are putting him up over there. So they are up. The Delaware Doom's up 62.5 to 17.5 for the Bronzebacks. Looking like some good smallmouth are being caught over there, though. Some pretty fish.
That's the Susky.
Yeah. For Motor City versus Tennessee, they haven't nothing in there yet. I don't think have they started yet today.
They might be the afternoon game.
Same with the Hammers. Going over to Tar Heels and the Privateers. It's a close one.
Wow.
40 to 38 in 3/4. So a couple different fish across the board for each one. Let's see. 20.5 though by Nathan Green. That's a beautiful fish.
Wow.
That's a good way to start the day.
Yep.
Excellent.
Jigmaster from Norfolk, Robert Brown, will be with me in studio this afternoon or later on this morning when we do the national broadcast. So he's actually coming here to Three Bells today to broadcast with me live and with Greg. So
Nice.
yeah. So it'll be him and I sitting up here on the loft, and that should be for a good time.
Yeah, I'm trying to get him to come to Maine and do some fishing some weekend.
Yeah. So I know he was saying yesterday, he was asking, all right, who's in Connecticut? It's going to show me where the smallies are. And I know Connecticut had reached out to him to, tell him to go fish. So I'll let him know about T-Bots today, Derek.
Oh yeah, he wants to come fish with us on Sunday.
Yep.
I mean, there's no smallies in there, but if he's got his stuff, he wants to come fish with us. That'd be fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, that man, smallmouth fishing in Connecticut. I don't know. I mean, Jason, you guys have that luxury of just, you guys have so many of them, but Connecticut's had this huge issue where it's been the few places that had, I shouldn't say the few. There used to be a ton of places that had a lot of really good quality smallmouth, and they just got hammered out of every single place. So now it's like, if you're not fishing Candlewood or Lily, like for the KBF events and stuff like that, like very slim pickings to find smallmouth in Connecticut now. So it's, it's crazy. But
yeah, I have no interest in ever hitting Candlewood again. Like, it was a bucket list place. Then I went and fished there, and I fished like shit, and I couldn't find fish. It was just miserable.
I don't blame you.
Now I have no interest in going back.
Yeah, it's one of those things. Like, for me to get there, it's like an hour and a half drive for me to get there to go fish it. And every time I contemplate fishing it, I tell myself it's not worth it for the amount of boat traffic that it sees and everything else. I'm like, it's not going to be an enjoyable time. If I'm going to take an hour and a half drive somewhere to go fish, I'd rather take the extra, there we go.
Fish on.
Yeah, it's a little one.
It's a nibbler.
But
hey, let's see
if that'll measure enough.
All right.
Smallie.
Okay. see if we can get Greg back in here. I've tried a couple of times to get a hold of him, and I haven't been able to connect with him yet. So I'm going to give him a whirl and see if we can get him in.
That works.
Hey, Greg, it's Lauren. Can you hear me? Greg?
He's sandbagging.
No, he's streaming. I'm not sure if he can't hear me or or if he's ignoring me. Sorry. I'm sitting up here in my office and I'm charging my watch, and all of a sudden I hear this vibration. Like I have my headphones on and everything, and I can hear this vibration, and I'm like, what is going on? It's my watch alarm going off while it's sitting on the whatchamacallit. So all right, well, Bay State has put themselves on the board. They are 16 and a half. Let's see who put that. Let's see who put that up. Bob Pierce.
Yeah, Bob's
So
a good
it's
dude.
Yeah, so it's 16 and a half to 14 and 3/4 over in the Mahler's Bay State game. And
Those guys both know that river so well.
yeah, now where are they fishing today?
The Charles River.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah, we've had a bunch of KBF events there before, and I think they get regular trail events for MAKB there. So
Yeah, yeah. The Doom is taking, wow, Delaware's coming after PA today. They said they were going to bring it. 62 and a half right now against 31 and 3/4. Norfolk going out over the Lunkers right now at 58 and a quarter to 40. And that's all we got so far.
we still just 18-18.
Yep, you guys are still 18-18.
Well, that's crappy. It's a good fish.
Yeah.
I mean, technically, I did catch a 12, so but
Those don't count.
No, you caught a bass pizza fish.
yeah, I need to go back and tell his mom to come out.
Yeah, right. And I'm watching Greg. I've got Greg in here, and Greg, I just don't think Greg can't hear me for whatever reason. So, if we can, I'll leave him in here, and so we can watch him fish, and hopefully, if he gets something on, we'll be able to connect with him. But
Yeah, is Brady streaming? He was gonna try it. I brought him a stick, and he's brought an extra phone, but it was gonna
Nope.
be his first time trying it. So
nope, it's you and Greg and myself right now.
oh, look at that! This is gonna be a great 7 hours of.
So, yeah, no, it's just the two captains are live, and that's it.
And not catching fish.
Well, you caught a fish. You got one.
Yeah.
So, but it'll be interesting.
How was it there at TBO today?
Well, it's 6:00 in the morning and nobody's here yet.
Well, that's bull.
Actually, it is a
Yes.
beautiful.
What time?
It's a beautiful morning out on the water. Sun is just coming up, and it's the cove it's like glass this morning. Very little breeze.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite things about coming up there is just looking outside and hanging out on like near the patio, looking at the boats and people
Yeah.
coming in and out.
Yep. So as far as the marina itself, there's a few people up, so I got in around 5. It was about 5:35 by the time I got here this morning. And there were a few people that were up, walking around the marina and stuff like that, but the majority of them are still asleep. Those who stayed. So there was a band. We had a band last night, and in the kitchen, the galley was busy last night doing food. So,
Nice.
yeah. So the weekends are always lively down here, which is nice. And they get a fair amount of traffic, and having the band last night definitely helped. So
It was crazy here last night, or at the marina last night.
yeah.
I don't know what was going on, but I came in from fishing last night. It was like 9:30, and somebody was literally sanding their boat that was in the water. I don't know what was going on. Things were weird yesterday at the marina, but somebody literally had a disc sander going. Like somebody was actively sanding inside of their boat at 9:00 last night.
Which dock?
I couldn't tell if it was main dock or if it was the far end of west dock. So who knows? It could have been the main dock crew, or because they were still going. So who knows? But
Did you get saluted with a Coco Loco on your way in?
no. No. Did almost get run over by some boats in the river yesterday, though. That was good.
Yeah, but you had a very unique experience in the river yesterday.
Yeah, saw a seal. That was sick.
Oh, was there a seal out there?
Yeah, seal in 80-degree water. It was
Shit.
it was really weird. He was just hanging out, and we're trying to catch some stripers, and next thing you know, all of a sudden we're looking around, we're like, oh my god, is that a dog in the water? And then nope, all of a sudden it just dips under the water, and my buddy and I are both like, oh, that's a seal. So we followed that around for like an hour. That was cool. There weren't any fish, but probably because the seal was around. But
How was the fishing last night?
It was awful. I didn't catch a single thing. So the seal was the entertainment for the evening.
Looking for striper or fluke? Or?
Yeah, we were looking for stripers and bluefish last night. We were marking a couple things here and there, but nothing really of nothing really to write home about. Couple swipes on top water, and that was about it. But man, looking at this, we're still tied up here, 18s.
Yeah,
I don't believe that.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. According to Fishing Chaos, we're tied at 18s. We'll put it that way.
There you go. We should put that disclaimer on all day.
Yeah,
right.
Exactly.
You'll see it like 115. It's going to be like 186 to 185 and 3/4 out of nowhere.
And then I'm going to yell at everybody.
Yeah.
Let's see. Let's check out how the mall.
I guarantee you, it'll be because of signal.
In the Bay State and Maulers game, Bay State now takes the lead. It's 16.5 from Bob Pierce. Nice little largemouth to get him going. Let's see what else we got going on around here. Bronzebacks cutting the Delaware Doom lead in half. And who else was going this morning? The Privateers.
Yep.
That was a little closer than when we last checked in. Norfolk has taken the lead. Wow. Smallest fish from Norfolk class so far is 18.25. They also have a 19.5 on the board too. Nathan Green. Wow. Talk about having a start to his day. He's got an 18.25, 19.5, and a 20.5.
Wow.
And I'd take any of those right now.
Right? No kidding.
Right.
But on the flip side, Dontrell Sullivan from the Tar Heel Lunkers has put up a 22.5.
Ooh.
That's our lunker. Wow, that is a beautiful fish.
You know what's funny though? He's got a huge head to him, but he's kind of thinned out the rest of the way.
Yep.
That's Dontrell of the fish.
What'd you say?
He asked if that was Dontrell or the fish.
Oh,
Oh man, what kayak is he in?
There we go.
Hey,
fish on, fish on. Let's
Doesn't
go to
feel
Jason.
very big.
It's all right.
Oh, he's going nuts. Oh, that'll measure. That's better than I thought it was at first.
it's bigger. Hey, that's a good problem to have. You know,
Yeah. Stay out. Stay out. Oh.
there you go.
I was trying to get it so Jason would
I
be
know.
bigger. So and I'm like,
know.
no, I don't need it on
You can
me.
if you hit the solo layout button.
Oh, there you go.
You can,
Look at you
can-
go.
I know, crazy.
All right, you drive. I'm done touching the buttons. You drive.
Holy shit.
Yeah. What are we?
I
Absolutely
just choked
smoked
it
it.
down.
You what?
You just choked it.
Oh.
No wonder. He's got another hook in him. I
Oh.
was trying to get the wrong hook.
Ah!
Oh,
All right. Well, do some surgery while you're in there.
I did. I did. He's free.
well, while you are working on doing that, your timing is impeccable, Jason. As Rhode Island has just put up a 15 and a quarter from yet again Neil Raposa.
Yeah, nice. He's actually in a spot I was heading to. It's a good area where he's fishing. It's a deep spot off a hump. It's where I fished a bass boat event last year.
Okay.
He's in a good area. We that's that spot he's in. Yeah, I don't want to say too much on TV on here.
Yeah.
We did really well during the tournament. Let's put it that way.
Fair enough.
I'm gonna laugh if
So-
it comes up 15 and a quarter.
But it was a different time of year. It was a little later on in the year. So.
Gotcha. So you've got.
Hey, Lauren, I think I'm starting to lose you guys.
No, we can hear you.
Oh, there you
You're
are.
all good. We were just being.
Yeah, I couldn't hear you. You guys were breaking in.
Oh, we were just being quiet. We were waiting for that fish measurement.
It's going to be a minute. I'm tiring him out. He's on fish grips. I'm
Oh,
retiring.
okay.
But I'm guessing
Gotcha.
it's somewhere around 15 or so.
Oh man. Looks like we just lost Greg.
I see that. We'll have to watch
Probably
for
got
him.
up. Probably got up to the. He looked like he was moving to a new spot, so
Yeah,
probably just lost service along the way.
that's funny.
Oh, I hate retying. I normally wear glasses, but I don't have prescription sunglasses, so retying can be a challenge.
I feel you. Try threading a needle like for sewing and stuff like that. Yeah. It's like I need my glasses and a bright light, and then I call the kids and go, "Hey, put
It may
this
be
through
one of those-
here."
Yeah. I don't think I can yell out to one of those guys and have them come tie for me. So I don't think that would come tie a knot.
Yeah.
Say shit, I might have it.
Be interesting to see what Brady puts up today, because in his week 1, 169 3/4 inches week 1.
Wow.
Yeah, Brady usually does. He can do pretty well here. He just holy shit. Never mind, I just found a spot.
What are you doing over there?
I was just going over a huge baseball, so I just wanted to mark it.
Oh. We'll come
But,
back to that later.
Yeah.
I'm
But,
gonna come back to it real soon.
But what's interesting though is, so, you know, Brady is in easily within the top 20 of he's within the top 20 of total fish length for the season
Yeah.
so far, and he's only fished one event.
Yeah, Brady is by far the best angler we have in this state of Maine, and he is the angler that most people have never heard of, and I don't mean that in a bad way. It's just because he doesn't really have the opportunity to travel much, but he has won the Maine Yak Angler of the Year, I think every year but one.
Wow.
And that's covering 8-9 years.
Wow.
That's
so
crazy.
we're usually always fishing for second, and Brady's fishing in our tournaments. So, I'm glad, in events like this that I can say that Brady's that guy that people haven't heard of. It's not a bad thing, and it's also something that people underestimate him. And he's not a guy that likes to really be in the limelight, the spotlight. So he, it suits him.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you know what? We have the Northeast has a lot of those kinds of anglers that, they fish a lot. They fish up in the Northeast.
The guy
They're
that I
good
know,
ang-
like anytime we come out and fish, he can put up, anywhere from. I watched him last year. There was a tournament, and he had some stuff going on that day, and so he couldn't fish the whole thing, and I think he was off the water by like 10 o'clock and had over 100 inches of fish in the morning. I mean, like, just the type of angler he is. So, go and win a tournament in the first 3 hours and leave and not have to worry about it. Like, it's asinine.
That's crazy. Man, I wish.
Yeah.
It'd be a lot less stressful being out on the water.
Yep.
Alrighty, let's see.
See what Jason's going to do with this fish here.
Oh,
No.
no, we're good. Man.
Looking like 15 and a quarter.
Look at that. Tying it right back up.
And we're right back
I told
to
you it was about
zero.
15 inches or so.
Yeah.
That's right. I'm going to catch another one right here in a second, looking below my kayak. So I just got to get this thing submitted in a hurry. Let's see.
That's awesome.
It's not opening up in the app.
Speaking of anglers that are in that top half, or the top 20, 25 anglers, Greg is in that area. Greg Krasnowicki He's got 143 inches total between 2 events so far. Trying to see who else here from that Rhode Island team is up there in the top half.
Yeah, Greg can fish, man. I mean, that whole team.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, but that's the thing about the Northeast. I mean, all our waters are similar, right? Meaning, right, we all get, for the most part, clear water. I mean, they're all the biggest difference that we have over like Rhode Island and Massachusetts is just our bodies of water are bigger, but they fish the same. I mean, some of those bodies of water, because they're so small, they don't get a whole lot of boat traffic in there, so they're not as pressured as much. So the fishing's just as good.
100%.
What in the shit did I do? This will be the time I catch a fish now. This is why I make good TV right here. Not for the fish I catch, for the stupid shit I do.
That's all right. It's all about the content. It's all about the content.
Oh, yeah, I got content, all right.
So the Maulers are up 46 1/4 over Bay State by 30 1/2. The Doom, Pennsylvania is starting to cut into that Delaware lead. 62 1/2 to 47 3/4. So they just put up another 17-inch fish or 15-inch fish. Yeah, 17-inch fish because they were at 30 or so. Privateers jumping out over the Lunkers at 77 1/4 to 40.
Who just put up that 19? Okay. Nathan Green took a back seat on that one. He's not right in the team with 4 fish over 18. David Miller coming in, putting another one up.
Gotcha. And the Hogs are, and Arkansas is on the board with 16 1/4.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Look at that.
All right, I gotta go find that bait ball. There it is.
Look at that. All right, let's see.
Holy
Looking at this
shit.
Maulers. Ken's got 2. Ken Wood's got 2. And Joe Diadeo coming in with a 14.
It's good to see Joe out fishing.
I know.
Yeah.
He's one of my favorite people. He's just a good dude.
Yes, sir. Wait, now this, Lauren, you need to look at this. This is probably one of the most interesting mods I've ever seen done to a Hobie kayak right here.
Wow.
The cassette plug turned into a tool holder if you're using a motor on the kayak. I've never seen that before. This is pretty smart. I would have never thought of putting a hole
Is that Joe's
into
boat?
No.
Oh.
No. This is Paulo.
Paulo. Okay.
But man, I would have never thought of doing that. That's for sure. Putting
Yeah.
a little hole in there and keep your pliers and your scissors. I like that.
Huh. I'm telling you, the creativity that these guys do with their boats.
If there's a way to do it,
Oh, we have to. I mean,
yeah. If you want it, you're gonna make it happen one way or another. I don't think there's.
yeah.
All right, so
Any
this
way
just
we're
in. Jason uploaded his fish. He's now the overall leader with 1,543 inches.
Hey, I told you this place has giants.
That is
Giants.
this fish is coming in at 1,525 inches.
Hey, I told you, man. I mean, Maine can compete with anywhere. Right?
Well-
Florida, you got nothing on us up here.
That one fish puts Jason.
You should have seen me trying to get that thing on the 26-inch measuring board.
Now I understand why it took you so long to be able to get that picture submitted. Listen, but going back to your
Yeah, I mean,
whole fantasy thing, I think you just won fantasy for everybody with that one. I mean, I don't.
I might
Nobody
get
can.
MVP this week.
Nobody can come close.
Right.
No. I mean, just look at the talent I possess out here. I mean, it's something to watch. Oh, here come the boats. Game over.
Here we go.
Wow, it's early. It's only
Perfect. They're going into their spot, not mine.
God, those guys are flying. It looks like my buddy. I don't know if that's his boat, though. No, I know it's not. His motor's fucked. Oh, I can't say that.
leap.
Sorry to everybody at home who's not used to. Yeah. Well.
It's funny. Some of these bass boats. Once you're out there with some of these guys, man, better watch out. It's crazy. I mean, I was out last weekend fishing a small, very narrow river, and thankfully we heard this guy coming from quite a while away. But me and my buddy, the entire river is maybe less than 100 yards wide. Where we're fishing,
Yeah.
and dude with a 250 on the back, wide open throttle, and like it's a windy river, just cruising right through. It was, it's crazy seeing what some of these people are, willing to do in their boat. Literally, it's nuts. But
yeah, and the dumb
All right,
part is, I
so-
mean, there's fish everywhere, right? I mean, holy crap.
So anybody looking at the leaderboard is freaking out now, going, "What the heck did Maine do?"
Yeah, no, they're probably just assuming I submitted a fish.
Oh dear.
I'd go in and edit it, but I'm going to have the judge do their job.
oh, well, you guys are now up to 1,559.5 inches.
There we go. Who put
Because Keith Brown putting up a 16.5.
that? See on largemouth or smallies?
Largemouth.
Oh, those guys are in trouble if Keith's on the largemouth. I know where he is.
He's on a nice green largemouth.
Yeah, that's good. That's good for us. If he can find one or two more in that spot and then move to some smallies in a little bit, we'll be all right.
Awesome.
This is not too far from Keith's house. I wouldn't say he fishes it a lot, but it's one of the first places I brought Keith when he moved here from Kentucky. And
Yep.
he does come out here and fish a little bit, but I mean, most of us are fishing tournaments every weekend, so it's really hard to just find time to go fun fish.
Right.
Yep.
And to be honest, this isn't a place like when I think of fun fishing that I really want to come to, because the boat traffic does get a little gnarly, and there's a lot of other smaller places you can go find a fish that are, I wouldn't say that are better than this, but just easier to deal with as far as boats and whatnot. So, I mean, out here, when it hits like dead of summer, I mean, our water temps now are 74, but I mean, it'll get upwards of 80 degrees. And when it's at that point, you're literally out in the middle of the lake in 45 feet of water trying to catch fish. And right, that's where the jet skis love to be.
Yeah.
Right.
And for some reason, kayaks are jet ski magnets. It's like, I don't know.
It's I'm gonna equate it to my buddy and I last night going after that seal. It's like, ooh, it's over there. Let's head that way. Ooh, it's over there. Let's keep going that way. You just kind of, but like that does kind of happen with jet skis when you're on the kayaks. And I think part of it is they're trying to stay away from the boats to a certain extent, but I think jet skis they go so fast. A lot of people on them don't really realize how close they actually get because they're so used to zipping in between boats, and they're like the motorcycles of the water world. On the highway, you kind of have them like a lot of people almost like split lanes, so to speak, but with with jet skis.
Yeah, around here the jet skis remind me of that cartoon when you got the bulldog and then the small dog, and he's jumping over the side of him, going, "Hey, Spike, Spike, Spike." They're doing circles around you, like, look at me, and I'm like, Get the hell away from me. I'm trying to catch a fish over here.
It's like they're interested in what we're doing, but holy
Right.
crap.
Yeah, right. So the Mahler's Bay State game just got interesting. Bay State is within an inch now of the Maulers. They just put
Oh,
some
right
more
on.
up. Yep.
Like I said, that match could go either way. I mean, right, the
Yeah.
Maulers need that win at 0-2, right? I don't know what
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
Bay State's record is. They might be 0-2 or 1-1. I know they're not 2-0, but right, they both need the win, so I expect that thing to be close. Neither one of those teams give it up.
Yep.
Yeah, as of right now, the Maulers and Bay State are both 0-2.
Two.
So that's a big game. For those.
Somebody's
Yeah, but
there's a bunch of games today where people are going to get their first wins. You know, I think there's two. The Maulers Bay State is one of those games, and
The Privateers and the Lunkers is the other one. They're both 0-3.
correct. So those are the battle of the Ophers. Somebody's getting their first win today. And
how great would it be if they tied? Like the exact same fish all the way down the board. That'd be fantastic.
Well, you and Rhode Island are on that track so far.
Yeah, you're not kidding. I thought we got the lead though now, right? Because
Yeah, you guys got a 1,000-inch lead. I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's going to be hard to overcome. I mean,
I think that's
might be able to go home at this point.
That sounds like a KFL record to me if I've ever heard of one. May never be touched
Hey, I
again.
mean,
We'll now
anyone's gonna
have
have it,
Jason
It's gonna be
Gardner.
me, right?
We'll have Jason Gardner, the great one. You know.
Yeah.
Somebody
In the
take-
Doom Bronzebacks match, though, we're starting to run away with it a little bit. Nothing crazy, but they do have a 79 to 47-inch lead.
All right, couple of fish.
They're halfway
Yeah.
through. Yeah, they got 5 in there.
And then,
But where I'd like to be, I'd like to have a nice couple fish lead. But like I said, I try not to worry about the score too much, just because
yep,
I know what signal's like down here, and I know where Lacassie and is fishing, and I mean those guys are in good spots. I know there's fish there because they're still on them. They wouldn't be there if they weren't. So, like I said, I don't believe that score at all, but I try not to worry about it. I mean, at the end of the day, we got to go catch 10 good fish, and if our 10 good fish is good enough, fantastic. But when you're at 7 o'clock in the morning and you got 2 fish on the board, I mean, it's not the time to worry about too much.
Nope.
Where the other team is.
well, your teammate Brady Ouellette just put in a 17.25-inch smallmouth.
Oh, beautiful.
So that puts
I
you
haven't
guys
even-
up.
Actually, I think I do know where he is. That might have been him that went by me a few minutes ago. But I know Brady and I have a similar game plan as far as where we fish out here. So I know someone went zooming by me a little bit ago, and he's got a motor. So hoping that's
Mhm.
him.
But yeah,
It's either
so
him or
nice smallmouth this morning.
he'll put up. I mean, I'd like to think today Brady will put up close to 90 plus. I mean,
That'd
he
be
could
great.
have an off day, but I mean, I'd find it. I'd struggle to believe he would put up less than that here.
Well, it's a good start to getting towards 90 right there with 17.25.
Yeah.
I can put up 90 if you have 0.
Ain't that the truth?
Wind's picking up, which is not good for me.
So, Jason, tell us a little bit about your what's your fishing setup today?
Finesse fishing. So
There you go.
One of our sponsors, Battle Baits, makes a lot of finesse type of baits that really about all I fish. So I'm going back and forth right now with one of their drop dead Neds. It's basically like a skirted Ned. And then the second fish I caught was actually on a drop shot, and they make a skirted drop shot jig as well. And that was what my other fish was on. I do have top water. I have chatterbaits, all that stuff thrown on. I usually just like to start first thing in the morning with more of a finesse style, and then
if I get into some of the other places, if like Keith moves on from the spot he is, I might go in there with, you know, some chatterbait and whatnot. You know, of course that'll be the jackhammer, but I'm expecting, you know, I'm struggling finding them in that middle range, so I'm trying to move back and forth between shallow and deep, and if I'm deep, I'll be drop shotting, and if I'm shallow, I'll be Ned rigging. So, and then if I get into the grass, then I'll start throwing chatterbaits and spinnerbaits.
Awesome.
And
Cool.
That's the more apt to throw a spinner.
So
See,
I have.
this,
Oh, go ahead.
this is where you get to educate the, you know, the girl that owns the Barbie Princess rod.
Now, Jason, I know you're not a huge fan of slow and finesse type stuff all the time. But I do know that you're a big cash and rods guy. Have you seen the stuff that they have a new rod that's coming out at ICAST this year?
I throw as caching rods. There's something about them that I really liked. Right, I bought the first one. I bought the original chatterbait rod because I just kept losing a lot of fish on chatterbait, and I was like, yeah, I'll give this one a try. And I don't know. I think I almost went the entire year without losing a fish on a chatterbait after that. So I just started buying more and more of their rods, and I don't know, just something about them. I just really like that, and for the most part, right? I mean, you know, they're hypersensitive, but they get a lot of backbone to them, and you know, a lot of fishing is about confidence too. And when you have confidence in something, right? I mean, it helps the mental game, and it's one thing that, in my opinion, that separates, you know, good fishermen from average fishermen is being able to overcome mental obstacles. So if you can keep yourself focused mentally, a better chance of having a good day.
Yeah, it's interesting because that new casting rod that's coming out, I've been, you know, keeping my eyes on it, you know, and seeing what's what. And a lot of people think that it's going to be a BFS rod, which I think would be pretty interesting to see them put one of those together.
Yeah.
You know, I haven't seen a lot of companies putting out, you know, those bait finesse style rods, you know, bait casting finesse stuff. But I think it's so interesting to be able to throw something like, you know, an 1/8 ounce or less than, you know, around an 1/8 ounce Ned head on, you know, bait casting gear. The idea to do that just kind of blows my mind, because I know so many people that struggle to even throw, you know, like lighter crankbaits and stuff like that. So I think it'll be very interesting. I think as we continue to see, and I think it's just kind of a trend that we're starting to see in tackle in general, in the kind of in our side of the world, is we're starting to see more and more of these Japanese products and techniques starting to come over. I think what we're starting, I mean, look at Megabass. I mean, in the last 10 years, not even the last 10 years, but in like the last couple of years, the presence of people picking up a Megabass, even just like the soft plastic swim baits that they've got, and how big those are turning into, and, you know, the Vision 110s, both from how well they fish, but also I know, like, for you, you're a bit of a collector of them as well. But there's the Japanese market for tackle and the techniques that they're using over there, they're starting to come over here more and more, and I think it's pretty interesting to see what's going to happen. I mean, I've seen some very interesting different lures that are starting to get brought over here and becoming more mainstream, so it'll be interesting to see what that does to everything. But the big thing I know over there is those BFS rods are pretty popular over there, and I've never really noticed them. I don't really see like any tackle stores that I personally go into ever carrying any of them. So I think if Cashin comes out with one and they become more, you know, it's just another brand carrying one that, or making one, and they become widely a bit more popular, I'd be interested to see what people can do with them.
Yeah, I mean, for years I always Ned rigged, and, you know, even with lightweight Neds and even with weightless wacky rigged on bait casters, and guys thought I was crazy, but it's just what I I prefer.
Yep.
I mean, to using spin gear, but I'm just much more comfortable with baitcaster. So it's one thing. I know there's a few guys out there that know of like some Shimano and Daiwa reels that you can get away with throwing that really light stuff with, right? And the reel matters too, right?
Yeah.
'Cause,
Super shallow spools, and
yeah,
they don't spin too fast, but they spin fast enough to get that lightweight, and I think the other thing that matters a ton too that people don't think about is the line that you're using, especially when you're going with those super shallow spools like that, because you have to find that right balance of something that's light enough that it's going to come off the spool easy, but you need enough, you need to be able to fit enough line on the spool too, because I know some of those, they only hold, like, some of them only hold like 80 yards of line, which
yeah,
it's not a small amount of line, but at the same time, it's not a huge amount of line at the same time. So it's definitely be interesting to see as they become more and more popular. And it's funny too, because I think a lot of people are much more willing to spend money on their bait casting gear than they are on spinning setups. I think a lot of people are willing to spend okay money on a good spinning rod, and then when it comes to reels, people are super hit or miss, and people want to put more money in the reel than the rod. But I think you're in the majority for a lot of tournament anglers, where a lot of guys are super comfortable with throwing bait casters after so long, that going to a spinning reel, and some of the, I mean, I'll use myself as an example, throwing a drop shot or a Ned rig with, especially if you're using braid and you got like 8-pound test braid, and then you get a wind knot in the middle of your spinning rod, it ruins your whole day, whereas, okay, we're not really going to have that problem with the bait caster. So I definitely see the value in going with something like that, like a BFS or something like that, if you can use it and you can make it work for you.
yeah, absolutely. I'm not a guy that throws a lot of braid. I don't know. I always feel like anytime I get extra knots in my line, I'm just setting myself up for disappointment. So I'm typically just throwing straight fluoro, straight mono. As far as my gear goes, I know a lot of people struggle to spend money on it, and but it's one thing that, once again, it goes back to that confidence factor where, like, I can go out and buy some lesser brand rods, reels, right, and save a little bit of money, but I want to know my equipment's going to last, right? And especially tournament fishing is different than fun fishing, right? So, we beat the crap out of our equipment, right? We're not going out for 2 or 3 hours of fun fishing and, you've got one all-purpose rod, right? We're traveling, we're throwing them in lockers and, doing all kinds of stuff with our gear. So, quality matters. So, it's why, like, I throw, for the most part, strictly Shimano when it comes to my reels. I don't have issues with them, right? Even some of their SLX models and stuff on that lower end, like, I'm still just as confident using them as I am the Corrados or other stuff that they have. So
100%. Yeah, I think that's one of those things that as people start to grow as an angler, they realize it's kind of the old adage of buy once, cry once, to a certain extent for certain things. I look at, I've got some cheaper stuff, and when I'm using it in tournaments, sometimes I just don't even bother picking it up because I know it's a kind of a crappier reel, and as much as I've got it dialed in, one strong gust of wind, even throwing a chatterbait, and next thing I know, I've got a massive bird's nest, and I'm spending the rest of the time picking it out. But then it's for a lot of people, something as simple as having one SLX, especially if you can get it in like a DC version, throwing that on like a medium heavy that you can do a little bit of everything on is a huge confidence builder, and it gets people to throw a lot more stuff that they wouldn't normally maybe think that they could throw. I mean, for the longest time, I struggled throwing, lighter crankbaits and stuff like that, but I throw those now on like a medium.
I mean, I am a bit of a mega, but for my regular bait, I mean, I don't go out and find a whole lot of expensive stuff to throw, right? I mean, I go once again with that confidence stuff. So I throw a lot of Z-Man, a lot of X-Zone. I'll throw power bait. I throw a lot of Sonatus bait, right? Local bait maker stuff, but none of that stuff is super expensive.
Exactly.
Right? I mean, I used to make bait. So, I mean, all that plastic, I mean,
all that stuff comes from the same people. I mean,
Yep.
plastic's plastic, right? I mean, and that's why I say a lot of that stuff is confidence. It's just, right? Some people
Yep.
get hooked on a certain color or a certain brand because they had a really good day, and that's what they throw forever. And that's exactly
Yeah,
what
exactly.
those companies want, right?
Yeah, I picked up some of those Sematus baits at which trade show was that at?
I know they
think
were
it
at
was
the New Hampshire show.
Yeah, it was at the New Hampshire show. I mean, they were running a killer deal. You got a bait bag and 10 bags of plastic for $55. I was
Yeah,
like, you
actually-
can't
that's what
say
I'm-
no to that.
No, that's what I'm actually throwing on my drop shot. That smallie I caught earlier.
Yep. Yeah, I've
it
used
was
them a
on
couple
the,
times. Caught some good fish on them. They're good plastics.
Yeah.
What I really like is their stick bait. I love the weight.
Yeah, they're
of
a little
them.
heavier.
They're
than
heavy.
a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
Especially if you're
especially-
going to weightless fish. It's,
Exactly.
it's helpful.
Exactly. It gets down a little bit better and stuff like that. But I 100% agree with you. I think for a lot of people, it's finding that one confidence. For a lot of people, I look at the jackhammer. For some people, they may sit there and say that it's not
That's
worth
me.
the money. But then there's other people that are like, listen, I'll spend the money because for some reason I think that this just works that much better than the other ones, and it's worth every single dollar more than the other ones. And when you get to that point, it works for you, and you're very confident. It makes a world of difference out in the water, because now it's not, am I going to catch something on this? It's when am I going to? And it's more so of knowing your strengths and your weaknesses and making it so your lure choices are, it's not, oh, is it am I not catching a fish because this is a X brand versus Z brand lure. So I think you kind of hit the nail on the head. It's all about confidence, and if you know what you like to throw, then after that it's just fishing. It kind of takes some of that out of there, and like you said before,
exactly.
the mental obstacles. If you can get
And a
rid of
lot
the
of it,
mental
like,
obstacles.
Yeah, and with chatterbaits and things like that, a lot of it is how you fish them, right? Some are
Yep.
better fishing in the middle of the water column or upper, and some are better for slow rolling, and that's why it's personal preference, right? People are like, jackhammers are trash. Well, maybe they are for you because the original jackhammer, but I don't fish them, or the original chatterbait, but I don't fish them because right, I don't fish about just finding what works for you, and I think we give fish too much credit sometimes as far as how smart they are, right? And
Yeah.
I don't think that they're super intelligent, right? And
Right.
and so really it's just about putting something in front of them and either trying to get a reaction bite, or if they're in the middle of a bait, something that they looks like they'd feed on. And I don't think that they're not seeing a certain bait go by and they go, oh, I don't know, that's a green pumpkin with black flake and that one's got purple flake.
Yeah,
Go after it. Like,
Yeah,
it's
exactly.
just, those types of things to me don't make a whole lot of sense, but
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, it's funny, people give, stocked rainbow trout, probably the hardest time, because they say, they're the stupidest fish out there. They're not, not hard to catch, which, I mean, I've seen them hit whopper ploppers before, it's not, but I think you could find that anywhere. If you got fish that haven't seen something like that before, and you can elicit a reaction strike like that, it doesn't matter what kind of fish they are, you're gonna, sometimes the amount of focus that you put into the minute details will kind of make things even more complicated for the angler. And there's kind of the old saying that fishing tackle catches more anglers than it does fish. It might look pretty, but that doesn't mean that it's necessarily going to catch a fish. Sometimes you just got to go simple, and that's all you need. So
Right. Yeah, I agree. I think, I used to be that guy that would go buy like 15 different colors of all this bait. Now I stick to like 3 or 4 colors. Right?
Yep.
And I have some that may not be the exact color, but
close enough.
I do have some that the green pumpkin.
Who?
Purple. But, I try to stick to, just don't need to go find some fancy color that's got 5 different colors and 36 different flakes in it, just because somebody
Yeah.
else isn't fishing it or somebody did well in it. I mean, I just try to stick to the basics so I don't have too many options.
100%.
I do well with what I have. So
All right, so we're gonna take a look at the leaderboard really quick. So
this area's kind of died down a little bit.
no real changes here between the Maniacs and the Rebels. Still, the Rebels still have 33 and a quarter, and the Maniacs are sitting pretty right now, comparatively with 1,576 inches. But in all seriousness, you guys got 2 more fish than the Rebels. Let's look at that Bay State and Mass Maulers match. It's getting a little bit closer. Maulers are up 61.5 to 45.25 from Bay State. Ken's got a 17.5, and Nate Shagnon's on the board now. I believe this is Nate's first match of the season. He's got a 15.25 up. And let's see what's going on over on Bay State. Nothing really changing there. Paulo still has 2 fish. Bob Pierce has 1. Oh, Delaware Doom starting to take got a couple more fish up on the board. They are up 111 to the Bronzebacks 47.75. Let's see. David Burt's putting in some good fish today. And let's see. Privateers are extending their lead 97 inches over there to Tar Heels 59.75. Let's see. Mike Wilmer. Man, that's crazy. Norfolk, still their smallest fish, 18.25 is the smallest fish they've put up so far. They've got an 18.25, a 19, a 19.5, a 19.75, and a 20.5. And our last one that we were going to take a look at, I believe, is the Hogs and the Outlaws, tied at 16.25.
Disgusting.
Right. Crazy. 16.25. Both sides. All right.
Hello.
Welcome back.
Thank you. That was an exercise in futility.
Well, sometimes that's the way it goes, right?
I was trying to put this broadcast live up on the marina,
Yep.
on the TVs in the marina, and I can't get it to come up.
Nice. So I was just talking about the privateers.
Whoa.
Smallest fish, 18.25 so far today.
Nice.
So they are definitely having a little bit of a bounce back there, which is good.
That's good.
And then the other one that was really great. Look at the Doom just put up another fish. Another 18
Wow.
another 18 just came in. They're at 129 inches now. Crazy
Holy
stuff.
moly. Can you change your view on that?
Would you like the this one?
No, there's one where you can get like all of them.
All of them?
Yeah.
I can do that. I just changed it. That way it was. Oh, hang on. Give me 1 second. I will fix that for you. because I have it inside the one specifically.
Gotcha.
AFL week 4.
There you go.
I know it's just not as clean. I mean, it is clean, but
Well, because what I learned is, see that little down arrow? It'll show you all the fish numbers.
Yeah, I know. I forgot you are still learning your fishing chaos over there.
Yeah.
At least you caught a couple fish the other week.
Yep.
And then KFL Fishing Fit.
Yep. I caught fish, Jason.
Look at that. Good for you.
The day
Fresh out of the hospital, right into bass fishing in the afternoon.
No better time.
Exactly.
we had to we had to go to a birthday party for my mother-in-law, and she turned 75.
Oh, what the shit!
Uh-oh. What'd you
I
do?
got two guys on a bass in a boat, just two kids pulling up behind me.
Oh,
That aggravates the shit out of me.
you're a magnet
The
for that
kids.
this season.
Yeah.
I am. They're kids though. They're like young kids, so I'm not gonna be pissed off about it. But they're right where I caught that 18 and the 15 and change.
So looking at the overall leaderboard here, JR Rents, 96.5 inches already today. It's a good start to the day. Still dead.
You know, a long way to go to catch me.
Yeah, well, that's true. That's true. He doesn't have 1,520 or 1,543 inches like you do. So
You gotta love. I get table service at my desk for
shit.
breakfast.
Just missed a bite.
Uh-oh.
That's all good. Won't be the last time. Just surprised I actually got one. Been fishing off this point all morning, but it's not been as productive as I was expecting, so I might have to go back towards
Towards the
the
kids.
launch. What's that?
Towards the kids.
No, I mean they're all at the north end. Like there's three guys up in front of me, like at the far north end. I'm more towards the middle, off one of the points down there. But most of my places I fish are closer to the launch. So,
Gotcha.
but it's usually I've got my motor guide, and I don't today. So I don't know. Oh, that feels like a little one. It is. There he goes. Just got himself off.
making life easy for you, saving
Yeah,
you time.
exactly.
Those self releases
He
go a
knows what
long way.
happens if you get too close to me. Words out.
So Jason, how wide is this lake? How long is this lake?
I'd say it's probably like, I don't know. Let's see, I was going 4 miles an hour, got out halfway down in 30 minutes. So it's probably about 4 miles long, 3.5, 4 miles.
Okay.
It's not very wide. I mean, it's,
Yeah, it looks pretty narrow. Like I'm looking at it
you
on
know,
the map.
there's a couple of places where cove to cove it's wide, but I mean, you can, at any point here, you can see from one side to the other. I mean, it's nothing where you can really go and hide from anybody.
Gotcha.
You know, if somebody's going by you, they can see you. I mean, I am maybe 2/3 the way down the lake, and I can see the other end, and I can see, oop, that's another fish. That one. I don't know if that one's better or not. Oh yeah, that one's better. That one's better.
There we go.
There you go.
Hey.
Yeah, Lauren, I'm looking at the lake right now on Google Maps, and
Yep.
it looks like at the widest point, it's about 3,400 feet across. So it's pretty narrow, you know, but it's long.
Yep.
Like Jason was saying. I mean, I'm looking at it here. If you go from
That one didn't measure up, huh, Jason?
It definitely didn't feel that way compared to that 15.25. So 14-inch fish is going to really matter much. I don't think you'll see many of the board at the end of the day. So
yeah,
if it's even close, I'm just going to throw it back.
fair enough.
Wait, what did you just do? You cut out on me here.
He didn't measure that one.
Oh,
I caught one that was maybe close, but it wasn't worth checking.
okay.
Let's see.
I'm not worried
Anything-
about fantasy points.
Let's see.
Sorry if you're
The
picking me this week. But
coming in from the bronze backs.
No,
Uh,
I haven't done the fantasy league. I can't figure it out, like physically how to make the app work. on my phone
Yeah, I
to
mean-
be able to do it.
Coming in from that
It's funny.
Browns
Like I
back
like
game.
the whole concept of the fantasy thing, but it's actually kind of weird seeing your name on there. It's like, how does anyone ever pick against themselves? Like,
right?
You know what I mean? If you don't pick yourself, like, holy crap, man, what are you doing fishing this weekend? So
That's fair. I mean, it definitely would be hard to not pick yourself, because if you don't pick yourself, like, do you really have confidence in yourself and what you're going to do that weekend?
yeah, right. Like I'm confident here. It's one of my favorite lakes to fish, but I mean, anybody out here can put up 95 inches or so.
Yep. In the Palmetto Punishers and Coosa Kingfishers match, that's getting underway here. Got our first bass coming in from Coley and McGowan, who, if
Big surprise.
memory serves
Big
me
surprise,
correctly,
Coley's putting up a fish.
Coley is sitting in first place statistically for KFL so far this season.
Yeah.
He has a total of 352 and a quarter inches in 2 matches put up so
Is that
far.
it?
Yeah. He has an average per game of 176.13 inches. So nice 18 and a quarter to get him started. Wow, look at that fish. That fish has got a hunchback and a half. Look at that, huh?
Wow.
Skinny head, huge back to the middle of them. But yeah, well, they're on. Coosa Kingfishers are on the board, starting
Now
things off.
Our boy Dustin Nichols is going to be fishing for Coosa here in a few weeks. I think in August. Yeah, he's on their team.
No, I know. I just didn't know if he had any matches lined up for him yet.
I think in when I was talking to him, I think in August.
Good.
So
good for him.
August. Yeah. So I mean, it's so fun to see, all of you guys that are on our, either our national team or our regional teams, going out and fishing at this level. It's a lot of fun to see that and to watch it. And, it's, how I feel about all you guys. I love all you guys, and the working relationship that we have with you guys, so it's, when I get asked, well, who's your favorite team? It's like, okay, well, I have to take every single team that all you guys play on, and I have to immediately discard you.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, really, it's hard to figure out who your favorite team is. I mean, really, we know your favorite person is me. So, I mean, they got to go to team, right? That's the default team after that. Because there is no doubt. I mean, not even close. Oh, there's a fish. That's a little one. I'm in Dinkville.
Jason's making Sean's Bass pizzas for him right now.
Uh-huh.
You can tell Jason's getting to a different section of the lake.
In here with all these little. I mean, I suppose it doesn't have to be. Have to make a different type of move. I really wanted to go further north, but without my motor, I just don't think it's going to be possible.
You need a tow home?
No. I can plenty of movement, but I mean, my spot I have out there is like it's a deeper spot, 30 feet of water in the middle of the lake, and
Gotcha.
Trying to hold that
there's
spot.
no way I'm going to be able to stay on it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
What's your wind like now?
Not good.
Fair enough.
I'd probably say, I mean, it's not terrible. It's only, I bet it's like 7 miles an hour, maybe. But for a wind tunnel, it's not. It feels a lot more, right, than it would most other places, right? We're starting to get some white caps out here and stuff like that. So, and someone shooting a gun. But,
Doc.
Welcome to Maine.
I was gonna say, wait, nothing's open yet.
Southern Slayers.
Probably somebody's shooting a raccoon or something.
Yeah, well, okay.
Holy shit,
coyote.
how'd I manage that?
Southern
Oh, yeah,
Slayers
those are-
are on the board now with a 16-inch, little 16-inch largemouth, getting them going. So I think we're only waiting on fish to come
That's
in
another.
from like
That's another big game today. That Kraken Slayers game.
yeah, standing wise,
Because
I think
Kraken
they're
is
pretty
0
close.
for correct, or did they win one? Are
Give
they
me 1
1 and
second.
2 or 0 and 3?
The Deep South Kraken are 1 and 2.
2.
The other one who's going to have a big one today. Let me see. I believe they have a bye week. So when they come back next week, the Lone Star Bandits.
Yep.
They're gonna have a big week next week.
Yep.
Um,
Lone Star, the Bandits are off this week. Granite State is off this week.
Yep.
I mean, there's two teams that are just polar opposites, right?
Right.
So you've got Granite, who is 3-0, and you've got Lone Star that's 0 and 3. I mean, talk about taking those weeks off and doing two completely different mental checks.
minds, yeah.
Of what you needed to do, during those off weeks. So
I don't know it'll be interesting to see what happens, because I think for the Bandits, it's probably a good thing to kind of have a week to reset, come back fresh. I mean, granted, we just had the week off for the 4th. So everybody's kind of got that.
We've been off for
2 weeks.
We've been off
2
for
weeks.
3 weeks.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah. Yeah.
So-
So I mean, it's a pretty long break to have in between.
Mhm.
I'm hoping that some of the Lone Star anglers have been able to get out and go maybe fish some local stuff. If nothing else, maybe get on the board there and kind of reset and come back next week. And then for Granite State, I mean, the guys have been on a roll, So I wonder how 3 weeks off is going to change things for them. The great thing about fishing, though, is, I guess the biggest thing is if you're in this situation, is if you're fishing your home waters and you have that home advantage over the last couple of weeks, you keep fishing. You kind of have an idea of how things are fishing in your area, whether it's the actual place that you're going to fish for the event or not. I think where you're going to have the harder time is in those areas where you don't have the ability to really know what the fishing is like, especially over a break like this long, because 3 or 4 weeks, fishing can change drastically between, how it was fishing when that last match was, especially. I think that's the thing, you can use KFL a little bit as, the nice part about seeing when people are home and away and how things are fishing is that, say you're going somewhere else and the place has back-to-back home games, if it's in a different state or a larger, significant distance away, you have an idea of, okay, last week it was fishing like this, you can talk to some people from the other teams and things like that and kind of get some information. But when you have these long breaks like that, it can get pretty difficult to get some of that information.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. It's, it's going to be interesting to see how this, pans out over the next couple of weeks, and where these guys are. But it's, I see we got Greg back in here. Do you want to see if we can try and get Greg into the stream?
I'll let him back in.
Please, that way you don't hear me.
All right, I'm gonna mute Greg because he's still having that feedback stuff. But at least we can see Greg. He's out and about. He's on the move.
I don't know if Greg can hear us. If Greg can hear us, give us a thumbs up, Greg.
I'm gonna take that as a no.
As a no.
But looks like he's just moved back into a new area. He's back out and he's out fishing. Let's see what we got going on here.
Jason, can you see Greg?
I know. He looks like you guys are in the same area.
I don't know. There's
like I said, 3 people out in front of me somewhere, but I know one of them's Lacassie, one of them's Gallo. I don't know who the third guy is. I know where Greg started was behind me and on the opposite shoreline, but I don't know where he is now.
He looks like he might be. I'm just looking at like coastline and stuff like that. He looks
near
like
each
he.
other.
Yeah, it looks like you guys might be near each other. Unless everything on that lake looks exactly the same.
It's possible.
It does.
I mean, minus there's like a campground and a marina.
Welcome,
But other than
Maine.
that, everything looks the same. It's like Camp Woods, Camp Woods, Camp Woods.
Gotcha.
Well, we have a little bit of a scoreboard update for you guys here in the Rebels and Maniacs event. Tim Spry is now on the board with a 16-inch largemouth.
All right.
There we go.
So
All right. So that means all 4 anglers.
I know where he is.
All
Yep,
4
all
anglers for the Maniacs are on the board. Nice job, guys.
There we go. We'll take that. Everybody
There
contributing.
we go.
We had a pretty good game plan coming in here, but it was hard, right? It's we all fish differently, so
Yep.
we're all talking to one another about how we're gonna fish and where we're gonna fish. But right, there's some guys that like to power fish and just move around, so it's hard for them to say like, "Hey, I'm just gonna fish this spot or this area."
Yep.
Whereas I'm that type of guy where I like to go into a spot and spend a little time there and try to pick it apart. Like, I mean, there's bait fish everywhere. I mean, I'm marking them on the screen and
There you go.
a whole lot of
Hey.
mark. Everything I've caught earlier was shallower than where I am now. I don't want to say how deep I am now, but
Yep.
Yeah. No,
But,
I hear you. Hey,
you
we
know,
got
it's, I'm not
we
I'm
got-
not finding marks in the deeper spots.
we just got Justin Gallo to jump in. And I'm gonna see if we can get him in here and we can get a little pulse of what's going on with the Rebels. So hang on just a second.
Yeah.
Hey, Justin, can you hear us?
Yeah, hey Lauren, how you doing?
Good. Good morning. Good to hear from you. How's your morning going?
It's going pretty well. Definitely a lot of fish around, a lot of bait around. Broke
right.
off a huge one. Must have been a nick in my line. Got a couple so far, but just got to a good area.
Oh, good. Hey,
Yeah.
so we got Derek's in here with us as well.
What's going on, Justin?
Hey, how you doing?
Good.
Good.
So how's your team feeling about today?
Feeling pretty good. That's great fishery. We were really excited. I don't think any of us slept that much. So, we're just excited to fish as always.
Gotcha. You have been on a tear, my friend. You have been
Oh.
fishing up a storm. Congratulations.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
It's good to see. I mean, you and Justin, the J brothers, as I'm gonna start affectionately referring to you guys,
All right.
the J twins. You guys have been putting up huge numbers here, and really, making significant contributions to that Rhode Island team, and that's it's great to see. It's really great to see. It takes some of the pressure off of your captain. Takes it off some of that pressure off of Greg. We've been trying to get Greg on here all morning long, but I don't think he can hear us. We can see him, but we can't talk to him.
He's right next to me. I don't think he can hear you though.
So
Yeah, he doesn't have audio right now. He's saying he just said it to me.
That's okay.
that's okay.
Not.
But yeah, we appreciate it. We enjoy fishing together, and I think we fish really well as a team. So appreciate that, Lauren.
Yeah, you guys are doing a great job, and it's been fun to watch all the Northeast teams. You guys are going to make this everybody's in it for the long haul, and it's going to be fun to watch it get down to the end. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, we're all looking forward to it as well.
So
Definitely some good competition out there.
oh, there we go. All right, so who's Greg got in front of him? Is
That
that
would be
you?
Justin.
That's me. Yeah.
That's you? Okay. All right. Well, tell Greg he's not allowed to catch you. Yeah.
She says don't cast on me. Don't hook me with your.
So, so have you any? So you've had no bites today, right?
No, we have some bites. I just didn't upload them yet.
Oh,
I got a couple. Nothing crazy.
Okay.
Neil's got a few too. But yeah, looking to get some good ones. I know there's some good ones around where we are.
yeah. Well, Jason put up a 1,500-inch fish, so
Yeah, I saw that. I didn't know if it was. I didn't know if it was a
Smashing
joke
them.
or not.
Mashing them. Time to
So-
go
That's a big
home.
fish right there. All right, guys.
so how's other Justin doing today? Who's your fourth guy that you've got with you today? Neil? Is that Neil
Yeah, his
Raposa?
name's Neil Raposa.
Okay.
I think he's winning. He's got leader AOI points in Greg's club for Rhode Island. So
Okay.
put
Awesome.
him on a team.
Awesome.
Yeah, got a couple
Ah,
more than I saw.
The scoreboard has officially been fixed.
All right.
So as it stands right now,
I
with
took
what's
care
been
of it.
oh, okay. With what has been submitted to Fishing Chaos thus far, the Maniacs are up 83 to 33 and a quarter.
Nice.
Yeah, that is nowhere near what the actual numbers
Nope.
Nope.
But
I highly encourage everyone to upload their fish so that we can have live numbers, please.
I can tell you, I've uploaded all mine.
I
that's
know.
true.
Yes.
We have watched.
We've watched you upload 1,500 inches worth of fish too.
Hey,
One
told you it
that
was a must-win.
So Justin, tell me what else besides
Yeah,
KFL?
I'll upload what I got.
What other events besides KFL are you fishing this year?
I fished KBF up at Champlain. Doing pretty well. I think I came in the middle of the pack both days, but I moved around a little too much. Was definitely on to something, and then saw some people in my spots that I shouldn't have said anything to. But that's really what happened. But I was going to fish Winnipesaukee, the Hobie event, the other weekend, but I had something come up family related, so I couldn't do that.
Okay.
But I'm part of Hudson Valley Kayak Anglers, which is out of New York. They fish New York and Connecticut, and then I'm part of Rhode Island Club as well, and then on this KFL team. As far as other big events this year, I'm not really sure. I got some work stuff coming up that I might need to do. I might need to go out and open a new office out west, possibly.
Oh, nice.
Oh.
Whereabouts would that
That's
be?
up in the air. Yeah. Outside San Francisco.
Oh, wow. Okay, so like you're going
not sure
really
about
out west.
Yeah. It might be temporary, but we'll see. I mean, everything's up in the air. I got to see what happens this week at work.
Gotcha.
But other than that, yeah, I mean, looking forward to fishing a lot more national tournaments and obviously KFL and as many as I can moving forward.
Yeah. Well, you are just listening to the events that you're fishing. You are a Route 95 warrior right now.
Yeah.
Which living on 95 where I do, and where the shop is located, obviously, that is never a fun time for traffic. So, God love you, man.
Yeah. Well, it's a lot of fun. So, I appreciate it.
But you're getting out there. You're leaving at 3:00 in the morning to go travel, or you're not trying to go when all the rest of the yahoos are usually on 95. So that is a help. But
yeah, it is.
Especially 95 through Connecticut is just, I think it's the absolute worst.
It really is. It's not fun.
And if you
Anyone as well.
Right.
Yeah.
So, well, awesome. It's I'm glad to see, that you guys are having fun. You guys are definitely coming together as a team. You can see the teamwork. You can see, how well you guys are working together on things. And, I love what you guys are bringing to the table.
Yeah, we appreciate that.
What do you, what lakes are you guys using as your home lakes for Rhode Island?
You know what? That's a good question for Greg. I think he knows more of those. I fish more the away games.
Gotcha. Okay.
So like That'll be a good question for Greg and Justin with Cass.
Okay.
I'm really not positive. I haven't fished a lot of those lakes. I mean, I fished Wardens with him a bunch and a couple others, but not a ton of them, to tell you the truth. It's a haul for me.
I'm
I'm
sure.
up by Springfield. Yeah, I'm up by Springfield, Mass. So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, you're up there now?
Yeah, I've been up there. So I'm like I'm in like the Windsor Locks area by
Oh, gotcha.
the airport, Bradley
Yep.
International Airport.
Yep.
Yeah.
I know it well. So
Yep.
awesome. Yeah, then you are doing that is a lot of travel.
It is. So that's in my car.
Yeah. That's yeah. So how's
Alright,
the
guys.
boat how's the boat treating you?
It's good. I need some help with the boondocks. It fell apart. So
Yeah.
I told Ted about it.
I know we're
He's
trying
ordering someone.
yeah, we're trying to get that worked out for you.
All right, perfect.
So we'll be in touch on that.
Sounds good.
All right. Well,
All right.
listen. Hey, we'll check back in later in the day and keep getting some numbers up on the board, and we look forward to getting a live update with you guys to see where you guys are, and if Greg gets the opportunity to hop on, we'd love to talk to him.
Yeah, I'll tell him. I'll tell him
All
a
right.
little bit.
All
I'll
right.
talk to you guys later. Thanks.
All right. Bye.
Bye.
All right. So let's go and we'll look at the updates.
Let's see. Let me give this a little refresh here.
Sure.
Sorry, I'm trying to plug in my headset here. We don't, I can still hear everybody at the end. All right. So no changes in this match for right now. Still waiting on some stuff to get uploaded. Oh, look at that. Greg's got a fish right there. Well, it's gone now. Couldn't even. There we go. Guy in the net. It's going to get ready to. Oh, look at this. Live view. Right here from Greg.
Oh. We're watching you, Greg.
I'm going to mute him really quick.
Yep.
Because he is, I believe Greg is currently using the same phone to upload to Fishing Chaos at the moment and take his pictures, which is fine. So the leaderboard should get an update here shortly for this match. It means the Rebels should have another fish or two coming in. We do know Justin Gallo's got a few on the board as well. So other than that, the Maulers
this game, this Maniacs Rebels game is a lot closer than what the scoreboard's indicating. These guys
100%.
just haven't gotten the opportunity to upload some fish yet. So
100%. Yeah. So this Mauler's Bay State. Do you know where are they fishing? Well, obviously they're fishing in Massachusetts. They're both from Massachusetts. That was about to be a dumb question to ask.
They are. I believe that they are on the Charles River.
Okay. All right.
Which is a fishery that both teams know very, very well.
Okay.
And being both of those teams are actually, kind of close to each other out that way.
Yeah.
So
100%. That one's pretty close. Let's see what else we got going on. This Delaware Dune, we haven't seen much of a change here going on. Solid fish being put up though across the board.
Yep.
I mean, it's a 40-inch difference almost. Actually a little over, but
43.
not. Yeah, but I mean they've only got 5 bass put in for 86 inches. That's not a bad start to the day for the bronze backs, and the Doom at 129 with almost 8 fish in now. 8 fish. So I mean, it's not as far off as it really seems.
Right. 315s, that's 45 inches right there, and we're back in it.
Exactly. So the bronze backs, they're really not that far out. They just need to put a few more fish on the board.
Right.
They don't even really need they don't even really need huge length to get caught up. They just need to put some more fish up.
Right. And they are fishing the Susquehanna. So
yeah, there's
I'm,
going to be more big fish that are going to come in.
I'm
so.
not sure what section of the Susquehanna that they're fishing. I don't know exactly where they're located.
Yeah.
But I do know that they're fishing the Susky. So
All right, that's not too bad then.
And both teams are pretty familiar with that body of water, from what I understand.
This Hammers matchup and the Knights. Still only the Hammers on the board.
Yeah.
Only one fish at 14 3/4. This match is getting crazy though. Look at this.
Wow.
Within 4 inches now. Oh. Lance Smith. Let's see. Hang on just a second here. Yeah, this Privateers and Lunkers game. I mean, 4 inches. Both teams only having, both over 100 inches with only 6 fish.
Gotcha.
That's crazy. 6 fish over 100 inches. I mean, up until just a little bit ago, about 15 minutes ago, the smallest bass that Norfolk had was 17 inches, or 18, I should say. So that one's getting really close. What else do we have going on here? Other than that, matches are getting pretty close. The Hogs and Outlaws is getting that's getting underway now pretty good too. 63.5 to 16.25. All right. But yeah, back to Rebels and Maniacs. I mean, and just like that, Justin's got a 15 that he's put in. This is a nice little 15. It's chunky.
Yeah.
It's a chunky little largemouth there. And Neil still got his 2 on the board otherwise. So we'll see what else is going to come up here before too long.
Hey, why don't we pop in Lance? He's the broadcaster for the Rebels.
Excellent.
And,
let's add him in.
Yeah, let's add him in. And
Lance, how are you?
Oh, lovely this morning. How about yourself?
Can't complain.
good morning, Lance.
Good morning. Good morning.
It's nice to meet you. I'm Lauren, and this is Derek.
Hey, Lauren. Morning, Lauren. Morning, Derek. How are you?
Good. How are
Good.
you?
Oh, loving it up here in the great state of Maine.
There you go.
Now, whereabouts are you staying?
Right now, we're in Naples.
Okay. Oh, Justin Lacosse's hometown, correct?
Yes. He
Okay.
is my son.
Oh, okay. Awesome.
So
Awesome.
we came up for the weekend anyway, and we'll swing by. We'll probably be at the ramp when they come out.
Excellent.
Nice. So how did they rope you into becoming a broadcaster for them?
Kind of an emergency situation.
Hey,
There you go.
kind of like Derek and I.
Yeah, they kind of said, well, oh, shoot, we need a broadcaster. Do we know anybody who wants to do it? And then Justin and John approached me, and I said, sure, why not?
There you go.
Sure, why
There
not?
you go. That's kind of why Derek and I are here today. Jason didn't have anybody for his team, and I do the KFL. I do the national broadcast with Greg and stuff like that. So I was like, yeah, we'll cover you. We got you. So, well, welcome. Is this your official broadcasting debut?
No, I've done one match. Was the first one against Granite State.
Oh, okay.
I did that
All right.
kickoff one against Granite State, and then they've been away ever since.
Awesome.
So I haven't had to do any more. I think I got another one in 3 weeks.
There you go.
I think it is.
There you go. That's
Matter
awesome.
of fact, I think the next one is the next one is the Maulers home match.
Okay. Oh, that'll be a good one.
Yeah.
That one's
Always
gonna
is.
That one's going to be a grudge match again.
Again, yeah.
Again.
That doesn't necessarily mean a bad thing, but
No,
yes,
no,
that'd
no.
be true.
That's just it's always a good matchup between those two teams. And that's one of the things that we were talking about. I think the reality is that between any of the Northeast teams, it's always a good matchup.
Yeah, it is.
These guys, these anglers up here are familiar with each other. They all fish a lot of the same bodies of water because there's big bodies of water, and it doesn't take hours. I mean, it takes hours, but it doesn't take, like a day to, to get from one state to another, to
Right.
get from one big fishery to another,
Right.
So you have the opportunity to go and fish a lot of bodies of water in close proximity. So, a lot of these guys fish all over New England because it's feasible.
Yeah, and they all knowing each other the way they do. A lot of them have a love-hate relationship.
Yes.
100%. 100%.
They love to hate each other.
Yeah.
Yep.
And you're right, they do. And they take that to the water, and when they get off the water, 99% of the time it stays on the water, and then they're having beers or whatever afterwards.
They have a good respect for each other.
They do.
They have
They
good
do.
respect for each other in the end. But
Yep.
when it's time to fish, it's time to fish, and they strongly dislike each other on the water.
Yeah.
It's a good motivating factor.
That's for sure. That's for sure.
So how are your guys feeling today? How's the team feeling?
Well, last time I talked to them was last night, and they were feeling pretty well. They're
Good.
feeling pretty well. They had some good food, so they kind of relaxed a little bit and set up their camp, and they're ready to roll.
Good.
It's not a bad deal then.
No.
No, not at all.
We talked to Justin Gallo earlier, and he's put up a couple of fish, and he said he's feeling pretty good with things. We've tried to get a hold of Greg, but Greg has no audio right now, so he can hear us, but we can't hear Greg. And so we have not seen your son yet. He has not popped into the stream, so I'm hoping that he will get the
his service
chance.
is horrible.
Yeah. We know that if they're up at I think it's the north end of the lake,
Especially the north end.
the north end, it starts getting bad. So
Yeah.
if they're fishing up that end, then we know that, we probably won't hear from them. So, but he's been, him, I call them the J twins. The two of them have just been fishing phenomenal.
Yeah.
Justin, what he did up at, Hobie BOS, he did a great job up there. It was
He did.
so.
I was really, really, really proud and really happy of his performance up there. He was Winnie was not always his best friend.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, and we saw him over the winter at trade shows and stuff like that. We were at a bunch of trade shows together, and we had some conversations with him, and and he was going through a bit of a rough patch. He was frustrated with how he ended his fishing last season. He was excited to get back on the water, and he was, looking to improve from the way that he was fishing last year. And it's phenomenal to see him pulling that all together, and things are moving in the direction that he wants. And I'm really, really thrilled for him.
Yeah, I am. I told him, I said that most of, I think, to a certain extent, he's, as with a lot of people, his mind can be his own worst enemy. Yep. So if he stays out of it and just goes with his gut and does what he feels is right, then you can't blame anything. Then it's the game of chance of fishing.
Right.
100%.
But I tell him every week, just relax, stay out of your head, fish your game. That's it. Fish hard, fish clean, and don't think. Just do.
100%. The
Right.
biggest thing with a lot of this stuff, and I was talking with Jason Gardner about this before, is the biggest hurdles for a lot of these guys is just the mental aspect of fishing and trying to make sure that you've got your stuff dialed in where you're just fishing. You're not thinking as much. You're just doing what you need to do, and you're putting fish on the board and getting it done.
Right.
Speaking of getting fish on the board, though, we do have an update to our scoreboard for here. Neil Raposa just put in a few moments ago an 18 1/4 largemouth, which puts Rhode Island just a few inches behind Maine. But as we know, not every single person has submitted all of their fish thus far. So we do have some updates that will come along, but this is right now the lunker for this matchup so far at 18 1/4. So it's getting closer and closer. I'm sure we'll continue to see more fish start to come in, especially as more people have service. But welcome, Greg. How are you?
I'm expecting that 2:33 o'clock rush. The 2:33 o'clock rush.
Yeah.
We're trying to avoid that today, Lance.
Can we just call it the main lack of service sandbag?
I know. When I was talking to Jason earlier, Jason and Justin Gallo actually earlier, they were both saying that service is spotty, but they will do their best to. We know that there's fish out there, so when we talk to them, they're at least letting us know that there's more fish out there, so that we can at least, even though if it's not on the board, we at least have a better idea of what the scores are, so we can at least communicate that to people. And joining us, we have the commissioner himself. Good morning, Greg. We can't hear you. We can't hear you.
Oh, no audio from Greg.
Hold on.
You'll have to use sign language.
Oh no, don't do that. Still no
testing
sound.
1 2.
Yeah, there we go.
There we go. I had to switch over to the AirPods. Sorry, y'all.
That's all right. Hey, look at you at your campground.
I know. I'm. It's redneck palooza out here. Let me just tell you.
Did you safely stow the clubs for today?
The clubs are up. We're good.
All right, good.
There's nobody harmed in the filming of this particular production.
Greg and I were speaking last night, and Greg told me of a very serious incident that he had on the golf course yesterday afternoon that was not good, and it was
no,
and it was the only thing I could say is Happy Gilmore and Bob Barker.
What Lauren's trying to say, I had to whip some old man's ass last night. Yeah, it was the kind of like the mother hen protecting their gooselings, man. It was just one of those things. I had to, this guy just got out of control, and I had to take matters in my own hands, DC style, man. It is what it is,
So
yeah,
that's funny.
The Department of Defense had to come out, man. That's exactly what happened. So,
yeah, you've got them following you around these days when you try to go fish. You got helicopters following you.
I know.
What was up with that?
Yeah, I mean, that was it was a fun thing, and we were sitting there fishing at Kenansville, and I was with Doug Wilson. I said, Doug, are they spraying? What are they doing, man? They're awfully low. And they're like, oh, they're just doing these like training events. And dude, like straight up, like we were going to this other lake, and I was passing through, and this guy was like cock blocking us with a helicopter. I was like, that ain't gonna happen, man. I'm like, look, I don't care who you are, what you're trying to do, man. I'm going to that ramp no matter what's gonna happen. And he was like up and down, and doing his thing. And then Doug was like, I'm a Canadian, man. I don't care about these guys, and just went around. And so it was pretty intense there, man. I was like, I had no idea what they were doing, but they were just doing drop hook and landing exercises there. and they just happened to use the area where we were trying to get to the ramp, and I was like, "All right, boys, you do your thing. I'm doing mine, man." So
There
it was
you
pretty
go.
cool.
There you
Yeah, it
go.
was pretty cool. Yeah. So
What a wild morning we are having.
I tell you what, man, I have I've seen some of these scores, and the game in Virginia right now, the Norfolk Privateers and Lunker's
That
game,
one's crazy.
It's
Look at
crazy.
this. Look at
they're
this.
they're averaging like 19 inches a piece. It's insane
It's
what's
crazy.
going on.
It's
I told-
crazy.
I popped on their game, and I'm like, you guys are winless. You guys don't deserve fish like this.
I mean, they just popped in. The privateers just popped in another 20.
know.
Literally like 5 minutes ago.
They're
When your smallest
smoking
fish
them
is a
down
17, like this is absurd.
Greg, where
I'm
are they
telling you.
fishing?
They're fishing what's called Western Branches in Suffolk, and I'm telling you guys, look, Virginia gets crapped on about the quality of fish that we have. There's some fish down there, man. I mean, there's some fish in Virginia,
Obviously.
and
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, the James River, the Chickahominy, are special places, and it fishes just like the southern areas like Caddo and all these other places, and like you have the cypress trees and all that stuff has a river system, and so like a lot of these guys in Virginia are tearing up. I mean, literally tearing up leagues right now. I mean, yeah, Justin Largan, who is winning just about everything he touches, and then you've got Ewing Minor, obviously Jody Queen, all these guys. Virginia has
That's the Tennessee team.
Well, Jody's from Virginia, though. He's from
Virginia,
Western
right, yeah.
Virginia. Yeah, West Virginia, Western Virginia, kind of around that area. But and then you got guys that the New River runs through Virginia. There's so many diverse waters that we fish. We see everything. And so like going away and fishing bigger reservoirs, or going around fishing rivers, or going around fishing grass lakes down here in Florida, we see it. So Virginia's catching fire right now. Now, not so much on Beaver Dam. The Reapers game, it's not catching fire yet. But those fish will school out in the middle of the lake, and they'll catch fire.
Okay.
Yeah, right now the Reapers in casters right now. Casters are the only ones on the board with the 16 3/4. So
there is an 18. There is an 18. I do know Justin Curtis has an 18 for the Reapers. He's having trouble uploading right now. Service issues, but
Yep.
Yeah. I was listening to your conversation with Jason Gardner. I was cracking up, man, because I was walking on the dog, and the guy, where's he at, man? He's a comic.
Oh, I love talking with Jason.
Yeah. He probably based on where he's at, he was starting to get spotty signals. So I have a feling he was cruising more towards the north end of the lake. I know that he said he was where he was at. He was going to move. It actually looks, what's funny is it looks like Greg has now moved into the spot that Jason.
They're at least near they're close enough to each other.
Close enough. Yeah. Looking at the landscape, it kind of looks like Greg has moved into kind of the area that Jason was in.
So you're saying Greg is following Jason?
There's a potential for it. There's a potential.
And what Greg and
I
what
thought only
Jason,
happens at Pennsylvania.
Yeah. Well, it was funny because what Jason was saying is, because this lake, I was trying to find out from him how big the lake is, and he said it's only about like 8 miles long.
No, I just measured it. It's only 2 miles long. It's small. It's only like 2.5 miles long.
Small lake.
And going across, it's only like 3,200 feet wide at like its widest point. It's a small body of water.
Wow. That is
so so they can see each other pretty much wherever they are. So he can tell where there's people at. But they said that what Jason said was probably around 10 o'clock is when the boat traffic will kick in. Once the boat traffic kicks in, then that's going to change everything on the lake. So, but
yeah, it's been an interesting morning. We've tried to play some of these matches by ear because we've had some weather roll in. In the Tennessee game, That's an afternoon game, so they're looking to go maybe 2 to 9 tonight because
Oh,
of
wow.
the afternoon storms.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's just fine, which is fine. We can do that. You know, as long as there's light, we're good with it.
We
and
have the
then
technology.
We have technology. Yeah, we can make decisions. We don't have to have a committee to make decisions like that. So
Right.
and then we have another situation in Arkansas. They started early at 5:30 because of the heat index was supposed to be 109 degrees today. So you know, we want to make sure these anglers are fine. And so yeah, we've had situations too where, you know, like in Pennsylvania, there's a co-angler event going on right now. So they're kind of double teaming like we did at Champlain. So that started
Yep.
at 5:30 this morning as well. Again, we're very flexible, you know, when it comes to stuff like that. You know, we're not gonna,
Yeah.
you know,
Hold you to a strict
we've got all
to
day.
2.
No. We're good. We prefer 6 to 1, but it's okay. We're good with all that. But had a DQ an angler this morning, unfortunately, for not wearing a PFD during fishing. So that's not good. Yeah, I mean,
how does that look? We're in week 4. We're in week
yeah,
4. How
you
does
know,
that
I get
happen?
it. I get it. You know what? You get so just amped up, and you just try to do your checklist in the head, but the adrenaline and the testosterone kicks in, and you just go numb. You just go stupid, and you know, it happens. I hate it, man. But it's one thing. Look, it's one thing to launch, but it's another thing. Lines in, take 10 casts, and then your opponent sees that you don't have a PFD on.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, it's your day's done. I mean, that's just the way it has to happen. You know.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is, that would happen in any other, you know, tournament at the same time, you know, and it's one of those things. I think for some of these guys, they spend so much time on the water that you kind of forget that you even have it on, you know, especially if you have an inflatable, you know what I mean? Like they're so lightweight and everything else. It's one of those things that like you throw it in the kayak, you go and you launch, especially if you're running a little behind in the morning, you're trying to get somewhere, you don't notice that you don't have it on. And the next thing you know, you're like, you know, somebody's going saying, you know, you don't got it on. It happens.
I mean,
you know,
I feel naked. I feel naked if I
I
don't have mine. I mean, you know, because I have my phone. I've got all the stuff I use.
Same way.
You know, it's just this doesn't feel right without launching with it. So, but you know, it is what it is. Lesson learned. You know, no one's perfect by any means, but you know, this is the second time this year I've had to do it. It's not the first time. You know, first game I had to do it too, and
all right, first game
you'll never forget.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
You'll make that mistake once and then not again.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well,
it's all good.
I got a big update here coming from Bay State and the Maulers.
Let's go. Show it up, man. Show it up. That's what you got.
Maulers are just coming in big all of a sudden.
Man,
Ken has put up. Yeah. So Ken has put in a 17.5. So has Matthew Conant. And they just put in a 14 as well from Ken. So, you know, they're starting to find a couple fish. I think in the last 15 minutes, you know, they've put in another 2 bass, and they've put in 3 in the last 15 minutes or so. So that's good from a mix of people. And then the other one,
all of their anglers are now on the board, correct? In that game? Yeah.
Yeah. And then the privateers just keep throwing them in. I mean, it's insane. Absolutely insane.
We could see a 190 bag out of this one today.
Yep.
Yeah.
190, 195.
The crazy part to me is, I mean, you have what, 6
320s on the board between 2 teams. Yeah.
320s and 6 fish over 19, and it's only 8:30 in the morning.
Yeah.
It's only 8, like it's still early on. And it's funny too. I mean, this is a big bass, but I mean, it's not huge. It's a long fish for a 22
it's a good kayak bass.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a good kayak bass. One thing about Western Branch in the morning, and it's like this all day. It's a awesome topwater lake. Those fish are super aggressive topwater, and those boys are having some fun down there. They're having a lot of fun, and this is a beautiful KFL game going on right now.
Yeah. I mean, you can't beat it. Big fish coming in. And I mean, I'll take quality like this over, you know, a bunch of 16s coming in all day long. I mean, this is good. I mean, I can't imagine sitting there and, you got the fact that these guys got 6 fish in and they're 110 inches.
Right.
It's just going to keep going up. So that's phenomenal for them. I'm super happy that they're able to get that going. So, and then this Delaware Doom match, I mean, that one's been steady. Casually just adding a few more. Yeah.
I'll tell you, J.R. Rents is throwing up some quality fish. I was watching that game too, and these boys are, shallow, very shallow water. So they're getting out of their kayaks, they're dragging their kayaks, they're fishing beside their kayaks. They're towing, their kayaks and just kind of wading down the river a little bit. But Mark McComber had a really good fish for a smallmouth, almost 21 inches there. So I've been watching that too. I've been kind of just scrolling through the league, watching some games, guys. I mean, look, I'm gonna be honest with you. One of the things that's so cool is being able to go to KFL app, and I've got all the games right here. I can just scroll through, man. It's so freaking cool, man. It really is. Yeah, it's just so fun.
It is. We had, this is our first time, obviously, broadcasting, behind the scenes for any of the teams, so it was trying to make sure that we had everything. And, like I was talking to you about last night, making sure that we had everything and we were getting everything lined up and doing what we were supposed to do. But we've been having a blast doing this.
It's been great.
This is just, it's fun. It's fun to watch these guys fish, and I wish we had more guys in the room to be able to watch them fish. Right now Greg's the only one we've got. But they're all in different places, and but
it's like I look at the thumbnail for the for that Maulers and Bay State Attack game, and it looks like they've got like 9 people in there right now. I think John's doing their commentary for them.
Gotcha.
And John Ferreira. And what do I see that doesn't surprise me? Ken Wood with the mismatched athletic shorts. The Ken special,
right? I bust on Ken all the time. I sit there and I go, dude, get out the Granimal tags for Pete's sakes. I'm like,
I mean, they're not too bad. They're black, white, and red, so it goes.
Oh, those are his go-to shorts.
Yeah,
those are his lucky shorts.
I know.
So
it seems to be.
It works
for him so far. So hey, can't knock it. That's for sure.
So, Greg, how are the rest of the teams feeling as far as after the break, and what's the feedback that you're getting from these other teams?
It was a much needed break. There's a lot of chatter out there. I mean, I've been watching some of these people, that are not with the KFL trying to comment about the break, and like there's loss of momentum. And no, there's not, man. If you're not in the KFL, you understand the break was huge for a lot of teams. I mean, it's just we're not going to fish during the July 4th weekend. We have these planned breaks because of events that are going on, through the KFL season. So. To me, I'll be honest with you. I mean, like for the Warhawks, we wanted that break. We needed the break. I mean, even from the admin side, we needed the break. I think you can burn a lot of these anglers out, and we've stretched it out over a period of time because I mean, they're not just fishing KFL; they're fishing all these other series and like Hobie, KBF and their local trails. You can burn these guys out really quickly, and I thought it was a much needed break. There's no loss of momentum. I mean, I've seen just as much. I'm just as amped up today, watching this and excited. I got up at 4:00 in the morning. Can't wait to see this action. So I wish I was fishing, but to watch this action, I'm just as excited today as I was in week 1. So it's just fun, man. It's just fun watching these guys. So I mean, and again, we have some like week 4 is here, then we stop again next week, and then we go on to the 23rd. And so anyway, it's just how things work out. So I'm sorry, we fish next week, and then we have a 23rd pause, and we fish again on the 30th. So
30th,
but yeah, I mean, that's this is how it works out. So
cool.
Yeah, I think for a lot of these guys too. I mean, especially some of your teams, like I look at Detroit. some of the travel that they got to do and everything,
Right.
taking a couple weeks off, giving them a break and giving them the
Yeah.
opportunity to just kind of regroup, especially for a couple of these teams that are 0-3 too, taking a little bit of time
Yeah.
off, just kind of listen, take a break. Sometimes one of the best things you can do for yourself in sports is take a week or two off from it, and you come back fresh. And fishing's the same way. Sometimes you just get so into your own head about everything that's going on, especially if you have a couple bad outings and stuff like that, and you just need to take a couple days, a week or two, reset and come back. And then it's the first day you get back out, you get on a couple fish, and it's like your whole season can change just from that. So for a lot of these teams, I think, especially those who are going into these big matches like the Maulers, and the other guys who are 0-3, and it's somebody's going to win out of today and no longer be winless.
Right.
Having that break going into that, so I think it's big for their mental health, and kind of confidence going in, saying, all right, reset, I've got a couple weeks to prepare for this, and you focus in on it, and then you make it happen on the one day in.
It gives the teams a sense of the ability to breathe and go back and say, okay, what have we done right? What have we done wrong? So that they can make the adjustments, and they don't have to try and make that adjustment with 2 days worth of notice. They're giving themselves a chance to actually digest the information that they've seen, so that they can make some intelligent choices to be able to put their teams back in better places. And it's going to be interesting to see who rose to that challenge this week, of the teams that aren't that are sitting in the lower half of their divisions. Who will be able to tell who did their homework and who put the time in, and who is making the adjustments that they need in order to be successful.
Listen,
it could be real good for the teams that are not doing so well, so they can kind of regroup. But it could also be the opposite for the teams that are doing well, because again, momentum and confidence does carry week to week to week, and that pause could be detrimental. Now, I mean, look, Granite State's 3-0. They're also having a bye week this week as well, so they're not going to be on the water for almost a month. Are they going to be able to sustain their awesome fishing that they've done so far? Could they take their first loss after coming after a bye? I mean, it's a real thing. You know what I mean?
Right.
But that's just part of it. You know what I mean? You got to rise up to the occasion. You know what I mean?
But those guys have also been fishing. It isn't like they took a month off and didn't fish. Right. They've all been fishing other stuff, and they've been fishing big stuff.
And doing well.
Yeah. So they're keeping that self-confidence going.
Listen, if anybody's going to sit there and tell you that the break wasn't needed, look at the privateers that are 186 and a quarter inches now. They just hit their limit, and they're at 186 inches, with Wyatt Novak putting in a 21 and a half.
Freaking solid.
So I mean,
is 22 and a quarter still our biggest fish of the day?
Sure is, and it's in this match too.
Yep.
So, but I mean, this is two teams that really needed a break, and I mean, there's a 3 fish difference. We're at almost a 50-inch difference between the two teams, but it's still super early. I mean, to be at a limit in almost 100.
But here's the thing: that is a 60. It's a 60-inch difference that you got going right now, right?
Yeah.
Based on what these guys are pulling up, I mean, the average size that they're pulling up of 18 inches, 3 more fish puts them within 6, and they're within 6 inches.
3 fish and a cull, and you're looking really good.
I mean,
Tar Heel's in trouble though. I mean, look, you do have a 22 on the board from Dontrell, but they need to. They need at least another 20 or so to get. Look at those top 3 fish that they've got, man.
A 21, 20, and a 220s.
The top 4 fish. I mean,
yeah.
So I mean, those boys need to find bigger fish quick, because this day is going to go by really, really quick. The fishing will shut down out of there. They're not going to be throwing up those tanks all day. They will shut down. But Norfolk really, really came to town today, man. What a bag. 186 and a quarter.
It's absolutely crazy. Outside of that, I mean, we still haven't seen much change in our match here between the Rebels and the Maniacs, but
well, we know that there's stuff that's got to be put up. So
But I mean, even to do them in the bronze backs, I mean, they keep adding more and more. Got a 19.5 that came in.
so hey, Greg, I know these guys are fishing on the Susky
Mhm.
for that game. Now, are they fishing a particular region of the Susky, or are they limited to the region, or do they have the ability to go? I mean,
Yes. So the home team sets the boundaries of where they can
okay,
fish, and I don't know what specifically the boundaries are. It's a really long stretch. And most of them are fishing around that Harrisonburg area. So,
okay,
but yeah, that's pretty much what it is. And yeah, yep,
okay. I know the Susky. I grew up on it.
yeah. Well, there you go.
Oh, and just as I said that, Maniacs putting it in 18.5. Let's see what we got here.
There you go.
Jason Gardner. It's an
Nice.
18.5. Nice little small. It's a nice fish. It's good. I know he had found a little school of bait that he was working on before. So before we lost him, but I'm sure they're more than happy with that. But I know that Rhode Island definitely has a couple of fish that they haven't put in. I'm sure Maine doesn't either. So trying to figure out where we're really at. I don't take that 101.5 to 66.5 as being the true case of what we have going on here. I think it's going to be a lot closer than we think it really is.
Yeah. Well, guys, I got another situation I got to go take care of. So
Sounds good.
I'll catch you guys on the main broadcast.
Sounds good. We'll see you
anyway,
at.
guys, have a great one.
Thanks.
You
I'll see you
too.
at 11.
See ya. Bye.
Bye.
When is that the main one? 11-1?
11-1. Yeah.
Cool.
From what
And then
Greg.
This goes till the matches are 6-1. I always forget that they're 7 hours, they're not 8.
Yeah. 6-1, and then
2 to 7.
Well,
noon to 7 or whatever.
Noon to 7 on the other ones, but it looks like the Tennessee game is now going to go later.
Yeah, 2 to 9. That's going to be a. Well, I guess it depends on time zones of where they're going to be. But if they're starting 2 o'clock their time, that's going to be late.
Right.
It's like 3 o'clock start time, which isn't terrible, but
no,
it's not too bad.
Nope. I'm watching Greg. He looks. I don't know if, from what I've seen, I'm not sure Greg's gotten anything yet today, or if he did, it wasn't a keeper.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, it's been a little slow roll throughout.
Yeah. He looks like he's back in some calmer water, though.
Yeah, I can't tell if it's actually calm or if that's because his thing is so intermittent that we can't tell.
Can't tell.
Yeah. Oh man, dear Lord. Palmetto Punishers coming out. We got 5 fish already against the Kingfishers, but
oh really?
Yeah, Kingfishers only have 2 fish. Punishers have 5. Punishers are up 79.5 to 35.5.
Okay.
So I don't know. We'll have to see what happens, but
that's a big game for Palmetto today.
Yeah, well, and I hate to say it, but I feel like every game right now is really big for the Kingfishers. They're undefeated, you know, and I mean, I will give that division credit. Nobody is winless in that division. Everybody's got at least 1 win. But
correct.
But
is this a
divisional match? Yeah,
a divisional match.
Yeah. The thing that's tough about
big.
it, right? The thing that's difficult about it though is Palmetto is 1 in all of their games so far have been divisional, so they're 1-2 in the division.
Yep.
But they're 1-2 overall. But the Coosa Kingfishers are 3-0, and they're the only ones who are 3-0 in their division.
Granite State.
No, in their division.
Okay.
They're in the South.
Right.
granted, I know I'm saying that
Oh,
the
gotcha.
Kingfishers are the only ones in
Okay.
their division who are 3-0.
Oh, gotcha.
In the Southeast.
In their okay.
Yeah, within their division, the Southeast. So they, if they lose to Palmetto, it's great. It's good for Palmetto. It'll push them up into second or third, hopefully, depending on what happens with the other teams. But Coosa getting their first loss, that's, not saying that that's what's going to happen, but if they get one, it's going to definitely change the tone, I'm sure, a little bit compared to them being 3-0 going into today. So, and I believe that I don't know who's home on that one. Or I think that Coosa's home as well on that. So,
Who's second team?
the Kingfishers.
Yeah, so it's a home game for the Kingfishers.
Yeah.
So, yeah, which would be a huge upset. So that if
Right.
You got an away team coming into your home body of water.
Exactly.
And that was one of the things that we've been talking about is the difference between, the North and the South, where they're really in the North, there really isn't necessarily a home field advantage.
I think the only people who have a home field advantage in the North or really have a disadvantage really for traveling on the road, I would say, are the Connecticut guys. And the only reason I say that is because Connecticut, they don't have their only real smallmouth fisheries are super large bodies of water. So when they're going up to Maine and, going say like what's going on here today, where a lot of these guys are picking out large smallmouth, we don't Connecticut doesn't have a ton of that kind of fishing style, so granted, when they go on the road and fish some other places, they're getting exposure to that. But I mean, fishing up at Champlain and fishing up in Maine and in, New Hampshire, you're going to get it's just the style of fishing that you're going to have to do, especially if it is a smallmouth fishery. There's not a lot of that in Connecticut that they get, a lot of exposure to that too. And I think same with Connecticut, like if they go to Pennsylvania and say they have to go fish, say like the Susquehanna, that's tough for them too. Cause Connecticut, you have the Connecticut River, but it doesn't get fished nearly the same way. So, I mean, granted, these guys have gone and done a lot of traveling, and they that team for the most part is traveled enough to do some of that. But, these guys that are fishing from Maine coming down to fish in Connecticut, say for largemouth and smallmouth, it's not much different for them, it's.
But I think that when you look at the teams, okay, Maine, New Hampshire, both Massachusetts teams, even the Rhode Island team, right?
Yep.
Those 5 teams, because they fish Massachusetts, New Hampshire, Vermont, Maine on such a regular basis, and all those bodies of waters, because they're so close.
100%.
There is no home field advantage in those bodies of water. I think Connecticut does get a home field advantage, especially if they're fishing out of Candlewood, because a lot of these anglers don't come down to Candlewood.
That's fair. I think it's more.
I think it's the same thing. Like when you go out to New York, you start fishing the Finger Lakes, right? A lot of these guys from the Northeast aren't traveling. They might go once a year, like with the VEKF, or they might go once a year for whatever. If KBF is having an event out there, or there's a big event out there, but most of them aren't traveling there. Same thing with these guys going to Pennsylvania. So I think that when you look at the Northeast teams, that block of 5 Northeast teams, they don't really have a big, I don't think home field advantage plays in for them. I think where that falls in, where the home field advantage falls into, is when you start getting into that Piedmont division.
Yeah. Well, and the other thing too is, especially with, coming down and fishing Candlewood and stuff like that, is that in Connecticut, I think the other thing that's kind of tough for that Connecticut team traveling, and a bit so also for Rhode Island traveling, depending on where they're going and what bodies of water other anglers are picking, Connecticut doesn't have huge,
Correct.
expansive bodies of water. So I think it puts them at a little bit of a disadvantage. But when, I guess the good thing for Connecticut on the flip side is because Connecticut and Rhode Island don't have a ton of options for really large bodies of water, it either opens up the opportunity for them to get a little bit of home field advantage by picking a smaller body of water that they know really well, or one or two large bodies of water that like there's so much going on and they're so heavily pressured that the guys who are back home, who have that home, like the Connecticut, will use Candlewood or Lilinola, for example. Those guys fish it all the time. They know it really well, and they know how it handles with pressure. Whereas if you're coming down from Maine and you've never fished the place before, you can sit there and say, oh my God, this place looks good. This one, and this one, they all look good, but come to find out they're some of the heaviest hit parts of the entire place.
Correct.
And you spend your first 2 days of pre-fishing, it doesn't turn out well, or because it gets so hammered with tournaments after 2 days, a fish is completely different because there was 3 big boat tournaments. So I think it's
I mean, we know all the lakes in the Northeast get hammered with those big boat tournaments. We know that, it's just
to an extent of how bad is it gonna, what effect are you gonna see on all of it? And then the good thing is that for these guys to travel, and I think it's good and bad for these guys for their travel here in the Northeast, is that they're close enough that, okay, I only have to take 1 day off because I don't need to take a travel day. You know what I mean? So you only pre-fish for 1 day, where some of these guys who are taking multiple, down south where it's 8 hours, 9 hours for you to get somewhere, you're taking 2 days off. You get up, you leave the night before when you have the night off. These guys are taking 2 days to pre-fish and stuff like that. So that I think that plays into it too. But what we do,
I found it interesting what Greg was talking about, that there was a lot of talk of that taking those couple of weeks off, that it was going to hurt the momentum. And I'm sitting here and I'm thinking, and I'm like, no, these guys, they need that time. They need to reset but not only that, here's the difference between, if yes, we are modeled after the NFL. I mean, that was the format that Greg pulled up, and yes, some of these teams have been able to generate enough sponsorship and enough funds to be able to get themselves so that they have some stipends. But they aren't, no one yet.
They need a break from the financial burden of just going and traveling. They needed a break from traveling more than anything. Just
correct.
Get them out of the car, so they're not spending 2 days out of the week in the car just trying to go, not even fishing, just traveling.
Correct.
That's what they really need the break from.
Correct, and they need that opportunity, and I think that's smart in how Greg has set up the schedule this year, in order to allow for that. I mean, and it's also part of the reason why you have 8 anglers on. And that's the difference. You don't have a squad of 50 guys that are getting paid that this is what they do.
Yeah.
Every single one of these anglers all have this is their side hustle, if you will. I mean, it's not their livelihood.
It's not even their side hustle. This is just their passion.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like,
right.
Really, for these guys, it's not money unless they win at the end of the year.
Correct.
Correct. This is a true passion for fishing and wanting a real competitive aspect of fishing that's unlike any other, but also getting some of that team aspect built back into it that they normally don't get from regular, bass fishing.
Correct.
But we do have an update.
All right. Hit me. Well, no, don't, but
fair enough. We do have a 17.5 coming in from Justin Lacasse.
Nice.
So clearly he does not have good service down there because we had to do a low res upload, which is fine. Good thing is that's a good picture. You can definitely tell it crosses the 17 and a half.
Awesome.
So that should be good. No
That's
problems there.
Skinny little fish.
For 17 and a half, it's definitely on the it's a little bit on the
Okay.
thinner side, but it's not.
Jason's a big guy,
Yeah.
but his hands look like bear paws on that fish for it being a 17. That's why I'm saying that fish looks skinny.
In Justin's, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that
Yeah,
fish
well.
looks skinny.
Yeah. Yeah.
It needs to fatten up a little bit.
Yeah. So, but yeah. So it's in between two. It looks like we lost Greg. He finally got outside of his service zone.
Yep. So these guys have gone to the four corners of the lake.
Yeah, where there's no service, which will make for a it'll make for an interesting. See, I think the leaderboard's going to be the difficult part.
Yeah.
In seeing where we end up, say, come noon. You know what I mean?
Right.
And, I mean, the good thing is pretty much everybody from every team has uploaded a photo so far. So, and most of them have, I think Justin's is the first one that wasn't a low res, or that was a low res photo. So, I mean, there are fish. People do have some fish. They're hanging on to some, but at the same time, it seems like nobody has service also. So I don't know. We'll see what happens.
Yeah. But I mean, going back to that whole conversation, that's the frustrating point,
Right.
I get that, nobody has service in here right now. I mean, we don't have an angler on,
Yep.
but knowing that there's fish out there, actually, let's see if we can text them and find out if at least give us an idea of what they haven't.
Good luck. Good luck. Yeah, it'll be
We'll see what kind of response we get. I feel bad. This would be a great,
who's in this. I think it's just there's only 4 of us in there. It's just Jason, which he's done it.
I think he put all of us in there. I think
there's
Tim,
only 4 of us.
Brady.
I don't think so. Yeah, there's only a handful of us. It's
Should
just
only be 6.
Oh, it's just the I thought
It's just the Maulers. No, it's just the Maulers.
The Maniacs.
Or yeah, sorry.
Yeah. Well, let's see. Let's do a quick refresh over here. We can see what else is going on. Seeing as our guys are all serviceless. This Maulers game's getting good. I mean, a couple other small little fish, but Bay State's they're starting to fall behind a little bit,
So who's putting up fish for Bay State right now?
For Bay State, hang on one second. Morning Slay Nation. Right now the score is 101.5 to 84 with the Maniacs in the lead. We do know that they are having some service issues out there on the water, which is why we don't have any anglers in here at the moment. They also we know some of them are having a little bit of trouble uploading some photos. We did just get one low res image that just came in from Justin Lacasse. But I mean, there's some good fish being put in. Been talking with Jason Gardner and a couple others this morning. They've been getting some bites. We think some people have some fish that they just haven't uploaded yet. So I think as the day goes on, it'll be interesting to see. But I think this 100, we're probably going to be looking at closer to probably one. Jason was thinking, if somebody can
gotta-
tweak out a personal 90-inch bag, that'd be a really good day for the day, just because this place does get pressured pretty good. So we're probably looking at like 160 to 175 is probably going to be
I think
where
so.
we'll top out at. But again, I mean, we're only 6 fish in for the Maniacs. They've broken 100 inches. And then for Rhode Island, they got 5 fish in for 84. So they still have half a bag to finish. So,
and that's the thing. That's a difference of a fish,
right. Yeah.
one 16-inch fish and, a 15-inch fish, which is the minimum, and they're within 2 inches. So, I mean, this it's just a matter of these guys got to find the fish and get them on the board.
Yeah. Once they do that, then I mean, it's really close. I know that they are preparing for some boat traffic to start coming and kicking up things here soon, because it does get the place they're fishing is not very big, and it does see a decent amount of wreck boat traffic. So once that kicks up, I know the wind was starting to pick up a little bit too. Not exactly the best place in the world to be fishing with the wind. In talking with Jason, just because it is a pretty narrow body of water and it's pretty long, so it does when 10-15 mile an hour winds definitely play more of a role than a gentle breeze on a lot of other bodies of water. So all in all, it'll be interesting to see what happens. But as we were talking about before, that Maulers game was getting close. Privateers, no real change in that match, but I mean, still 186.25 inches. It's still, I mean, it's crazy.
And they still haven't reached their limit, have they? Do the privateers have 10 fish?
Yeah, the privateers do. Yeah, they have a full bag now at 186. But I mean, like Greg was saying, I mean, the Tar Heels, they really they need to bump up their average. I mean, the fact that I mean, they have their top 5 fish from the other, from either breaking
Norfolk.
100 inches from the privateers with a 5 fish bag. I mean, right. It's absurd. Yeah. Jeez. So I mean, that's not too bad. The other one that I was interested in, this one's starting to close in a little bit, which is good. Punishers in the
Kusa's getting on the board. Good.
Yep. I got an 18. I mean, here's the thing. They're only
who's putting up for the Kusa?
Jordan Marshall, Coley McGowan. Yeah. So those two are putting up. I mean, the good thing is they only have 3 bass. They're 2 fish behind. They catch 2 more bass, and they're pretty much right in line with with them as well. So it's not, this game is tough.
Yeah.
That's
now in Indianapolis is undefeated, correct?
Let me see. No, they are 1-1.
Oh, 1-1. Okay.
Yep, and they're also 1-1 in the division, but the Hammers are 1-2. So this is kind of technically right now the Hammers are in last place in the division. And
that's right. This is the game that if Alabama wins, this ties them up in the division.
I think based on tiebreakers, if Alabama wins this, the Knights will fall into last place in their division, because I think head-to-head goes first for putting them up. But I also know right now Alabama has their differential, they're plus 27, while Indy is minus 12.25. So especially if so that I think that's the second tiebreaker is that differential that's there. So so it's going to be tight. The fact that you've got that, and then this Doom Bronzeback game, I mean, that's a tight one too. I mean,
that one's PA's finally getting some numbers on the board.
Yeah,
they're only a couple fish behind. I mean, and
they
are literally
2 fish behind.
2 fish.
2 fish behind. If they can pick up 2 fish, then they'll
go. I mean, because they got to be 15s.
14s.
14s. So
14s,
2, that
2 14s, and they're pretty much back in it. So it's across the board. It's getting close, and this match here is just it's gonna be tough to see what happens with when stuff gets submitted.
Yeah.
It's hard to really judge where they're at. I mean, when we talked with Justin Gallo, like an hour ago almost now? I mean, he said he had already had a couple fish. He just hadn't submitted them yet.
Right.
But he's only put one fish on the board so far. So it's, has he
Right.
had a couple of fish that were small and he only had the one? Or does he have multiple fish that he just still needs to actually upload?
Or
Don't
are
really know.
or are they talking to each other?
Oh,
And
right.
they
Exactly.
know what they've got, and Justin goes, I don't need to upload these because we're just going to call them out.
I mean, it's possible, but I mean, they only have 5 fish on the board. You might as
Correct.
well put them in. But I'm also wondering if, because we also had Jason in here, if they're trying to play some games and sit there and go, oh yeah, we got a couple fish, make them think
Right.
that they're on it, that
Right.
they're on it, not,
Right.
whether they actually are or not.
Right.
So,
Well, and we know that there's gamesmanship that goes on with this. That's part of the deal. But I just hope that we can get some get some
get some
numbers.
service back and get
Yeah.
get an angler or two back in here.
Come back to the middle of the lake, guys.
Yeah,
Come back
yeah.
from the dark side. This is where I feel bad because Jason did not leave me with any information on who the Maniac sponsors are for them. This would have been a great time to talk about all their different sponsors that they have.
Give me 1 second, because
All right.
not that they have an Instagram page, but I know Jason does have the Facebook page. I believe they hang on, I gotta find their thing here. I know the one thing that they did have that they do, one of their sponsors is Battle Baits.
Okay.
Jason, I love you to death, my guy, but you don't even have anything on your Facebook page. Give me 1 second. I'll pull up their stuff here.
All right. I know Northeast Graphics, I believe, is one of their sponsors, which is one of their fishing guys. That's Tim Spry.
Tim Spry.
And Tim is also doing all of the KFL merchandise for all the teams across the industry, across the league. So he's doing T-shirts and hats and shorts and sweatshirts, stickers. And he does graphic printing. He can meet all your needs. He does kayak wraps. We work with Tim and Northeast Graphics, that he provides us with all of our stickers for our kayaks. And they've been wonderful. So, and gets us all of our stickers for our EKF tournaments that we do that are so beloved and prized for people creating little honeycombs on their boats for participating in those tournaments. So Tim does a really good job, and we've been keeping him pretty busy as of late. So, but so thanks to Tim and for all the work that he's doing for the KFL in general, and getting us all in sweatshirts and T-shirts and specialty shirts. I know that Tim has a very creative mind. He is the one who came up with the goat logo for Derek Brundle and his adventure with the trophy that he found in the water that came out of the water, went back in the water, came out of the water, went back in the water. So it's it was Tim does a great job. So
yeah, I know they're also sponsored by Battle Baits. I've talked with Jason a lot about their products. A lot of high quality. I know they do a lot of like bladed spinner baits. I believe that they do a bladed jig, Ned rigs, all kinds of stuff. Basically anything, wire bait related, and even some jig stuff. I know Jason swears by this stuff. I know he's caught a couple fish on some stuff from him today. Small bait maker, really great dude. Helps support a lot of different individuals. But it's been
they support a couple of different. I know they support the main Yak Anglers
Yep.
League as well. I don't. They also are they doing Granite State too, or
I don't remember, to be honest with you.
so?
But yeah, they've got a couple different sponsors. I forget who else they're sponsored by.
They're sponsoring somebody else too.
Yeah.
So, which is great. You know, you love to see, you know, some of these smaller bait makers and stuff taking care of
Yeah.
their local guys in the area, that they're getting that local promotion. So that's wonderful.
Yeah. It's gonna keep growing and growing, and I think for a lot of these teams, getting sponsored by somebody that's a little bit on the smaller side like that kind of goes a long way, because I think they can get a little bit more out of it than if they're dealing with some of these larger companies. Man, nothing changing on the leaderboard for this one, though, I'll tell you. Yeah, I think that's kind of the situation we're going to be in for a little while on that one. But
Yep.
even still across the board, I mean, stuff's starting to slow. Things are definitely starting to slow down across the entire league. For the day, we have let's see, we have 97 anglers participating today, and there are 87 entries. So a couple matches still haven't started yet for the day. I don't know. The Tennessee one's the one that Greg said is starting super late today, right?
Yeah, that one's going to get pushed off due to weather.
Yeah, starting at 2:00 start time. Maybe be finishing up
Yeah.
at sunset. Which, hey,
Yeah. Which
You
could
wanna
make
know
for,
what?
could make for that can make for a really exciting end to that match, because
100%.
that bite
The
is going
bites-
to pick up.
Yeah, and I think for a lot of guys, especially if anybody's out there that's wanting to do some top water stuff, I mean, end of the day, stuff starts getting crazy. I mean, that could be,
Yeah,
it could be really good fishing depending on where they're at. So,
yeah. So, you know, just a quick rundown of who we actually have fishing for us today. For Maine, you've got Jason Gardner, you have Brady Olette, you have Keith Brown, and Tim Spry. These guys have all been fishing together for a little while. You know, Brady is probably the biggest unknown name in this group. As Jason was telling us earlier, you know, Brady's the one that when they go to matches, he's the one that everybody's trying to beat. You know, he said everybody's just coming in second to him. So you know, he's a quiet powerhouse. He knows how to fish. Doesn't like to put his numbers up.
yeah.
But then, you know, for Rhode Island, you've got Greg Kresnowicki. You got Jason Gallo, Jason Lacosta, and Neil Raposa, who today is making his KFL debut. So,
Excellent.
yeah. So, let's talk individual numbers.
Sure.
Let's talk individual numbers of. Let's talk these 8 anglers. How are they measuring up amongst each other? And
give me a second here.
sure,
I've got to pull them all up.
I'm going to eat some bacon while you do that.
Enjoy. So as of right now, for the Rhode Island Rebels, who's participating today, I believe that Justin Lacoste is currently ranked as their best angler. Greg. I believe Greg is.
Okay.
So Greg, for those that are competing today,
Yep.
Greg is their top ranked angler. He in week 1 put up 88 3/4 inches on his own. He didn't not compete week 2. I believe they actually had a bye week too.
I think so.
And then week 3, he put up 54 3/4 inches. So he has 143 and a half inches on the season, with an average of 71 and 3/4 inches. Neil Raposa, seeing as this is his first match, he doesn't have any stats yet, but
Yep.
he's having a good day so far. If I go over to my other side here, Neil has 51 and a half inches so far today, so it's a good start for him.
Wow. Okay.
It's still a little early. Justin Gallo, this is his second appearance for the Rebels. During week 3, he put up 37 and 3/4 inches. And then Justin Lacasse, week 3 was also his first appearance for the season, and he put up 52 inches. So for a lot of these guys, this is either their first or second match of the season, except for Greg. So these guys don't have a lot of stats on them yet this year.
Yep.
As a whole, the team, let's see here, for the Rhode Island Rebels, they're 1-1. They have 325 and a half inches for them this season. So Greg pretty much has half the team's points or inches right there for the season. So but he's also fished in all 3 events, so it's kind of to be expected, or at least in all of their events that they've had thus far. But if we look at the Maniacs, Jason, we'll start off with Jason Gardner. This is only Jason's second event of the season. He fished in the season opener, and he put up 61 and a quarter inches. I believe this is Keith Brown's
second.
This is Keith Brown's second. He also fished that season opener, putting up 18 inches. Now the man, the myth, the legend himself, Brady Ouellette, has fished one match so far, the season opener. 169 and 3/4 inches in that first match of the season. So Brady kind of carried the team in the first one, and Tim also only fished the first match of the season, where he put up 83 and 3/4 inches. So stats wise, this Granite State Sticks team, they have 528 and a quarter inches for them. It's been a team.
You mean Maine?
Did I say Granite State?
Yeah.
Sorry, Maniacs. Oh yeah, you're right. Sorry, wrong team. Helps if I read the right line. The Maniacs have 338 and 3/4 inches so far that they've put up on the season. Brady put up half of those in their first match of the season. They had a really good first match. Their second match, not bad. It was close, but not nearly as much points wise fishing. But I think almost their entire team has touched the water already this season.
I believe so.
I think there might be maybe one or
because John, Judy, Adam, and Chris
all fished the other one.
That second match.
Yeah.
So they've all touched the water now.
So it's, so they're splitting up the wealth a little bit, which is good. So we'll see what happens today. I mean, the guys are already at 101 and a half inches today. So,
and they are 1-1, right? Or they 1-2?
Yes, they are 1-1. They've had 2 matches so far this season.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, they had a week, bye week, second week, I think it was.
Yeah.
So.
Correct. So it's gonna be interesting to see what happens here in the Northeast, but all right.
And just by comparison, so like you were saying, Maine had total inches of 338, and did I hear you say that Granite State had 500 and change as
528 and a quarter through 3, but theirs is through 3 games. Theirs is through 3 games.
Okay.
So they have a game in hand.
Okay.
So with the game in hand, they have 190 more inches.
Yeah.
It's still a large.
Yeah.
That's one really, really good game.
Which
I think they put up in their last one. They put up a crazy.
Yeah, they were almost 180 plus, I think. Their last game.
When you've got Jake Kuklus at 272 inches himself so far this season,
Yeah.
and Jake Angelis at 237. The two of them together have over 500 inches just between the two of them.
And the wild card in there that nobody's talking about is Matt Lee,
Yeah, well,
because
it's
he's
kinda-
fished 1 or 2. He hasn't fished all of them. I think he's only done 2 matches so far.
Matt Lee, I
Sure.
don't think he's fished yet.
Yes, he has.
He's not on the spreadsheet of stats.
Oh.
So I don't know.
Hmm.
Yeah. So, because I mean, between both Jake squared, between
Right.
them, they have almost all of
We have
Granite
we have
State's.
we have the Flying Jays, Jake squared.
Well, with Jake and Jake, they have over 500 inches, and Granite State only has 528 inches.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
I think they've managed to call out a lot of
Right.
everybody else's fish. You know, people were putting fish on early, but these guys are just putting up big fish that are just dwarfing and overtaking. But
Yep.
I will be back in a moment. I need to plug in my headphones before they die. So
Okay.
I will be back in just a few moments.
Great. I will try to keep the airwaves
Have fun.
from going silent. So
Yeah. So give me just a few minutes.
all right. So our I see we got some people out there watching, which is great. Welcome. If you've been with us for a while, thank you. If you're just jumping in, good morning. It's nice to have you with us. It's myself and Derek from Three Bells are stepping in to help the Maniacs this morning to do their broadcasting while they got people out on the water, and they got some people away. They didn't have any broadcasters for this morning, so we told Jason that we would be more than happy to jump in. So welcome. And as Derek was giving you an update, hang on. Had gone through some scores. Oh. Let's see. Do a little recap here. As soon as my internet comes back. So earlier today, Jason got on fish early, and he was one of the first ones. He and Neil Raposa from Rhode Island. The first 3 fish that both teams put up, they were exactly dead even with each other. It was like, and they were both going up at, it seemed like almost the same time. So it was funny. Somebody would start to, get a little bit ahead, and then next thing you know, we were back to 0 as far as the differential that they had. They were back to square one. Right now, we're looking at Maine is still leading the Rebels 101.5 to 84. Mass Maulers are at 124, leading Bay State, who's at 76 3/4. Delaware Doom is at 168 1/4, and PA is playing catch up to them at 140.25. I went flying.
Here, I got you. Who are we showing off here?
Alabama Hammers and is at 29, and the Indianapolis Knights are 14.5.
Well,
Wow,
somebody's
that
catching
is-
something. In there.
Yeah, that's just a painful game right now.
Yeah.
It's
What time do they start though?
6. They're not one of the ones that
They don't start like 6 o'clock their time.
yeah.
I don't know. Is Alabama still? Eastern time? Because
I
they're
don't
at
know.
Alabama.
Yeah, I don't know.
Because they might have started at 7, which means they're only 2.5 hours in.
Right. But still, and
It's
that's
slow. It's
as
slow.
that being a morning bite, at even if it is 8:30 in the morning, to only have a grand total of 45 inches. That's
Sometimes some bites just not there. I don't know what their weather's like. What they've had for weather though.
right.
They've had a cold. It's been kind of crappy down there lately, hasn't it? I don't know. If they had like cold front come through or something like that in the last couple of days, I know that really messes up the fishing down there. But
Yeah. And the privateers at 186 and a quarter, the lunkers at 143 and a half. The Carolina Casters are on the board against the Virginia Reaper, 34-0. I think the Swamp Donkeys and the Copperheads, I think they're an afternoon game.
yeah, I think them and Tennessee are the 2 afternoon games.
Yeah. So, and then, so the Punishers and the Kingfishers. So the Punishers are up 79 and a half against the Kingfishers, 54. Punishers looking to hand the Kingfishers their first loss on the season. And then the Slayers are up 46 to the Kraken, 14. That's a big game, especially for that Kraken is on the road, to the Slayers. I'm not quite sure where they are.
They're both 1 and 2.
Yeah, I'm not sure what body of water they're on that one though. I don't remember what that one said.
I don't know.
And then the Oklahoma Outlaws are up 63 and a half over the Arkansas, 47 and a quarter. That game started a half hour early. Those guys went in at 5:30. They opened up at 5:30, and I think that was because Greg was saying that the heat index out in Arkansas today is expected to be about 109, 110. So we're trying to keep some anglers safe, get them in and off the water. But that is a road game for Oklahoma, and it's good to see them. They're coming into Arkansas territory and tearing it up right now. So I haven't jumped in to see what's going on in that game, but that's just a quick recap. Our guys are out in the 4 corners of the lake, literally, trying to stay off camera. So y'all are stuck with Derek and I.
Yeah. That is true.
So
Lucky for you.
yep. So
one second here. Sorry, I'm taking care of something.
that's okay. Do what you got to do.
Oh, sending an email.
Gotcha. So we've got, a lot of these, like the main guys, the main guys and the Rhode Island guys, not only are they fishing for KFL, they're fishing, local and regional tournaments, and national tournaments in the area. I know a bunch of these guys will be going to coming to Massachusetts next weekend to compete for in the EKF tournament that's located on the Connecticut River. So, a bunch of these guys that we see this week, that we're seeing live and, compete this week, we'll see them in person next weekend as we go up for that match, being a sponsor of that league. So it's always nice to be able to see these guys in person and get out there and spend some time with the anglers. It's part of the reason we do what we do.
It'll be interesting to see how that one plays out next week.
Yeah.
I don't know of many people that really fish the Connecticut River, but it's there's always it's like anything else. There's always good fish no matter where you are. You just got to find them.
Right.
It's just it's not super common that I see people fish in the Connecticut River. I'm interested to see where people choose to fish on the Connecticut River. That's the thing that I'm interested in.
Right. Well, and it's funny because the way that you and I think about the Connecticut River versus the way that the Connecticut River is going to get fish for this next event is, it's literally night and day. I mean, we're down here on the coastline and we're down where the Connecticut River literally dumps into the Long Island Sound. So
Yeah.
for us, the Connecticut River is tidal. It's mostly salt,
It's
little
tidal
bit
up there too.
little brackish, but yes, it's still tidal. But yes, and so it's still a tidal, but the further north you get, the less that tidal impact. It's less up there than it is down here.
Yeah.
But it's just funny that within the same body of water, up there you're fishing fresh. When you get down here, you're fishing salt.
I mean,
and I just
you go to whatchamacallit, you don't have to go that far for it to really be more of a freshwater fishery. Even
Correct.
in Essex,
Correct.
It's not. I mean, you can fish for pike and stuff like that there all day long.
Yep.
So
Yep. But it's just, with us being so close, being on the coast, that when you in our proximity to our region of the river, if you will, it's for me anyway, I've always associated that with being more either salt or brackish type water, as opposed to it being a freshwater fishery. Where we're going, where we're targeting, largemouth. I'm like, no, we're going after stripers.
yeah. Yep.
So it'll be interesting to see how that fishery fishes, see how people do handle that title. I think people that are coming up that fish the Susky, fish the Charles, fish it'll just be all second nature to them.
Yeah.
So it won't pose any real issues.
Right.
So but what else you got?
A whole hell of a lot. Not a whole heck of a lot. I mean, it's just this stuff we don't. The guys don't have service.
Yep.
And I'm sure there's more fish than what this leaderboard is sharing.
Yes.
And I think a lot of people, I guarantee you there's a couple people who have fish that they don't want to send the low res image because it's probably a fish that's on the line. And you can't, if you send the low res image, you might lose length if you can't really tell because it is a low res image.
Gotcha.
So if they can't, if you can't determine the length easily, you can get a deduction. You know what I mean? And it's a 1/4 inch, right? So like, say in your normal picture, there's clear. Prime example here. Let me show you instead of trying to explain this. I'll show you. So in this picture, right?
Mm-hmm.
Thankfully, you can tell that the tail's crossing here at the 17.5 mark, right?
Yep.
So what happens though is, say the picture's more blurry because it wasn't a good first picture.
Gotcha.
And then you turn it into a low res image. You may not be able to tell that it crosses here, but you can tell that it crosses here. So you might lose
that 1/4 inch.
This 1/4 inch.
Okay.
Which in the grand scheme of things isn't a huge deal when you have 10 fish.
Right.
It equates
we
to
have
2.5 inches, but it could make the difference,
Right.
So for some of these guys, like that's one that you could definitely get away with. But for some of these other guys, you may not want to risk.
So that brings up a question then. So if you submit a low res fish, okay, can you resubmit that fish as a high res fish later on?
Depends on the group that you're fishing with.
Okay.
So like KBF.
Yep.
Once you've submitted that picture, that is the picture. That is the risk you are taking
Okay.
of if it doesn't submit the right way.
Okay.
Or like if it submits and you can't see what it is.
Mm-hmm.
If I think with KFL, I believe it's the same way.
We'll have to ask the commish.
Yeah. I know like with us, if somebody does it and it's like questionable, I can tell somebody, hey, submit me the regular version of this same one.
Okay.
And then if it shows whatever, then okay. It varies from group to group. Some places, I think the reason they don't do it,
Yep.
or at least they don't allow a secondary photo, is just because it's more work and it's easier to sit there and go, listen, this is your one and done. It's either you submit the low res image and you get what you get, or you don't get anything because you couldn't submit the fish.
Gotcha.
I think the other reason too is just for transparency's sake.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Because that's, hey, send me the regular version of that, not
right.
Submit another fish. You know what I mean? Because then it's being submitted a second time, which technically if it gets submitted a second time, you're supposed to DQ the one that was submitted a second. So it's kind of a rules mumbo jumbo. Oh, look who it is. Hello, Adam. How are we doing? I hope you're doing well on your trip, enjoying life.
Dude, come join us.
We your spot that you told Jason about, it was panning out this morning a little bit.
Send him the code.
I can send. Hang on. Give me a second.
Adam, inbound message.
Hang on.
Oh, we have an update. The Oklahoma Outlaws and the Arkansas Hogs are now tied at 63.5.
Give me 1 second here, Adam.
The Slayers are increasing their lead on the Kraken, 46-14. And other than that, nothing has changed.
Not nothing, huh?
Not nothing.
That's the way it goes sometimes.
Yep.
I need to. My goodness, this is what happens when you're trying to multitask here. All right, so we sent that.
Adam, you're out in Wisconsin, I understand. Is that correct?
I believe that is where he said he was. Milwaukee, I think. Which I don't know.
Milwaukee's in Wisconsin.
Listen, you know what? Potato, it's all the same. It's close enough.
Wow.
But,
wow.
Listen, I don't
Go back to your 6th grade U.S. maps, would you?
Yeah. Sounds overrated. Really does, but yeah, it's.
Who was your 6th grade social studies teacher?
Couldn't tell you. Don't remember. Man, this is just an interesting morning of fishing.
Yeah.
You see, it's just this stuff. There's not a lot. It's just, I think, I'm wondering how much of this is service related and just how much of it is people not fishing well. And not, you know what I mean? Not fishing well and catching fish. So.
Right. I would. Hey. All right, you do it. Good morning. How are you?
Good. I'm just kind of waking up.
You look like you're waking up.
Yeah. A lot of action today, it looks like. Where's everybody?
We've had Jason. We had Jason for about an hour. And then we had 2 guys from Rhode Island for a little bit, and then everybody seems to have lost service out there. And
yeah, I have bad service there. at a certain spot that I fish. I have to leave there about an hour early to make sure my fish get uploaded. Like
Gotcha.
halfway back to the ramp, there's one spot, like one small spot for me to upload fish. So
Gotcha.
Sounds about right. Yeah. We had Jason. He was spotty here and there, and we were talking with him for a little bit, and then he's like, "Yeah, I'm gonna move farther." And he was saying he was gonna move farther north, and just cut out, and then he was gone.
And he was gone.
well,
So
there's been plenty of times I wish that could happen. You know.
Yeah.
Not that way.
awesome. So you are out in Wisconsin.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And
Milwaukee area. Yep.
yeah, see. And I said, he's in Wisconsin. And Derek goes, no, he's in Milwaukee. I went, Milwaukee is in Wisconsin. So we just had to do a little geography lesson here this morning. I'm like, that's frightening. So what are you doing out there? What takes you out there? Are you out up there on vacation or?
One of my best friends moved out here a few years ago, and so I visit like once a year. And it's some of my favorite places. There's an awesome tiki bar. We go to Brewers games, like we're doing that today. Just the food here is excellent. So we just kind of visit for a few days and see the sights. So we have like a routine now. We've been coming here enough. Me and my twin brothers here too.
Wait, you have a twin brother?
Yeah.
I did not know that.
Yeah.
How did I not know that?
I don't know.
Does he have the same caveman?
No.
Or
he shaves his head, and then he sometimes shaves his beard, which is really bizarre because it's kind of like, do I look like that under here? And then
so you let him do all the haircuts and you decide which ones you want to go with.
He just does it. I shave him for it a little bit, but I just don't. And he hasn't done it in a while, which is good because like I can't look at him. It's weird.
It's like a bad mirror image.
Yeah, it's like he just looks 12 all of a sudden. Yeah.
Gotcha. So all right. So you're in Wisconsin.
Yep.
So cheese curds.
Oh yeah.
Let's talk cheese curds.
Yep.
Are you for them? Are you against them? I mean,
I don't know how you can be against them. They're excellent.
Squeaky cheese.
There's something about cheese out here too in general that like I don't know, it just makes you feel like you've been lied to for a while.
How so?
Because like it's better here. It's weird, but the cheese is fantastic here. Like okay. I would be 400 pounds if I lived out here, without a doubt.
Okay, but you live in New Hampshire, right? And and you have Vermont cheese.
Yeah,
but
not as good. I feel like I'm gonna start a war by saying that. I don't know. But I also don't splurge on good cheese on a trip. So that's
okay. Okay. All right.
Yeah, I can respect that.
Yep.
I'm cheap. Unless I'm on vacation.
There you go. So let's talk about you coming off of your EKF win a couple weeks ago.
Okay.
I mean, what a roller coaster for you. I mean, you went from dumping your kayak and being in peril to
dumping it permanently.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that too. Yeah.
Do you see what's behind me?
Is that it?
Yeah, we cut it out. That's the front half of it.
You shouldn't be in the same room as that curse.
Well, you know what we're doing. I told you what we're doing with that. We're turning that into a fish tank.
Oh, yeah. Okay, that's kind of cool. If the fish don't make it, I wouldn't be surprised.
So right, you were meant to be here. You know, we've memorialized your drama.
Well,
hey, we have the fall and rise of Adam all sitting in the store. We have the kayak, and then we have the trophy.
Right.
Yep.
Oh, that's what we need to do. When we finish this case, Derek, we got to make it so the trophy can sit on top of it.
We can figure something out.
It's like the whole timeline.
Right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, here's the other thing. We have the prism down there too.
Oh, really?
That's that's gonna get that's getting cut up the same way. So we might have to make bookends,
Yeah, you know.
and it's the Adam Rourke story.
I got quite a graveyard going this season. It's
Yeah, you do.
Yeah.
You and Jason have quite the graveyard at Three Bells.
His old hole is just sitting on my trailer because he didn't have enough room to bring it home, and I'm like, this feels like a setup, but I don't know. I've been handy for some things,
There you go. Fish tanks.
but he couldn't get his motor mount figured out, so I don't know. Apparently that's my problem, but
Well, okay. So you ready? I'm gonna hit you with one that you're gonna be. You would have never thought to use his old hull for this. Use it as a toboggan. Go sledding with it.
that's a big toboggan.
Yeah, it is, and it'll go real fast, and you will get air in it.
I'm gonna
I've done it
flick it up.
before.
Slick up underneath. Ooh.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, but he has to do destruction to that hull though.
That's fine.
Yeah, we'll do it. Yeah, we'll just keep
Cut
it back. So for sledding, I mean, it's not like if it becomes a sled, it's not like it's being reused as a kayak, right? I mean, that's got to count.
Right.
Just punch a bunch of holes in the side of it. It'll be fine.
Yeah, there you go.
There you go. They won't. Yeah. Turn into a little sled.
That would
would
be
be hilarious.
riot.
I've had to rig more kayaks this season than I think any other season. It's been insane, and I was scrambling to finish my newest one before I came here. So
Yeah.
it was.
Well, and half of them weren't even yours.
Yeah,
Even
yeah.
worse.
That's the fun stuff. I got like bruises all over my arms from having to reach in to take two for the motor mount.
Yep.
And I spent like 3 hours the day before. It was Thursday night before I left for Wisconsin, and I had the hardware. I had the threads were just warped, and so I had to go get new hardware. But I spent 3 hours figuring that out, like 3 painful hours. So,
Oh,
Oh,
well, it's like
stinks.
I was surprised to see. I gotta pull this up. Side note: Rebels just took the lead.
ooh. All right, so we did some uploading. All right, guys.
Let's see what we
they
got.
found the spot with service.
Yeah. Let's see. What do we have that just came in? 17 3/4. I think that just came. Yeah, this one just came in. So that kind of changed things up a little bit from Justin Gallo.
Nice.
Good fish.
Yeah.
Surprised they're finding so many largemouth there.
So
Yeah,
we're
it's
down
funny.
we're down to a 1/4 inch. It's that low res picture we were just talking about.
Yeah. Well, it's funny because, in talking with Jason this morning, he's like, oh, I don't know. He was just like, there's so many good smallmouth in here and stuff like that. He goes, but if certain people find the largemouth, he goes, they can be really good.
Yeah,
So it'll be
one or
it'll be
two big
interesting.
largemouth can make the difference.
Right. And I just saw from Jason, like he has some fish he hasn't uploaded. He's saying that he's getting an error message in Fishing Chaos, and you can't get anybody to figure out what's going on, why he's getting the error message. So I don't know if it's just a service thing or what, but
He's been getting
Or if it's just Jason.
that message regularly.
Yeah. Well, it's funny. So going back to you rigging kayaks, I saw the post a couple of weeks or last week of Jason going and saying that he was rigging up his kayak, and I was like, oh my god, this man's gonna
Where's
do
the
his
pit
own
crew?
rigging. Yeah, I was like, Jason, what are you doing to rig your stuff? Are we putting Yak Attack stuff on, or are we drilling holes? Which one are we doing here?
Well, he's not in the take two today because his rigging efforts were, they didn't work.
Yeah. Yeah, he said he was having a problem with his motor mount. So
I don't know what he was doing.
Yeah.
I tried to help. Like helping through Messenger doesn't work.
No,
and
that
I
only
just-
gets you so far.
Yeah, and I had to be. It's not that I didn't want to help him, but just I didn't have the time to help him. So
Yeah. No, I get it. It's getting ready to pack up and go. And Lance, welcome back.
all right, guys, I'm gonna take off. I'm gonna go get
Sounds
ready,
good.
get dressed for the day. But thanks for having me on. We'll talk soon.
All right.
Yeah, thanks, Adam.
Enjoy your vacation. We'll see you next weekend.
See ya. Bye.
All right. Bye. Hey, Lance, how you doing? Can you hear us? All right. Well, Lance is frozen at the moment. Hopefully, he'll
See
be
what
able
happens
to
there.
Yep. Hopefully, he'll be able to pop back on. So, oh, it was great to hear from Adam.
Yep. Oh, look at this.
Yeah. Yeah.
Ever closer.
Wow. All right.
Getting
We're
ever
getting-
closer.
So I'm wondering if the bite has died in a lot of these matches right now, and so these guys are trying to get themselves into a serviceable area where they can,
Upload some images.
upload some images and
Probably.
get some stuff put up there.
Although these guys don't seem like they've had too much of an issue uploading fish this morning, so I have a feeling
No.
for them they're probably much closer to having honestly just fishing slowing down a bit. I mean,
Yeah.
A solid cull and one more fish and a really solid cull, and these guys they're competing. I mean,
Yep.
It's just they need what they really what
do they have?
the Tar
9?
Heels.
This Tar
Yeah,
Heels
so they
have
need
9?
one more fish.
Okay.
But what they really need is they need to get these two. If they can get 2 of these called out for something 17 or better,
What are those, 16s?
a 16 and a 15.
Okay.
If they could get another fish over 17 put in, and then call out one of these 15s or 16s.
Yep.
And make it so that their smallest fish is 16 or larger.
Yep.
I think they'll have a shot, but I mean at the same time it's hard to say that they got a shot when you got 6 fish over 19 inches
right
over here from the privateers. So,
right.
Right. Good luck. That's a grind over
Maulers are opening up their lead against Bay State.
A little bit, yeah. Nothing. Let's see, anything recently submitted? Nothing's come in recently for them. They had one at 9:30 of 14 3/4. But
Maulers still haven't hit their bag limit either.
No, they got one more fish. And
Bay State's
only got 6 fish, so they got a ways to go there still. So
they just got to get some fish on the board.
Yeah. This one slowed down too. The Delaware Doom match.
Yep.
It's been pretty much the same, but still, again, another. Delaware's got a limit, but Pennsylvania still hasn't pulled in a full limit yet. So they got to get at least 2 more
15s, and they're back in it.
Yeah, they got to find that limit. And that's the other thing too, that KFL is a 14-inch minimum. These guys could be catching a bunch of 12s. And it's like KBF wise, that's a fish. It's on the board. But when you only got 14 is your minimum that you can put up, it definitely it's got its pros and its cons. It's definitely good because it keeps them from
Indy's on the board.
Yeah, they are.
That's a 2-inch game.
Yep, with 3 fish each. So
that's good. What else we got going on? Carolina's still
Kingfishers,
there.
Coosa coming back strong, swinging out of nowhere.
Wow. All right, so who's putting the fish on the board for the Coosa?
Jordan Marshall.
Yep.
Coley. Lance Coley. Jordan Marshall. Coley McGowan. So almost their whole team. 3 out of 4 have put up fish for them.
All right.
And then for the Punishers, Terry Smith. Scott Simmons. And Barry Davis. So both teams,
good.
3
Barry's
out of 4
on the
anglers putting some fish up on the board.
I believe in that game, in that Kingfishers game, I believe that there are new anglers, not for the Kingfishers, but for
Indy, or not Indy, sorry,
for
Palmetto.
Yeah, I think that they have some guys that are making a debut today. This is their first match. So
sweet.
Yeah. So what are the Outlaws and the Hogs doing? Because they were tied. It looks like
they're close.
All right, so the Outlaws have gone up.
They're one fish. They're
1 fish ahead.
Yeah,
but
one fish.
still, yeah.
Just one fish. Nothing crazy.
Is that
What's that?
Cayman's pulled that one in. Who else they
Yeah.
got?
Jerry Ty, Cayman, and Ryan Hendricks.
Okay.
So it's it's with all these games that don't have a limit, you need to get a limit. Until you get your limit,
Right.
it doesn't matter, whether you're in the lead or not, because
Right.
if you don't have your limit yet, I mean, I shouldn't say it doesn't matter. If you don't have a limit and you're having a day like the privateers are, okay,
Right.
you might be able to get away with it.
Right.
But for all these other games, whether they're going to fall behind only, one or two fish, 14 to 28 inches, you just may not have a full
Right.
limit yet. And if you don't have your full limit, then it doesn't matter.
Right.
Right.
And if you're going up against somebody who does, then you're just
Right.
you're playing behind the 8 ball.
Correct. The score is going to show much worse than what, might actually be the case. I mean, granted, if you only have 2 fish and you don't get the additional 8, you got a problem, but your main focus shouldn't be, I need big fish. I need to just put fish on the board, because
Correct.
if I don't have enough fish on the board to even get to my limit,
that comes back to strategy. How do you work your team, right? Do you work your team, and that whole first initial thing that you're doing is strictly just to get your team is working together, and as a team you're working to get your 10 fish on the board, and then when you've got 10 fish on the board, then it's, do you continue to work as a team to cull, or are you allowing your anglers to go out and individually do their own thing to that allows you to be a little bit, you can go, if you have an angler that's struggling that day, go try something new.
right.
Or you have an angler who that that they aren't necessarily fishing their best way, go fish your best way.
I think part of that too comes down to how regimented these teams are. I think what you'll find is that most of these teams, you're going to have a bunch of guys that are just, they're all going out, they're all fishing, they're all doing their own thing. They don't necessarily have a strategy to, hey, so-and-so is going to go fish this area and just try and put in a limit for us, and so-and-so is going to go and work this area and try and work for, larger bass. I think realistically for most of these teams, it's four individuals who are just going out and they're just going fishing their own way, but their scores get combined at the end of the day. I think that's more what you're seeing than a lot of strategy on telling somebody, hey, like, we really need you to,
Well, all right. So I guess the flip side of that is, like, we know, for example, with Pennsylvania, right, that Nick and Matt, I think it is, that those two usually work very well with one another and work in close proximity to one another when they fish, and specifically for that purpose of going and finding the fish and getting on the fish. So it's, when you have live scope, do you have guys saying, all right, I'm on fish, get up here, let's get the limit, and then you break off and
I would
do your own thing.
say most likely for these guys is not the case. And the main reason is that more pressure to the area of more people throwing stuff isn't going to mean that you're going to catch more fish. I think you're going to see that more. I think where you really get the team aspect of this is in the pre-fishing.
Okay.
You're sitting there. So like, if you only have like 2 guys on your team with live scope, you might have those guys, or guys who are really good at graphing. Those are going to be the guys that during your pre-fishing, you're going to have them kind of set up some spots for people to sit there and go, hey, do this, do this, do this. And you might sit there and think more during pre-fishing, like somebody who really likes to fish weeds, you're going to be the one that goes and checks that out for pre-fishing. Whereas you, like, let's say like Jake Angelis, for example, the kid can pull fish out of deep water, no problem.
Right. And he's not afraid to go play with the big boats.
Right.
And
so it's
stand up and go hit me.
Right. So like with somebody like that, I think that's where you see more of that team aspect of in the pre-fishing, to sit there and go, okay, I found fish here, I found fish here, I found fish here. if you're comfortable with this, like, you know, and I think you just play to each other's strengths. But I think what you really get out of it is a bunch of anglers who are going to, they may not necessarily work together on the water, but they're putting how they fish individually to their own strengths and using that as how they kind of work as a team, right? So you might go to a body of water and you have, you know, say you're going to a place that's super weedy and you got somebody who loves fishing weeds or like pads or something like that, but you got somebody who's used to only fishing, you know, let's say like super clear water and they're drop shotting and stuff like that. You got two completely different kinds of anglers. So it's like, okay, I don't think you can really sit there and say, hey, your goal is to go and catch a bunch of small fish just to fill up our limit. You know, it's everybody's going out there and you're just fishing, but I think the pre-fishing is where you really find the teamwork and really trying to work as a group to break down that body of water and find out patterns that work across the board. I think that's where you see a lot more of the team stuff.
Gotcha.
And then on the day of, when they're fishing, it's an individual effort, you know, for each person to get the fish that they need. Now some of the other guys, you know, so we'll use like Brady, for example. He might see that his team's struggling and he might feel obligated. Like he's like, man, I really need to find a big fish. You know what I mean? And if he might spend less time in an area and keep moving, you know, to find fish or things of that nature. But I don't think you're going to have one guy who's just like, oh, you know, like I have to be the one that catches the big fish for the day. So I'm going to, you know, just putz around and look for only big fish on a live scope and only target those big fish. You know, like unless you're having an absolute killer of a day where you've got a limit and you just need to cull at that point.
Privateers today.
Right. And all you're doing is trying to do is cull at that point. Then, yeah, you might get to that point. But I think for a lot of people, that's not. It's not how they fish.
Right. It's a hunker down and fisher style. And
it's you go do what you do best because it's exactly like if you were fishing a KBF event, but all four of our scores get combined and it's the best of our four.
Right.
So I think that's what you get a little bit more than a true, you know, oh, my plan is to go and just find. And you might have people who they go out and they're like, listen, my goal for the day is just find numbers. It's not quantity. But me personally, I want to be the one that finds us numbers that want, you know what I mean?
Right.
You know, somebody goes and they get on an area during pre-fishing and they go and they find that they're finding a bunch of like cookie cutter 14s. Okay, I want to keep this in mind. I'm coming back here and I'm going to get us on the board with a bunch of cookie cutter 14s.
Right.
Whereas somebody might go and they've been, you know, working a couple areas, and it's really, I think that just comes down to pre-fishing and knowing who fishes certain areas better than others and who and being able to find patterns on what the fish are keyed into. Because think about it, you go pre-fishing on your own, you only have as many options as what you have tied on and what you have in your tackle box and you have time to throw. Well, now you're multiplying that by 4 to really key in on, okay, these are like the 3 or 4 things that we were able to get consistent bites on during pre-fishing. You can use those now. Now you have 4 times as much availability of knowledge essentially to make that determination. So if something isn't working the day of, you go and you know, all right, well, we've already determined that these 3 or 4 other things have worked throughout different places on this body of water. Now you're not spending time going and saying, okay, I'm just going to throw. You're kind of avoiding doing the junk fishing per se at that point.
Right.
You have some options of what you're going to do, and you should have confidence in throwing those because you've gotten bites on them earlier during your pre-fishing, or your teammates have, and you're not wasting time by throwing something that you're not 100% sure of if it's something that they might be interested in.
Well, and I think that comes down to, you know, there's got to be a certain level of homework that's done, especially if you're traveling, right? You've got to do your homework and say, okay, what are the conditions of this particular body of water that I'm going to, and who are my anglers that are best suited to fish those conditions where
100%.
You know, it doesn't always work that way because just on base availability, you may not have, you know, you might have somebody that's a great Frogger for grass, that's that they love the grass and they want to be in the weeds and they want to be in the lily pads, and that's where they thrive, and you're on a body of water that has that, but that guy isn't available for that week. Okay, what's plan B?
But here's the hard part about that too. Conditions change so easily.
Correct.
And a lot of times you don't know what the lake is doing or that body of water is doing until you're there. Right? Like somebody could sit there and tell you that the water's stained, but come to find out you get there and the water's actually tannic and it's got that red tinge to it. Well, that can change what colors you're throwing versus it being stained. Granted, it's not going to change it a lot, but that could change completely how you're fishing, because it could be that the water's actually really, like, the water clarity is really good, but it's tannic. So because of what's in the water, so now it's going to fish completely different versus if it was stained and it was like chocolate milk. You know what I mean? Two completely different scenarios where I think you can't, as an angler, you can't get pigeonholed either into the concept of this is what I'm going to do. Right. So like, I think that's why a lot of these teams don't, and to be honest, a lot of anglers, if you sat there and you were the captain of the team and you told them, hey, I need you to do X, Y, and Z, I think that puts a lot of mental pressure on the angler. Right. And fishing, as much as it is, a skill based on experience, it's like I was talking with Jason about it earlier when he was in here, was that if you can't get over the mental obstacles and for some people having that pressure of knowing the team needs me to do X, Y, and Z, and it's not something I'm comfortable doing normally. Yep. That might mean that where it just may not work out the way that you were intending for it to work out. So I think for a lot of these anglers, what they end up having to do is just do what you do best. Go out, go fish, and as a whole, we'll make it happen as a team by working together to make sure that we are submitting the best quality fish that we can, getting that limit, and moving on from there.
Yep. Agreed.
But I think it is. I think most of the strategizing really comes during pre-fishing and determining those patterns that they need or how they're going to fish. But I think it's everybody has such a different way of fishing. You know what I mean?
But the teams have to have that diversity and that 100%. Versatility built in to be able to, for lack of a better word, when they take a team, they have to be able to hedge their bets. You know what I mean? So if you know that there's a big grass and you've got a good grass guy, okay, great. You're going to go, you want your grass guy to go with you, but you've also got to make sure that you don't take just 4 grass guys. You've got to make sure that you're looking at all what the typical conditions would be and covering those bases. And it's not a matter of, maybe your grass guy is great at grass and he's okay at drop shot, and when but you're taking a strong drop shot guy who's not real, doesn't throw grass, something along those lines. So it's making sure that you need a good product mix. Mm-hmm. is really what you're, going for there. So, and from a manager, and like you said, without putting pressure on the team. I mean, I think that's one of the things that we saw in the first week was with, Rhode Island going up.
Justin Lacasse with an 18.75.
Nice.
So see, this is where you get tricky,
right?
With this low res image, right? Like there's the 18.75 mark,
right?
On a regular resolution image, you might see that it's touching, but here you can't distinguish that it's crossing the line.
Correct.
Right. So like that's up to the judge to determine. That could be an 18.75, or this could be now marked as an 18.5 because you see the white, but because it's like the lines aren't straight because it's a low resolution image because of the pixelation of it.
Okay.
So
got it.
You know what I mean? You can't tell. It's like look at the next line over. It's got the same wave in it. Yep. You know what I mean? So you can't tell, is this portion of the fin, is that actually touching, or is that? So that's the risk of doing these low res images. Now, in their case, that 1/2 inch, or a quarter inch, would it matter? Maybe, but at this point, it's more important for them to get the fish in than
Correct.
not.
Correct.
So again, it comes back to get the limit.
Right. Right.
On a large fish like that,
Get on the
if-
board.
with a large fish like that, get it in, because you don't want it to be, even though it is a low res image, you don't want to have a potential 18 plus inch bass fizzle out because you can't get it uploaded.
Correct.
You're
Correct.
better off taking the quarter inch hit
Right.
than not submitting
the
an 18 and a half.
Right. The 19 plus is much better than the quarter minus. You know?
Right. Exactly. So I don't know. It's going to be knowing that Jason has some fish that he can't submit.
I just got a
and-
message from Greg. He's working on that right now with Jason, trying to get that resolved.
Oh, that's a weird one that he's having too. It's saying that there's no leaderboard for the fish species that he's selecting, but it doesn't give him a fish species to select. It's a weird one.
All right. Well, I guess he shouldn't try to upload the pike.
Listen, he already tried putting in 1,000 inches earlier, so
Right? A 1,500 inch fish.
yeah. But
So-
exactly.
Well, we know it's there, because
we just don't know how big it is.
well, no, but I mean, we know that the fish selection.
Oh, you mean Justin's one that he just put in?
Correct. So we
Right.
know that the ability to upload fish is there. It's just it's an issue that Jason himself is having.
Right.
you know.
Well, he's going to attempt to upload fish.
Right. Jason
We
probably needs to log out and log back in.
Well, I know him. He's definitely tried that.
Yeah.
It's an error within the app itself. But
So
all right, I'll be back in just a moment.
okay. All right. Well, while Derek steps out just for a moment, we will go through the scores. Let's see. Oh, I do have control. Woo! All right. So as we were just talking about, Rhode Island just took the lead from Maine at 120 and a half to 101 and a half. 19-inch lead there. They just put a new fish up on the board. And neither team has a full limit on that game. So we're going to continue to watch that. Over to the Maulers. The Maulers have jumped out in that 138 3/4 against 76 3/4 between them and Bay State. And I don't have control. Derek's got the leaderboard up there, but I don't have control of that leaderboard. So the Maulers, let's see, 2, 4, 6, 8, still only have 9 fish on the board. So they're still looking to get their full bag limit. And, Bay State only has 5. So they need to jump in and, hopefully they're getting on fish and they just haven't been able to upload there. Delaware Doom, they're up to 173 with the bronzebacks at 157 3/4. The bronzebacks, they're coming along at 9. So, Delaware's got their full limit, but bronzebacks got to get on the board with at least one more fish, and then they got to start to do some culling if they're going to be in this game. The Knights and the Hammers, they remain close. They're divided by 1 3/4 inches. Again, a close game, but not a lot of fish being put up on the board yet. The Lunkers have closed that gap between the privateers. It's up to
it's real close.
Yeah,
they're just
down
down a couple
to
fish.
Yep, it's a 7-inch differential right now, 7.5-inch differential right now, 187.5 to 180.
Yep.
And that game continues. Both teams hitting their bag limit, and now we're just starting the cull process. So if the Lunkers can upgrade a couple, they're not that far out of it. The Casters and the Reapers. Casters the only one throwing fish on the board so far, and that's 34 inches. Not sure what's going on with that as far as who's got who has fit, whether there's signal issues there or not. The Kingfishers remain on top of the Punishers, 89 to 79 and a half. Both teams still working on getting a limit there. There's no change to the Slayers and Kraken game. That's 61 and a half to 14. Kraken's got to get a crack a lacking. And we'll talk to Greg in the when we go to when I go to the national and find out he'll have some insight as to what's going on with that game. And then the Outlaws and the Hogs. The Outlaws have gone up again to 77 and a half over 63 and a half on the Hogs, and coming in on as the away team coming into that game, trying to make a mark. Quick look at the overall of the individual anglers. J.R. Rentz, he is crushing it and crushing everyone around him right now with 131 and a half inches, followed by David Hart with 84 and a half, David Miller with 74 and a quarter, Mark McHammer with 71 and a quarter, Dontrell Sullivan with 58 and a half, Nathan Green at 58 and a quarter right behind him, Nate Hall at 54 and 3/4, followed by Jason Gardner at 51 and 3/4, and Neil Raposa just a quarter of an inch right behind him. So those two are going head to head, and they're a quarter inch between the two of them at 51 and a half. And rounding out the top 10 is Mike Russell with 50 inches. So, you see, let's jump down here. So sitting in 12th and 13th. So 12th is Ken Wood from the Maulers at 46 and a quarter. And along with him is Nate Shagnon making his KFL debut today with the Maulers, sitting in 13th, also with 46 and a quarter. So congratulations on that one, Nate. Good first outing. So, but yeah, as we look at look at what everybody's, starting to put up, JR is he's just jamming it. So.
Yeah, he's got 8 bass for the day.
Yeah.
We'll do it.
Yep.
Oh, Jason Gardner uploading again. Oh, Jason just put in 2, an 18 and an 18 and a half. That's going to put Maniacs back on top.
Yes, it did.
Let's check out this 18 that he's got. Let's rotate it around so we can see what we got going on here. This is a beautiful little smallie.
Yep.
Solid 18. No low res image, which means he's got enough signal to upload that, which is great. And here's a 17 and a half. Oh, wrong way.
Another smallie.
Looks to be that way. Great fish.
Nice.
Yeah, so that's a couple bass for him that he's just popped in. Puts the Maniacs at 137 to 120.5 for the Rhode Island Rebels. So this makes it it's gonna be a tight one. It's just a matter of people submitting fish. I have a feeling
we haven't seen anything from Brady in a while now.
We haven't seen anything from any of them in a while.
Right.
I guarantee you, Brady and Keith probably all 3 of them probably have fish from. Yep. I'm sure all 4 anglers have fish that they have not been able to submit thus far.
Yep.
I would not be surprised to see that be the case.
Yep.
And especially if this error is happening to multiple anglers.
Right.
I know there was a Fishing Chaos update that did just go live yesterday.
Okay.
So if not everybody updated their app beforehand, which they should have, but it could also just be a potential bug with this version of the app that was causing that error. Whatever it is,
right.
Jason seems to have gotten it to work. So we're moving up, but I don't know.
Yeah.
Either way, you never know. I mean, it's the bright side and the dark side of this technology is you have the availability to use this stuff, but at the same time, sometimes there will be issues.
Correct.
So just roll with the punches, and the fact that it's this tight, I have a feeling that there's a lot of stuff that we haven't seen yet from
Yep.
this match.
Yep. And that's, that was the thing. At least, we weren't able to talk with Greg, Kraz, but at least we had him so we could see what he was doing. I mean, I get that he didn't have the audio, and it's nice just to, we may not be able to connect with them, but at least to be able to see what
what's
they're
going on.
doing, and see
if they are catching fish or if it's
correct.
just being slow out there and not good fishing.
Correct. So, well, I hope we can get somebody in here with you to be able to have a conversation with her. You're going to be talking to yourself for the next couple of hours.
I know.
So
keep on keeping on. That's for sure.
There we go. There we go. So just, and I guess that's, where, we hope the technology improves over the next couple of years to make this continue to grow in the arena in which, it's designed
to give
to
everybody
grow.
one of those cellular service packs that the local news channels use.
Right.
Everybody gets one. They're only like $30,000, whatever, no big deal.
Right. But
just get them. Just get them for the team. You got to share them.
Yeah, right. But
it's only $120,000 per team. Come on.
So, but it's funny because I mean, one of the things we started talking before you stepped out just for a few moments was week one. I think it was really hard for a lot of these new teams to get up and get going. Ooh, Rhode Island with a new fish.
Still behind, but let's see what they threw up.
Breaking news.
See, this is what makes me think that Justin has more fish. He's just slowly trying to upload them as he gets enough service to be able to do it. Because this is another low res image.
Low res.
Which at 14 and a quarter. See, this is another one where it's
right.
It's gonna be tricky, and it just comes down to whoever's judging. Now his other one that he sent in is 1875 to get approved as an 1875. So
okay,
whoever's judging, and as long as they're consistent,
yep,
it's not a problem.
Right. Well, we've said that before, right?
Right.
Judge it tight, judge it loose, just judge it consistent.
Right.
Consistent good, consistent bad, consistently right, consistently wrong. Just be consistent. Because that's your argument. That's what you stand. That's the hill that you stand on as the judge.
Mm-hmm.
And say, okay, we're gonna, it's it's low res and.
Now, to be completely fair, if I was judging this, I'd give it to him all day long.
Yeah, same here.
It's clearly past. Like you can tell, it's just because of the bend here.
Correct.
And in these tournaments, whether it's this, KBF, BOS, whatever, as long as like the slightest bit is touching the line,
yep,
you're gonna get that all day long,
right?
Well,
and it's hard too because Justin's board is black.
Correct.
So that fishtail blends into the back of that board.
That's the one thing that's really great about the carbonite boards,
right? Because they're. I
know bright. A lot of guys don't use them, but man, it's easy to tell where the fish are and how big they are on them. I mean,
even in a low res, because it's
definitely easier.
Out. Yeah.
The one reason I know a lot of guys like these boards instead, though, they like the white lines as opposed to the black lines.
Gotcha.
Because I think the white lines are a bit easier to read.
Right. Which, okay, I get.
Potato.
Right. And that's where you might do better with a blue or a green with the white lines.
Well, the white lines, they like the white lines better because the fish tail stands out better against it.
Right. But
It's not the board color, it's just the actual fin color
Right.
against the line. Because like the black lines with the black fins, sometimes
Yeah.
it, in theory, could be a little difficult to judge.
Yep. I get it.
So I don't know.
I get it. I get it. Whiteboard, black lines. Imagine how ugly that board would look after the first day of fishing. It'd be brown.
It'd be red.
Yeah.
Trust me, my yellow catch board turns red enough as it is. It gets that board is that's the problem. Those yellow carbonate boards, they get disgusting, but they don't clean well either.
Yeah.
It is what it is. I mean, whatever. I'm gonna beat the heck out of it anyways. That's the only problem with the other catch boards. They're so heavy.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, just the weight of them. You know, if you've got plenty of space to tuck it away on your kayak, it's not a big deal. But some people don't like how heavy they are.
Yeah. Yeah. I get it. You know, I mean, and that's the thing. I mean, everything that you're putting on your kayak, right? You know, I mean, you know what it's like. You've been in the outdoor industry, not even just in the kayak side of things, but you've been in the outdoor industry for a few years now. That, you know, there's the old hiking adage. You know, when you're going to pack your pack, ounces equals pounds, pounds equals pain. So when you're packing, you know, the more weight that you're shoving in the back of your pack, it, you know, 2 ounces here, 2 ounces there.
Mm-hmm.
Well, as soon as you add 8 of those 2 ounces, that's a whole extra pound to your pack. And you know, when your pack goes from being 10% or 15% of your body weight, which is where it should be, to now it's 20 or 25% of your body weight, that's a lot of extra stuff that you're lugging around, and that gets painful. Well, that same adage, if you will, applies to everything that you're putting in your kayak, you know. And that's, you know, that's one of the things that, you know, like when we talk to customers, when customers talk about, you know, I want to fish, and, you know, I want this boat, and I want that, and I want to pedal, and, you know, people ask, well, you know, how fast am I going to go through the water? Okay. And, you know, I get this question a lot when people start talking about the pro anglers, right? And I said, you have to take into consideration how fast you're going to go in the water is in relation to how much you're trying to push through the water, you know?
Yeah.
So, I mean,
Also, it
inevitably,
depends a lot on the conditions that you're using the kayak in too.
correct. But,
You know?
but all things, look at it this way, all things being equal, it is a lot easier to push a 70-pound boat through the water as it is to push a 120-pound boat through the water. It
Yeah.
requires a whole lot of less energy to do so. And so I don't think when you start adding all the other accoutrements that these guys put on their boats, their batteries, their fish finders, their rods, you know, you start adding all of that stuff, all of a sudden you might have started with a boat, you know, that weighed 75 pounds,
Yeah.
and you put 125 pounds worth of crap in the boat, you know, of all your accessories and all your fishing gear. Well, now you're up to 200 pounds then you got to put yourself on that boat, you know, and now you're pushing that through the water yourself. That's a lot heavier. It takes a lot more effort than to just push a bare bones 100-pound boat through the water. And you got to understand how that's going to play havoc with you while you're out on the water too.
Yeah.
The one thing that I've noticed is we've seen, there was another, I don't know if you saw it, there was another, someone else capsized yesterday out fishing, up in Massachusetts, I think it was. Doesn't know, they were fishing along, and next thing you know, they were in the water. And we're seeing a lot more of that this year, I think, than we have in years past. Or, at least, and if it's not more, it's being talked about more.
I honestly, you know what I think it is? It's a lot of people who started kayak fishing during COVID, fishing with a buddy, whatever, and then they got to the point where like, oh, I know exactly what I'm doing. I can't, like, nothing can happen to me, whatever. And then stuff happens. That's what happens. You know who this typically doesn't happen to? The guy who has respect for the water, but more so the respect of, like, I need to be wearing a life jacket. I need to be aware of my surroundings, and I know I'm not invincible out here.
Right.
Because you get a lot of people in kayaks that they kind of act like, I'm in the kayak. The world yields to me, which technically on the water, like, everybody is supposed to yield to you because you're propelled, self-propelled vessel, but that's not always the case,
Yeah.
And,
well, and I have to wonder, right? How many of these guys? Because a lot of look, we do rigging here in the shop, right? But not everyone comes back to their shop to have their rigging done. A lot of guys do their rigging themselves, and you have to wonder how many people are taking into consideration and are thinking about the placement location of their tools that they are putting on board. Is it keeping their boat in a balanced and stable configuration when they're done?
See, and this is why I'm saying what I was saying before, is because I think it's a lot of people with, like, sit in kayaks that aren't meant to be fishing. They're putting a bunch of crap on it, in the sense that, like, they've got all their tackle bungeed to the back, they've got some fishing rods stuck to it, whatever, and they're not paying attention to what's going on.
Right.
I mean, in that situation, somebody like that, so you're in a sit-in kayak like that, and you have a rope tied to the inside of your kayak with a small anchor to the side of it. Well, you get too much pressure on the one side, and it's just going to flip your whole kayak, and you're not even going to realize that you're going under.
Right.
You know what I mean? Especially in a sit-in, because the moment it pulls down, the whole thing's filling with water, and you're gone.
Right.
So I think that's where you're going to see a lot of these issues that keep coming up. It's people like that think, how do I put this? A lot of people that are just overly confident in their abilities and in their kayak.
Yeah.
Versus what they're doing, or they're just not thinking things through and doing, just to be honest, some slightly reckless stuff.
Right.
That, like, they don't realize is reckless at the same time, though. It's like the guy who uses the cinder block anchor.
Right.
Well, it's not gonna.
Right. That's not the best choice.
Right. Like, that gets stuck in the muck. You're not getting that up, and as you try and pull it up, you're flipping yourself over. Or the people that they don't know how to get back in their kayak. They don't know how to flip their kayak back over.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, and we've talked about that. We've talked about that, and we've said that to our, to a lot of our customers and our clients that, when you get this, go out, if you're fishing, you need to know where the limits of your kayak are as far as when is it going to flip. And if it does flip, how do you get it back over, and do that before you load your kayak do it empty.
But you want to know what the problem with that is, and I've realized this more as I now have put more stuff on my kayaks and had multiple kayaks. How your kayak handles when it has stuff in it and versus when it doesn't are two very different things. And you're never, like, so prime example, like my SS127, I will never practice getting in and out of that thing because I know I'll be able to flip it back over, but I have no idea how it's going to be with the trolling motor on the front.
Sure.
That flips.
Sure. I get that. But for the basic person who's getting out there, that flipping the first time creates a panic situation.
No, I get that. It's just it's hard for the people in this space to be able to do that. Because even if you take everything off your kayak and you're kind of fill your kayak with water, well, all of your wires that are inside and everything else, that stuff's now all getting exposed to stuff that if you're going to do it, you have to, like, practice it right when you first get the kayak, right?
That's what I'm saying. Get used to how
before you do anything with it.
Correct.
but the basic kayak versus the kayak you're going to be fishing are two totally different things. Flipping an Outback versus a PA are worlds of difference apart from each other.
Right.
You know what I mean? Because there's just so much more that you have to work on getting back over. Oh, dear Lord. Hang on.
I
Side
see
note.
that.
More fish are starting to come in now. I don't know which one it was that just came in. Let me look at the dates. An 18-inch. Those were Jason's that he put in before. 1031 from Jason Gardner. Another 17 and a quarter. Another fish down. Look at that. Done deal. So wow, it's close still though. I mean, Maine
yeah.
is just about
It's
to
a
hit their limit.
fish.
They got 9 fish. They got 9 fish, so
It's a fish.
yep. It's more than a fish at that point.
Well, yeah, but
It's 20.
it's a 20-incher.
Yeah.
So. Oh! Look at that Delaware Doom PA Bronzeback game.
I know. I've been watching that.
That
It's within a
fish.
half.
So we are full up in both teams.
Yeah. So now and here's the thing.
Now it's going to get interesting.
They have a huge advantage.
What's their lowest? Oh, yeah.
It's 14 and a quarter.
Yep.
So for them to get the extra half inch is not good. It's going to be a lot easier.
Correct.
A lot more possibilities compared to the 15
Correct.
and 3/4 coming out of Delaware.
Correct. Delaware is looking at 16 and up, and Pennsylvania is looking at 15 and up.
Yep.
You know.
And
Bay State put some more numbers on the board.
oh, yeah, those just came through. Let's see, what do we got pending over here? Ken with a 16. Joe with a 15 and a quarter. And then over here from Bay State, they just put up a 15 and a half from Valber Santos.
Hey, good for Valber. Is that his first fish of the day that he's getting up there?
Let's find out. Oh, okay. I did that the wrong way. Let's go down here. Yes.
Yes.
First fish of the day.
Okay.
Yeah, this is first fish of the day. Delaware just put in another one, so they just expanded their lead by just a couple inches.
Yep.
That's a big cull for them.
Yep.
Wow, that's good. Have putting in a 17. I mean, here's the thing though. That 20, the fact that they have 2 fish larger than Delaware.
Yep. Yep.
Top one. That's going to be tough. I don't know, but this one's getting close too.
Wow.
I mean, look at this
Is that a 19? Is that what that says?
right here.
Yeah.
19 and a quarter. Yeah.
Who put that up?
David Hart.
Ah. Oh, what a pretty fish.
So 19 and a quarter, and they have a 15.75 pending. So,
okay.
I mean, these guys are limited out. They are. It's going to be neck and neck. I mean, you can't.
Yep.
You can't ask for much more. I mean, it's going to come down to if Norfolk can get rid of these last 2 and get them to 17.
Yep.
They could be okay. They could hold on.
Yeah.
But if these guys can cull out this 17 and 3/4 with something bigger, it's they really got to. It
ain't over.
No, but the good thing is, I mean, their top 2 fish from both teams, their top 3 fish really, they all kind of even out.
Yep.
You know what I mean? So it's the fish underneath that really matters. You know, the they need these. They really need these last 3 to be 17s
Yep.
to even have a chance.
Yep.
17 plus, really. So I mean, even here, this is going to be close.
Right.
Somebody finally got service over at Bay State. They're starting to upload a few more now.
Yep. Oh, they're coming up. Okay. So not much change in that Indy Alabama game.
Nope. Still within a couple inches.
Reapers are on the board.
Yep. Lunker's still sitting at 22 and a half inches for the day.
Okay.
Yeah. So
Not
it's
much change there.
no. Things have been pretty stable.
Yep.
Throughout the league this morning, just slowly climbing.
Yep.
But it's getting there. Before we know it, it's gonna be all out. So
Yep.
about an hour, 2.5 hours left.
Yep.
For the anglers on the water. So I'm sure we'll see some late submissions that come in, especially from this first match.
Yeah.
With the Rebels and the Maniacs, but
Indeed. All right, I am going to step off for a few minutes. I got a couple things that I got to do, and then I will hop back. I'll come and pop back in with you before I roll over to the national broadcast.
Okay.
All right. So I will be back in just a few minutes.
That's fine. See
All
ya.
right. Bye.
Man, oh man, what an interesting morning it's been. Anybody who's doing fantasy this week, hope you pick J.R. Rentz and Jason Gardner because they're putting in work today. It's funny, even talking with Jason before we were talking during the match while he was on the water, and he's like, yeah, he's like, would have never picked me for fantasy this week. And I was joking with him about, if you're an angler and you're doing fantasy, you got to pick yourself. Like, if you don't pick yourself, do you really have confidence in yourself? And he was like, I would have never picked myself, but here we are. He's having a great day. He's got 100 inches now between, how many fish does he have? 6 fish for 100 inches. If you got rid of his 15.25, I mean, he's still pulling an 85-inch bag, which was a great day. He did say that he thought that if somebody in his group could pull off a 5-fish bag of 90, that would put him in a pretty good spot. He figured that was a good bit for the day. The Rebels coming right back, though. It's another fish. We got here 14.25 coming in from Greg Grisnowicki. Looks like Greg is throwing a drop shot out here with some power bait. This is how today's going to end up going with these guys. It's just going to be a back and forth, and I think what we're gonna see is as these guys start moving a little bit. Oh my gosh, it's going to be tight. It's going to be a tight race. And there it is. Greg getting service and overtaking it. Who is it? Yep, Greg with the 18.25. That's a nice, healthy looking fish. Tail's a little beat up, but to be expected. So, that means that they are now the Rebels officially have a full limit. So the Maniacs, one 14-inch fish basically puts them tied up. And if they can get that 14-inch fish in, then they'll be looking pretty okay. So they just need to get to that point of having that last fish, which I'm sure one of them has it. The Rebels just put in another one. What did we call out? 15.75. See, I knew it. Greg was holding out on us. Knew he'd have some fish hanging out in there. This is expect this number to go up a little bit more. I figure we'll probably see like I said before, probably mid 180s is where we were going to be ending up for winning on this one. But 2.5 hours to go. Still got time. Just 2 hours and 15. So plenty of time. Man, this game. 1.75 inches difference between Doom and the Bronzebacks. And what we thought was going to be not even close to being able to compete. Man, just a handful. One really good call from the Tar Heel Dunkers, and they are right there. Right there. Same with the Kingfishers. Man. We'll keep watching this leaderboard as we wait to see if we get any other anglers that decide to hop in and join us. Which, again, for those of you who are watching, they do have some service-related issues currently on the lake. There's also some errors with Fishing Chaos, so Fishing Chaos wasn't letting them upload any photos. And that's part of the reason why they aren't physically in here right now live streaming with us. We did have Jason Gardner with us to start the day at his first spot, but he's moved on to another area without any service at that one. Greg was with us earlier as well. He was here for a while. He did have some audio issues, so he was just here. We were watching him fish, and then Justin Gallo was also with us. And it was good to talk with Justin for a little bit. Again, for anybody who's looking to watch the Motor City game, Tennessee Shiners, they have some pretty inclement weather that's coming through, I guess, this morning. They're actually fishing this evening. That match is going to be from 2 p.m. till 9 p.m. tonight. So if you're looking for something a little late night to watch, it's going to be that should be interesting. That last hour and a half or so should be pretty good as the sun starts to set. Fishing should pick up, and I think we're going to see a really good end to that match there. if we look at the schedule coming up for week number 5, so week 4. So we are going to be out here again next week, July 20. Actually, we take next week off. Our next match is not until July 23rd. And there's a lot of buys going on next week, mostly for our southern anglers. But the Maniacs will be at Bay State Attack, and then who else is in here? The Rhode Island Rebels are going to be home against the Mass Maulers, a kind of a tee-up match from last year's, Northern Conference Finals. It'd be interesting to see how that one shakes out. Both teams having a little bit of a rocky start to the beginning of the season. Both teams fishing well, just having a tough lineup to start off the season. So as of right now, that match, the Rebels are 1-1 before today. And depending on how things turn out today, they will either be 1-2 or 2-1. And the Maulers right now sitting in a little bit of a comfortable lead, nothing crazy, over Bay State. So whoever wins that match today is getting their first win of the season. And I think next week's lineup or matchup between Rhode Island and the Maulers is going to be a tough one. But I think there's going to be a lot on the line, just a mix of pride. The Maulers going down, after winning the championship 0-2 to start the season. I think they got a lot that they want to prove. And especially against the Rhode Island team, there was a lot of heat between the two of them last season at the end of the year. It could be interesting to see how that plans out. But if the Rebels can, keep fishing the way that they are today, 170 inches, I know that there is some service issues out there on the water. So we are seeing some low resolution images that are coming in. Some guys uploading batches when they finally do get service. But right now they're sitting at a limit with about 2 hours left to go in the turn or in today's matchup. So if they can go and they can keep doing what they're doing, I think they have a good shot at giving the Maulers a run for their money. But the Maulers are also coming off, a nice long break, and I think they needed that break to kind of regroup and reset. And if they can get their solid core of anglers out on the water for the Rebels, like I know they will, that one's going to be a really close match. Rebels do have a little bit of a potential home field advantage with them being the home team. But last year that didn't make a big difference for the Maulers. They came in and they did really well when they fished on the road against the Rebels. As for the Maniacs, next week, they are taking on Bay State. Bay State is 0-2. Basically, if it's another one of those conference, divisional games that, after today, Bay State is either going to be 1-2 or they're going to be 0-3. So they're going to have a chip on their shoulder and really want to come out and get the Maniacs. And Maniacs right now are also 1-1. So if they win today, then they'll be 2-1. Or if they lose, they're going to be 1-2. And if they end up losing, and Bay State gets the win, then they're going to be fighting for that next spot in the division because they will both be at 1-2. So next week's going to be an interesting matchup here in the Northeast. This is always a hard division to fish in. And even when you get into some of the Atlantic mixed in, those let's see, 9 teams together. The travel's not far between any of them, but there's a lot of very, very good competition, and you got a lot of teams that are they're hungry and they have good anglers, and they're really doing everything they can to make sure that they are competing as hard as they possibly can, because they all want to be that team that goes to the championship. And really, you can't count any of these teams out. If you look at the standings, the Sticks are off to a great start of the year. They are the number 1 team right now in the North at 3-0. They have 528 points for And they've had a solid start to the season. Now, again, they've only had 3 games. They've been off for a couple weeks now. They have a bye this week, and next week they're coming back. They're going to have a good one next week. But you look down, the Maulers, even though they're 0-2, they still have put up 350 inches between 2 matches now. We're in our 3rd right now, and they're already at 156. So they're putting up some solid numbers. They're averaging probably about 170. They're about 170 inches a game, which is not bad by any stretch of the imagination. But they're 0-2. They're trying to defend their championship this year. So you've got that. Then you have like the New York Empire. They're now 2-1. They started off the year with just a bad first match, and they've come out swinging for the fences ever since. And it just it gets a little bit even more confusing. Like you have Pennsylvania Bronzebacks. They're 1-2, but they have the second most inches in the Northern Division. They have 498 3/4 inches for them, but they're 1-2. So it's some of these teams just get on some really good streaks, and when they do, they're on it. And if these teams can get a couple matches in where they are hitting their stride and they're putting up big numbers, they're going to have the opportunity to go for it. But I mean, there's nobody's out of the running really right now. I mean, there's just so many great anglers here in the Northeast that are just really going to continue to put pressure on the number 1 teams, even if they aren't in the top of their division. And then you've got other groups where you've got down south here, we're looking at the Privateers and the Tar Heel Lunkers. Both teams 0-3. And at 0-3, they got a nice long break. Look at this. This scoreboard is insane. Absolutely insane. 21.5, 20.5, 20, 19 3/4, 19.5, and a 19. They have 6 fish that are all 19 inches or larger. And then you look at the Lunkers, they have 5 with their 19 1/4. They have a 19.5, 19 3/4, 20 3/4, and a 22.5. These are teams that are 0-3. You can't count anybody out by any stretch of the imagination. These teams have so many great anglers. It's just a matter of going and finding your stride and starting to fish and making the most out of every single opportunity that you have. This break is going to be good for a lot of teams, but I think all in all, you just have to take advantage of the situations, and you can't count yourself out.
Hey, Derek.
Yes.
How are you? I'm just jumping back in real quick. I'm going to be leaving in just a second, but we have Mr. Robert Brown is in the house with us today.
What's going on?
So we're gonna be jumping off to go do the national broadcast here in just a few minutes, and I'm gonna leave you to apparently yourself. So
yeah, just rocking and rolling all solo over here. So
all right, good luck, and I will. I'll talk to you later. All right.
All right, sounds good. Have fun.
All right, thanks. Bye.
So it's just these teams you can't count a single one out. It's these matches are getting tighter and tighter. I mean, we were looking at. I keep going back to this Lunkers and Privateers match. We were a 45-inch deficit. The Privateers were up by almost 45 inches. I think maybe an hour and a half ago. And now we're one really, it's hard to say, but one really good call. We're at 15 3/4. You need another 19, or you need to call out both this 15 and the 16 to get and tie it up. But there's still time. I mean, you've got 10 fish on the board today between these 2 teams over 19 inches. It's just. There's really good fishing that's going on here, and you can't be upset about it. And just like that, the privateers make a call. Not a big one, but enough. Let's check this one out. What's our new call? 17 1/4. Man, these fish are they're good size. They're healthy fish. I mean, can't ask for much more than that. That's a great bass. So we'll just keep hanging out. We'll see what's going on, and as we get more submissions, across the board, we'll keep checking it out. The national broadcast is about to go live here in just a few moments, so if you guys want to check that out, that'll be with Lauren and Greg, and they're going to be just talking about everything KFL. There's going to be a lot of stuff going on, a lot of talk about this Privateers match. I can guarantee you that. It's you can't ask for anything better. Two teams that are fighting tooth and nail for first place spot. So hopefully, as things start to kind of get a little bit better, when it comes to the service out on the water, hopefully we'll get a couple anglers that can pop in, and we'll see what happens from there. Justin Lacasse has been putting in the work today for the Rebels. Between him and Greg Krasnowicki, the two of them have been doing a great job. They're looking at some of their points. Greg has been averaging 6.2 fish per game, with a total length of 505.5 inches submitted for the season so far, which is insane to think about. My apologies. That was for last season. Looking at some older stuff. But it's crazy. Some of the stuff that these guys are able to do is just insane. Again, the anglers today are fishing on Crescent Lake in Maine. Relatively small body of water, all things considered. It's just under 3 miles in length, and it's a little. It's probably about 3/5 of a mile at its widest point. So it's not a huge body of water for these guys to be on, but there's only 8 of them. They did say that the boat traffic was supposed to pick up a bit later in the day, and with all of that, it could definitely make things a little bit interesting for the afternoon, especially as it starts to warm up, more and more people getting on the water. While we wait to see if anybody else submits anything from our current game, let's take a look at this Reapers scoreboard. We're getting a little bit closer here from our anglers out here in this Casters Reapers match. 5 fish for a total of 80 is not too bad from the Casters, and then the Reapers at 4 fish for 65. I mean, they get a 15-inch fish and they're pretty much tied up, so it's never a bad look. Bay State, though, coming in with some more fish, keeping things competitive over here. The Maulers really need to call out these couple. I mean, they don't have anything big today. The biggest one being 17.5, which is still the biggest for the day. They've got 2 of them, one from Ken Wood and the other from Matthew Conan. If they can go and they can call out this 14, maybe even this 14.25, if they could call out both of those, I think they would be sitting pretty good. Because realistically, Bay State only needs one more fish, and that will put them 14 inches. They're going to be very, very close to surpassing the Maulers. And the Maulers really, they need this win. Bay State, as much as that win will benefit them immensely, the Maulers being 0-2, they really need to pick up a win today. If they don't pick a win today, I think they're gonna be struggling. It's not going to be looking great for them for their season. And as defending champions, I know they can do it. Their lineup today, they've got a solid lineup, and Nate Shagnan's making his first appearance. Somebody that I know have gotten to meet a lot over the last year. He's a great kid, but he is. Let's see, where's Nate sitting at? So he's 19th on total length for today. But he's got 46 in quarter inch. Neil Raposa, first KFL match for him too today, and he's doing great helping out the Rhode Island Rebels. I mean, 18.25 and 18 and 15.25. That's doing great. Him and Justin Lacasse bringing up the team. I mean, they're both doing really, really well. I think Greg, they've got a solid team of anglers. Everybody's doing their part. But I'll tell you what, the man himself, Jason Gardner, putting the team on his back today a little bit, fishing for the Maniacs. He's got 6 of their 10 fish on the board, I believe. Yep, 6 of them, with the smallest being 15. And Keith Brown has also gotten on the board. I believe Keith has a... Hang on here. Let's double check this. Keith Brown is on the board. I think he has this 17. Brady Ouellette. See, here's the thing. Brady had the 17.25 that he placed in here earlier today. I have a feeling Brady has more fish that he hasn't put in yet. I also have a feeling that Keith Brown, who's gotten the 1 fish today, he may have a fish or 2 that have not been submitted yet. It's going to be, and Tim Spry might even too. And if Tim or any of these other guys have fish that they haven't submitted yet because of the service that they've got out there, I mean, they have room. They're down by 15 inches. They need 1 more fish to come in. If they put in 1 15-inch fish, they take the lead. And that 1 15-inch fish is going to, they just need to put in their limit. I have a feeling they probably have a few more larger fish that still have not come in due to the service that they've got down there. So if they can make that happen and they can pull that up, that'll be great for the Maniacs. Oh my gosh, Norfolk again with another call. This time, oh my gosh. They just called out with another 19 and a half. That fish, look at this fish. First of all, this fish got punched in the face and then told it to put its lip over its face after. Wow. But a 19 and a half. That means they now have 7 fish 19 inches or bigger. Who put this one in? Wyatt Novak? I think Wyatt's had a few today. But here's the crazy part. This team is spreading the love of big fish. David Miller has actually, it's really Nathan Green. I mean, a 20 and a half, a 20, in a 19 and a half. Getting one of those is a good start to your day. Having 3 of them before 8:30 in the morning, 3 fish over 19 inches, 3 within 2.5 hours of when you got on the water. That's a great day. The fact that these guys have, I don't think they do it, but if they could potentially break 195 today, I mean, look, they literally have to call a 17-inch fish to make an improvement right now. It's crazy. Like the smallest fish they've got over 10 fish is a 17. And the more they keep stretching this out, the harder and harder it's going to be for the lunkers. I mean, even having to sit here and tell yourself that you're calling a 15 3/4, it's not outside the realm of possible, but it's not. You're going to catch a lot of fish that are going to be smaller than that you're not going to necessarily be able to call out. 15 3/4. The fact that these guys have managed to push out so many large fish that literally a 17 is their smallest fish. It's a great day of fishing between 4 guys right there. Bay State. Within 1 inch, they did it. All they needed was that 1 14-inch bass. They needed 1 small fish to get back into it. And it was a 14. Oh, what did they just submit? 1109. 16 and a half. Almost a 16 3/4, but that's 16 and a half. That's all they needed. And now it's a 1-inch game. Now, but here's the crazy part. They are pretty much locked in neck and neck on a lot of these fish. If either team can call out this 14 down here with anything of substantial size, anything 16 inches or plus, it's gonna make for an interesting rest of that day. I also wouldn't be surprised if somebody on one of those teams might have a fish that they haven't submitted yet. It's possible. Kingfishers are extending their lead just a little bit. They're up by 10 inches. Oh, and the Southern Slayers to the Deep South Kraken. Deep South Kraken with 2 fish. Southern Slayers breaking 100 now with 7. It's just going to continue to get more and more tight as some of these races go on. We'll have to see what happens as we get a little bit closer to the end. Hoping we don't have too many last-minute additions to these leaderboards, but again, some of these places service just isn't. It's not the greatest, and that's where on Crescent Lake where they're fishing right now. It's part of the issue. That's why there's no anglers from these, either the Rebels or the Maniacs, in here right now live streaming with us. So again, as we keep getting more updates that come through on Fishing Chaos, we'll go over them between the teams. Oh man, JR Rents. Whew. 9 fish for 148 inches today. Same with David Hart. I mean, man, talk about having a day for some of these guys. Talk about having a day. Still haven't broken that 19-inch mark, though, today for the Rebels or the Maniacs. I know that there's some good-sized fish in here, but they are, Jason's been on the smallmouth today, getting him on some finesse-type stuff early on. When we were talking with him, we unfortunately lost him as he moved to the north end of the lake, and he lost cell service. But he, some finesse style catching a smallmouth. We had Greg Kresnowicki with us as well. He was having a little bit of some audio issues, but he was hanging out. We were watching him fish, and he disappeared for a while. And while he disappeared, he went and caught like 3 or 4 bass that he's got submitted now once he finally got some service back. And then we also had Justin Gallo with us. But all these guys are now in a portion of the lake where they don't have service, and they're not in here talking with us. Let's see. No big changes across the board here. Things are just, as time starts to wind down, people are going to start fishing a little bit differently. I'm sure they're going to start trying to make some moves here for the last minute, push, maybe bounce around from a couple other places, really in hopes of finding that one last fish. A lot of these groups, like Bay State right here, I mean, it's not a huge call, but a 1/4 inch goes a long way. I mean, they now have the 14 knocked off at 14 1/4. They really need to find a Bay State wants to be back in this. They need to find like a 17 plus to really have a shot at that. Just because that over, I mean, nobody's caught anything over 17.5. So if they can catch one over 17.5, I mean, it'll hurt a little bit as a mauler. And, going with ours, it's just we really need another big fish to come in from the Maniacs and get a good call. All right. Leave you guys with the screen for a minute. We'll be back in just a few moments. Ugh, and the Rhode Island Rebels make another move. Putting in another fish here for 15 and a half inches. Just barely making that cutoff. Maine's really got to come out with something here. They need to. They really need to find another fish. But I really find it hard to believe that they don't have one sitting in their back pocket, just because of the the service that's down there. Oh my gosh, and the privateers culling again. A 1975. Like, what is going on? A 1975. These guys now have 8 bass 19 inches or larger. 8 on the day. I didn't think they were going to break 195. Like, even 20 minutes ago, I did not think that they were going to cull to get to 192 and a half. But then they got a 19 and a half. So they just called out a 17 with a 19.75 and have managed to get themselves up to 195 inches. Their next cull is going to be an 18 or 17 and a quarter. So they literally have to catch a fish 17 and a half inches or larger. Well, no, larger than, 17 and a half or larger to change the score. The fact that they are getting even closer and closer to having a 19-inch bass be their cull is unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. Like, this is normally a kicker in a tournament. A 19, especially up in the Northeast. Like, in the Northeast, a 19, great fish to have. You're not you're going to be set. It definitely helps big time. The fact that this is the third smallest fish that they caught all day is astronomical. Good for those guys. And honestly, it is very impressive. And here come the Maniacs coming back, uploading fish as they see them. Keith Brown coming in with a 17 and a half inch smallie. This one, however, I do not know if this one will stand up with the judges because of the hand placement. This is a low-res photo. You can definitely see that this crosses the half mark there, which is great. But this handman could mean trouble and could get the DQ'd potentially, depending on how strict the judges want to be about that hand placement if we're still rolling with the KBFs. Let's see if any other submissions come through. Nothing there. Nothing else changing. But again, knowing that seeing that they did just put in a low res image, it definitely means that they just don't have service out there. They can't even upload their normal resolution photos to Fishing Chaos, and that's why we're rolling solo in here right now. Bay State, we're just kind of keeping an eye on a little bit of everybody now. The Punishers coming in and taking over the lead from the Kingfishers. Let's see, what did they just put in? 14 and a quarter. The color on some of these bass today have been absolutely gorgeous, though. So again, as we start to see more and more, we're going to keep taking the time and just kind of watching as stuff starts coming through. Don't know if we'll get any anglers back in here. Again, the service is just on Crescent Lake in Maine. most of these guys are probably fishing up on the north end, and the service is very, very touch and go. So we'll just kind of keep an eye on it, and as we see changes, we'll talk about it. We'll keep hitting the refresh periodically here. If you guys haven't had the chance to yet, make sure you stop into the national broadcast that is going on right now. They're kind of covering everything that's going on in the last couple hours of today's tournaments, and they're going to be talking a little bit of everything related to KFL. I know for a fact they're definitely talking about, most definitely talking about what's going on right here with the Tar Heel Lunkers and the Norfolk Privateers. Two teams that haven't gotten a win yet this year. Absolutely just duking it out for that first win. Still waiting to see if we get any updates here. Still at 153 entries. His number still kills me. Mass Maulers. They find the cull, a 17 and a quarter from Ken Wood. Which is exactly what they needed. Man, the fishes. The board is just hard to read. But the Maulers needed that. That gives them a little bit of breathing room there. 4 inches, not a lot. An 18 or 2 16s will, I think, will take, pretty much take them out of the running there, or at least tie them up. No, you need a little bit more than that. Oof, they need 2 16 and a quarters or an 18-5 to tie it up. But again, another crazy week coming here for the KFL. You know, everybody's coming off of this break and they're ready to just kind of just do what they need to do and get that win. You know, a lot of teams have a lot riding on this week for the future of their season. And, you know, there's 8 games. Or 8, you know, this is a lot. You know, the Rebels need a solid win here. You know, if you look at the standings of where everybody's at here in that Northeast, the Rebels are 1-1, and so are the Maniacs. So whoever wins today is taken over that second place spot behind the Sticks. And then when it comes to the Maulers and Bay State, they're both 0-2. You know, this is a big match between the two of them also. Somebody's going home with their first win for the season out of the Mass Maulers and Bay State, and it's extremely close. And here with the Yaks and the Rebels, I mean, there's definitely some people who probably have a couple fish up their sleeve that they haven't submitted yet because of the service issues that are going on up there, and they haven't put them in yet. As they start to come back through, we'll definitely talk about them more as they start coming in, but it is going to continue to be extremely interesting to see what happens as we get closer and closer. We got an hour and a half left of fishing. Maybe as some people start to move around the lake, move to other spots, we might get some service back and we might get some people back in here. Would love to chat with the anglers a bit more, kind of get into their heads a little bit about what's going on and learn more about what the conditions have been like, because when we last talked to them this morning, wind had picked up a little bit. Nothing too crazy, but enough that it was not a concern, but that mixed with the boat traffic that we knew was going to be coming around 10 o'clock this morning. The two of those combined were going to make for some interesting conditions on the water. The place that they're fishing today, Crescent Lake, not the largest body of water in the world, but it is definitely one that is apparently just having some great fishing, some great opportunities. There have been wonderful opportunities of beautiful smallmouth. But then again, that's what you get in Maine. As much as I say it's not a big body of water, there's only 8 anglers out there. There's 716 acres of waterway. And the maximum depth is down to 54 feet. So what you're getting here is, for each angler, you're getting a little less than 100 acres per angler. There's plenty of space. It's not too tight, but it's not too big either. You know, in talking with some of the guys, you could see pretty much everybody that was out on the water from anywhere that you were, you know, unless you go into some of the coves and things like that. But still a good size. Not going to kill anybody trying to get across it. But it's definitely, you know, it's almost 3 miles long. So if you wanted to make a big run from one side to the other, it's a time commitment. So some of these guys are definitely going to be holding to their guns, and where they are is where they are, and they're going to find some big fish. Jason's been absolutely crushing it on the smallmouth, which is phenomenal. And then look at that. Just like that, the Rebels are coming in with another fish from Justin Lacasse. Justin has been really doing a great job so far this morning, especially later on getting some key fish for these guys and keeping them within literally less than an inch or so throughout the entire morning. Both teams now are at their limits. So now it's time to start culling. They both need something larger than a 15 and a quarter to cull. I mean, with the way that this morning has been going, it looks like Rhode Island has found those fish and they could probably make a couple culls here. Um, again, though, a lot of people will argue that for Maine, Brady Ouellette is the guy to watch out for. He's, as Jason said it himself earlier, for all of their local events, it's who's competing for second, not who's competing for first, because in first place is going to be Brady. And having Brady in first and seeing that Brady's only submitted one fish leads me to believe he only has enough service that he was able to upload the one, but he hasn't been able to get everything else going. And actually, Greg Crass is here. Let's add him in and see what's going on with Greg. What's going on, Greg? I don't know if Greg will be able to hear us or not.
Hey, how's it going?
As you can tell, good. I see you got your audio fixed and
I finally
everything.
have audio back.
I know, that's crazy. How are the conditions
finally
out
have
there? Is it
audio
getting
back.
rough?
Yeah, I don't know what was. Yeah, it's pretty windy where I'm at right now.
All right. Some beautiful fish that you submitted earlier. I was, we've been keeping along here and saw that you finally got some service for a second.
Running down this bank right now, right now. So
Excellent.
to help my team and be an asset, I guess.
Well, you've got a couple in there that are doing a really good job. You got helping you guys out a lot.
It's pretty delayed, but I guess what I was trying to say was I'm trying to run down this bank right and try to find some spot now because that's really all I had faith in doing was catching a largemouth today. I haven't been able to catch smallies. I caught them in practice. It's been tough, but I'm just going back to what I know best right now, and I'm going to run a shoreline real quick and see if I can make something happen.
Excellent. Yeah, I mean, you got an hour and a half left. You guys are literally a half inch behind, so you guys got plenty of time to go and make something happen here. And I know I've been seeing Justin slowly but surely putting some fish up. He's got some low res photos, so I'm sure he just doesn't have service. He's trying to put them up while he can. So, best of luck, my man. This has been a great matchup between the two teams. And just like that, the Rebels take over first place. Throwing in a 16.5 from Justin Gallo. There's a nice little 16.5 inch fish. And now it's a 3/4 inch game. Rebels with another call, going up by even more. We have one pending from Justin. Neil Raposa putting one in too. Look at that. Rotate this. Another 16.5. Those couple 16.5s are going to make a big difference for these guys. Big difference. What'll be interesting to see is if Maine has anything hiding up their sleeve and can come out with anything.
All right. Wish this wind would give me about 2 minutes.
Right? Yeah, you can hear it blowing. It's pretty good. Let's sit here and see what we can see with Greg here. No new updates yet on the scoreboard here. We're still sitting at the same point.
What's the score right now? What's the lead, and what's our smallest fish for the Rebels, please?
Yeah, sure. You guys have 173 and a half inches. You guys are up by 1, 2. Oh, it's tied now. You guys are actually tied 173 and a half apiece. And your guys, for a cull, you need something larger than 15 3/4. All tied up right now. Keith Brown, it's got a 17 and a half that just came in a little bit ago. And Tim Spry with a 17. Tying things up. Just like that. And checking in on this Mahler's game. The Norfolk Privateers with another call. Unbelievable. Absolutely insane. It's looking absolutely beautiful out there, though. unbelievably tight here. Literally tied up about an hour and 15 minutes to go. Rhode Island needs a 16-inch to cull. And Maine needs a 16 and a quarter. While this is going on, we'll take a peek at another game that's going on here. Doom and Bronzebacks. Half-inch difference. $18.5 from Nate Hall. It's a fat fish. Fat fish. So right now, Greg's making his way around, hoping to find that 16-inch cull that his team needs. They've got about an hour and 15 minutes left. I have a feeling that although we're tied up right now, this probably isn't our true leaderboard. Some of the anglers just don't have service where they're at. So we've had a couple low resolution images that have come in, but I don't know if we're going to continue to have some more low res images that come in, or if we're going to see a push near the last little bit to get all the photos uploaded on time. But as of right now, all tied up. We just had a little spurt, about 5 or 6 fish submitted between both teams. Well, this match has been going on. The story of the day today has been the Norfolk Privateers and the Tar Heel Lunkers. Both teams completely have not won a match yet this year. But the Privateers with 196 inches so far today. Smallest two fish are an 18.25 and an 18.25. They have 8 fish 19 inches or larger on the day. Absolutely crazy. Not to say that the Lunkers haven't had a great day either. 187 and 3/4 inches. I mean, it's hard to compete when the other team has 8 19 plus inch bass. It just makes for a tough day. Greg, have you had a chance to talk with any of your teammates throughout the day today?
No, not many of them have service right now.
Gotcha.
If they do, it's
I
not,
was just curious.
if they do, it's good.
I figured as much, yeah, because we've been watching along here and seen a couple fish come in here and there. Didn't know if you knew if anybody had anything that they haven't had a chance to submit yet at all.
No, I made a run to the other end of the lake. We knew that there was some big largemouth in this area during practice, so I'm just trying to find one of those to put the icing on the cake, hopefully.
Yeah, you guys only need a 16 to call out, so you guys are looking pretty good there. I mean, you guys are all tied up, and for Maine, it's just been a bunch of smallmouth. So I wouldn't be surprised if you guys have. I know Justin's been putting in some fish sporadically, but they all have been low res. So I don't know if he's having a hard time even getting the low res ones to go in, and he's just holding out. But you guys have a good opportunity here, that's for sure.
Yeah, I haven't talked to Justin all day, so I don't know what's going on with him.
Yep.
I wish I did. It's tough for me too because he doesn't have service, so we can't communicate at all.
Exactly. It makes it tough as trying to fish as a team and you can't talk to each other and know what's going on.
Yep.
Punisher's starting to take a little bit of a rundown here against the Kingfishers. 4 extra fish.
see you around. Yeah. Have a good one.
Has the boat traffic been bad today? I know Jason was saying that he thought by around 10 o'clock things were going to pick up and get a little busy out there on the water.
Yeah, it's definitely gotten busy. It's there's wake boats everywhere, and
Oh, that's even worse.
yeah,
It's one thing to have a bunch of guys out fishing, but when you got a bunch of people skiing and stuff like that, it just makes it 10 times worse.
yeah, it definitely wasn't enjoyable. That's for one. That's for sure. I know there's one back there. What time is it?
It is 11:55. You got 1 hour left. Still tied up 173.5. I've only seen one fish so far from Brady Ouellette, as well as I think I've seen 2 fish from Tim Spry today. Be interesting to see if Brady has his one fish he did submit today was a low res image. So I don't know if where he was fishing today. He does not have a lot of service. Oh no, his one was not a low res. We'll have to see what happens there.
Yeah, I caught a few today.
That is one type of.
Mass maulers with a small cull. Head back over to the leaderboard. Mahler's just called out a 14 1/4 with a 14.75. All right. It looks like we may have lost Greg. But while he's figuring that out, may have moved to a section where he just lost service a little bit. Right now is 12 o'clock. We have 1 hour left to go in the match. I know Greg's pretty focused in, so we're not trying to bombard him too much with what's going on, especially seeing as he's the only angler we have in here. And as we kind of continue to move along here, sorry about that. Right now we're tied up. In first place is the Rebels because they do have the lunker. Here we'll kind of get in here so you guys can see a little better here. With Justin's 18 and 3/4 inch bass, that does put them in first place right now. We do only have some of the anglers over on the Maniacs. I know some of them have not had great service all day, so they may or may not have some fish that still need to be submitted. But with an hour left, we are tied up. The Rebels are in first place, though. So if the match were to end at this very moment, the Rebels would win the match. After the photo upload deadline and everything else. In talking with Greg, we'll go back to him in just a moment. He has been working throughout the day with his team. It's been a little difficult for them to actually communicate as a team, though, mainly because of the cell service that's out there. I was asking him about if Justin Lacasa had, if he had any more fish that needed to be submitted, because he's submitted only low resolution photos throughout the day today. And he said that he hasn't even been able to talk to him. He doesn't have any cell service. So they haven't even talked to each other. So for all they know, they might have a few more fish that are going to get submitted in once they get enough service. So right now, Greg's out here. He's fishing hard. He's working in an area trying to see if he can find hopefully a largemouth or two to break that 16-inch mark, because that's what they need to cull, just to give them a little bit of wiggle room, just because, sitting and hanging on to the lunker is not probably the best place that they want to be at the moment. So we are going to bring Greg back in here. We're just going to kind of let him do his thing. We're going to be a little quiet, and we'll just kind of keep it as we go along. So I'm going to bring Greg back in, and we'll go from there. All right, just under an hour left to go, and the Maniacs have just put in a 17-inch. Let's see, is this a largemouth? Hang on, we got to rotate this here. A little hard to tell. It looks like a smallie. 17-inch smallmouth, so they are now in the lead by 1 inch. It is 174.5 to 173.5. And we have 57 minutes left to go in the day. The maulers continue to keep pulling away a little bit. They cull out that 14.25 with a 17-inch bass from Joe DeDeo. And with that, the maulers are now up by 5 inches. Still a 1 inch difference. It's been kind of the story of the day today for the anglers out there. We'll mute that for just a second as he kind of eats up a lot of that wind, but that's kind of been the story of the day today. There's been a ton of wind out there as things have started to pick up. The shape of Crescent Lake, I'll bring it over here so you guys can see what the lake is looking like. It's not the biggest place in the world. It's 2.8 miles long and it's about 3,000 feet wide. So it's skinny. It's long, it's narrow, and there is a lot of wind. In talking with Jason Gardner earlier today, he was telling us about how 10 to 15 mile an hour winds, well, normally wouldn't be a big problem. This place kind of turns into a wind tunnel. So the wind can be a little bit of a factor today. And the other thing too there's been a good amount of boat traffic. We were just talking with Greg a few moments ago, and he was saying how there's a lot of wake boats out there, people skiing, tubing, things like that, on top of the rest of the regular boat traffic that's out there. So the guys are having to deal with a little bit of added pressure on the water, but we have 53 minutes left as it stands currently. Let's double check here. The Maniacs are indeed up by, oh my goodness, we're going to have to go look over here at the Norfolk Privateers here in just a second, but the Maniacs are up by 1 inch. What is astounding is this Norfolk Privateers keeps culling out fish. They've just put up their third 19.5 inch bass on the board for the day. That now puts them with 9 bass 19 inches or larger on the day. They have an 18.25 left to call out, and after that, then it's just 19s on the board and larger. This is absolutely crazy. For a team that has not won a single match this year, they are proving as to why the KFL is always going to be interesting, because all it takes is one good day to get you back into it. Wyatt Novak and David Miller have had an absolute day today out there. Bronzebacks have finally gotten to the point in the day where they've overtaken the Delaware Doom, up by 2 inches over there. And we still only have a 1 inch difference here in this match between the Maniacs and the Rebels. Alrighty. This is getting down to the wire. We've got 50 minutes left, and slowly but surely we are getting closer and closer to determining who's going to be the champions of Crescent Lake today. It's been an interesting day of fishing so far from these guys. We haven't had a lot of time with the anglers. We've had most of our time today with Greg. You can see him fishing now. He's one of the few who's been in a spot that actually has enough service to actually talk to us. We did have Jason Gardner this morning for a couple hours. Jason being with us, while his video wasn't the greatest, we were able to at least talk with him a little bit. We have talked with Greg a little bit, but knowing that he's here in the crunch, we don't want to really distract him. Let him get his fishing in, because his team literally just needs 1 extra inch. If they get 1 inch more, then they take first place. Even though on the scoreboard it does tie things up, they do have the lunker, so that puts them in first. So as he tries to continue to work his way through, he's trying to find 1 more fish, and we're hoping that everybody's able to get their fish submitted on time. Everybody gets everything in, and we get to see that regardless, we've had a really close match all day today. Just like that, an update here coming from the Maniacs. Brady Ouellette with an 18.5. This appears to be, an 18.5 that he's just thrown in there. That gives the Maniacs now a 3-inch lead. That gives the Maniacs now a 3-inch lead. We will see what else is going to start popping in here. Getting a little bit of feedback there from Greg. But yeah, it's a great fish from Brady. We'll see if he's got any other ones that he's I know he hasn't had the greatest service throughout the day. We haven't seen much from him. We know that sometimes Brady likes to hang on to his fish and submit them near the end. But again, this is a great 18.5 inch. That's what the Maniacs needed. Now they need a 17 to call. If you look at their spread of their fish here, consistent in that 17 range. Anything 17 or better is going to help them out here, just expand their lead a little bit more. It seems like every single fish that they've got on the board now is pretty cut and dry, similar. Only an 1.5 inch difference from where they're calling to their top fish right now. Now, if the Rebels can get a 3-inch cull, if they can put in an 18.75 right now, and remove this bottom 15 3/4, they would take the lead even at tying it up, because they do have the lunker, which would be at 18.75 as of right now. Oh, here we go. We got another fish that just came in. Another 18.5 from Brady. This appears to be the same fish, though. I believe that this was submitted by accident. I'm assuming he probably didn't have service, didn't realize that the first one went through. It looks to be the same one as we just saw here. Just scrolling back and forth, seeing, it appears to be the same photo, which means that this one's going to get removed. So we still do only have a 3.5 inch lead. Here we go. Brady must be having some kind of issues with trying to submit these fish, and now that he's got service, they're all starting to pop through. That is 3 of the same fish. This one seems to be a little bit better resolution. As we take a look here, this looks to be like this was the low resolution version, and then this was also a low res. So this seems to be like this is the regular one. The rest should get popped out, and then once those go out, this will kind of square this back way. But it's looking like we only have a 3-inch difference that we should be seeing here between the two teams. again, now we're down to 45 minutes left. We're on the home stretch here. This has been tight all day, but we had a feeling that this was what we were going to see. We were going to see some fish kind of get tossed in at the last minute, and these last minute fish were going to make things interesting. Now, what'll be interesting to see if anybody else has any other fish that they weren't able to submit. I have a feeling that we're going to see one or two probably come from Rhode Island here at the end, and I'm sure we'll see a couple still coming from Maine, especially seeing as we're getting these few that have come from Brady, of him trying to upload the same fish. I don't know if he's not seeing that they're not uploading or what, but I know he's probably trying to fish at the same time while doing this. So we're seeing a little bit of a mix up, but the judges will come through. They'll take care of that in just a few moments, I'm sure. There's a bunch of fish that have gotten added. Norfolk privateers. This is absurd. If you guys haven't seen this today, their smallest fish is now a 19-inch bass. I lied. This one has been DQ'd. I don't know if they're saying that this is the same fish. This fish has been DQ'd. I'm not sure what's wrong with this one, that this fish has been DQ'd. I think it's because you can't see on the board where the markings are, with it being a low resolution image. That would be my guess. There's no real way for them to tell right there that is I think it mostly is the low resolution in the sun. You can see the 22 there. You could probably go back a little bit and make the determination as to the fact that that's a 19.5. Because it looks like that is the 20 mark right there, and you've got your 21, I think, is right there. But nonetheless, that kind of makes things a little bit more difficult for the judges. But seeing as they're going through that one, we're going to see probably swing back through here on the Maniacs one. We'll probably see that both of these get removed. We should see that these get removed here in just a few moments. We're going to pop back in. We're going to unmute Greg just to see if he's still having audio issues or not. And it sounds like we're still having some feedback. He was having some issues earlier today with his audio. So I'm pretty sure Greg can, I don't know if Greg can hear us or not. That may have cut out for him. All right. Looks like the Maniacs are being updated again. This bass is going to get removed, but at 17 gets put back in from Tim Spry down at the bottom. So we are again back down to only a 3-inch lead here for the Maniacs. Greg here is working hard to see if he can find himself one more bass that he can. Hopefully, he's in the hunt for a largemouth. And it looks like he may have just found one. He's moving his net here. There we go. And just like that, Greg has found that largemouth that he was looking for. And that looks like that could be what they needed. They needed to call a 15.75 with that going in. That looks like it's probably a 16 and a half. At least I can't really tell. But we'll see it come through here in just a minute. He does have enough service. He should be able to go and upload this in a timely manner. But this is going to put some pressure on the Maniacs, especially because once this goes in, if it is, if they get close enough, the Rebels only need 3 inches. If they don't need anything more than that, provided the Maniacs don't put any more fish in. If they don't place any more fish in, then the Rebels will actually win due to the tiebreaker. And here we're gonna go. Mute Greg again because he's got to go. Greg's multitasking with his phone that he's got here today. He's got to take the pictures. Let's see. Can't hear you, Greg. I don't know if he can hear us. Greg has been having some audio issues throughout the day today, but he does take pictures also with the same phone. Let's see what's going on. I think he's going to go, and it's a beautiful fish, though. He needed that big time. All right. So as he goes and he takes that picture, I mean, that's a great fish. He needed that big time for the Rebels. If he can go and get this call, I mean, we just got to wait and see what happens here. Again, this is exactly what he was, him and I were talking about 40 minutes ago when he finally got back to a place where he had service of, I was like, Greg, what's the plan here? And he said that he needed to search the area, hopefully find a largemouth or two. And once he puts one of those in the boat, it's going to make a world of difference because they were tied up. Brady Ouellette's one fish was enough to kind of make things a little bit more tricky. So let's see what happens here as he finishes up taking his picture and he comes back to us. While he's taking care of that, we'll come back to the leaderboard. We'll look and see what's going on across the league right now. Again, Maniacs up by 3 inches, but that's about to change as Greg puts in this bass that he just caught. The Maulers are still up by a significant amount at this point in the race. Really need to see some decent calls coming out from Bay State Attack. They got a lot of 14s. If they can get a 16 plus, that would really help them a lot and make things a lot closer. But they're still, almost 14 inches behind the Maulers. Coming down here to the Bronzebacks. Bronzebacks have made a big push at the end of the day to get, just past the Delaware Doom. Again, great fish being caught across the board. I mean, look at this. All 17 pluses, which is exactly what you want to see in these kinds of matches. People are picking some phenomenal fisheries, and we're getting a lot of action out of these. Hammers and the Indianapolis Knights. It's been a slow one for everybody over there. We're just starting to see, just getting to our 5 fish over here for the Hammers. The Privateers, crazy match over here. Let's pull this up a little bit bigger so you can see this a little bit better. I mean, look at this. You're at 18 1/4 for the smallest bass for the Norfolk Privateers. I mean, how can you sit there and be upset with a day like that on the water? Absolutely ridiculous. The Reapers and Carolina Casters have been going back and forth little bits here and there. Another great one that's been going on is the Punishers and the Kingfishers. I mean, tight races across the board, all over the place. And we just got underway with the Swamp Donkeys and the Copperheads. This one getting started was this is our afternoon matchup. Copperheads getting on fast and early. But this one's going to be a fun one. For all of you who are looking for something different this evening, the Motor City Ambassadors and the Tennessee Shiners are actually dealing with some very inclement weather this afternoon or earlier today. So their match isn't starting until 2:00 this afternoon, and it'll be finishing up at 9:00 this evening. So if you're looking for something, want to keep watching some fishing throughout the rest of the day, basically now till 9:00 at night, there's going to be some fishing going on that you can watch over on Motion Sports. So that's going to be a great game this evening. Actually the Hogs and Outlaws matchup should be ending, I believe, in about 5 minutes here. There was a heat index in Arkansas of 109 this afternoon. So they went and they started a little bit earlier so they could get off the water a little bit sooner, make sure that everybody was okay there. Here we go. Rhode Island Rebels. Look at that. It was completely wrong. I thought it was like 16 plus. Greg coming in with a 20.5. We just watched that bad boy come in. What a beautiful fish. I mean, you can't ask for anything more than that from somebody at the last minute. They have 35 minutes left to go in the match. I'll tell you what, that fish looked a lot smaller in his hands. My man's got some big hands. That puts them up now by 1 3/4 inches. If the Maniacs want to come back, they need to cull a 17, which is going to be a tough task for them, especially with about a half hour left. That was a absolutely beautiful fish from Greg. You can't ask for much more than that. This is what happens when you got a guy who is sitting here. He's focused, he's dialed in, he knows exactly what needs to be done, and he's on a mission to get it done. I mean, that's exactly what you want from somebody on your team. Greg has done a great job throughout the day today. If we scroll down, let's go look at some of his stats for the day of where he's been at. He's kind of put his team in a great spot. I mean, he's got two of the largest bass for his team today. Let's pull this up a little bit bigger so you guys can see it. I mean, with that 20.5, that takes Lunker for this match and puts him, puts his team on top by a couple inches. He also had an 18.25 that he put up earlier today. It's been a great second half of the day for him. His 4 bass have all come after 10 o'clock. So in the second half of the day is when he really started to shine. Sun came up, conditions got a little worse, and Greg's been making the best out of it. Followed right behind him is his teammate, Justin Lacasse. He had a great morning. We haven't seen too much from him since then. At 18 3/4, but I also know he hasn't had great service throughout the day. So he's probably going to see an upload or two potentially as we keep going on throughout the day. From the Maniacs, we did have, let's come back up here. Big bass coming in. We're just going to detour a little bit while we're going through the top standings here. Ken Wood, 21.5. It's a beautiful fish that definitely helps his team a lot more. But for the Maniacs coming back here, Jason Gardner's had a phenomenal day. 3 bass over 18 and 5 bass over 17 today. It's a great day for him out there on the water. We come back. Let's go back to our regular leaderboard here. Again, we're cutting things close. Let's check in and see if Greg's audio is working. It's not. So we will continue on. Sorry. We're going to keep watching Greg. We're going to see what he's got going on. He has probably a giant sigh of relief has come over him, with catching a bass like that. You just caught this fish here. He's using his pro angler. I believe that he has a pro angler 360, setting himself up. Hopefully find another bass on the same dock where he just caught that 20. And if he can put one more in, I think he's, as much as it gives him a little bit of breathing room being up by an 1 3/4, knowing that there isn't great service on this lake, you don't know what you're going to get. There's probably going to be another couple bass that get submitted afterwards. So as much as that, that seems like a good lead to have with only 30 minutes left to go, they could go away really fast at the end as people start to get to a point where they have service and start submitting some of these fish. So he's going to keep working hard. This is actually great. He's finally in an area where we can kind of watch him actually fish a little bit. It's not so much of a slideshow. But this is what he wanted to do. He wanted to work the bank, just keep throwing stuff at it. And as he kept pushing along, he was just looking for one more largemouth, and he found it. So this has been exactly what he said he wanted to do, and he's making it happen. Be interested to see what happens in the next 15 minutes are going to be pivotal to see if any of the Maniacs submit a fish. If a fish gets submitted in the next 15 minutes, it's really going to change, I think, the pace for some of these anglers. Greg is in an interesting case here because he uses his cell phone. He only has the one phone on him. So while he is broadcasting right now, he can't see the current leaderboard. He does know that until his audio did stop working a few moments ago, that They were tied, and then they fell behind by only an inch. So knowing that he got that 20 and that they needed to call out a 15.75, he knew that that was definitely the lunker for the day for his team, and that he's making some great strides for them to move forward. Looks like he's just quickly moving a jig along, hoping to get a good reaction bite on the drop. Maybe it's even possibly even a swim jig from the looks of things. It's a little hard to tell at the moment. I think it's got to be, it's some kind of jig. I mean, he's pitching it up underneath some cover, under some docks. He's throwing it at any kind of, looks like it doesn't matter now. Looks like we're retying. While he takes care of that, though, we will take a look at our overall leaderboards really quick. And again, Rebels up by just a small amount. The Maulers have kind of come through with a couple of really big calls. Ken Wood's 21.5 is definitely helping them a lot over there. Bay State being, their largest fish being a 17.25. They really need to make a couple big calls here in the last 28 minutes. It's going to be a little tough for them. Bronzeback's still holding on to that 2-point lead. Alabama's just, the numbers are small there, quantity-wise. Some decent quality, 16, nothing crazy, but not nearly what they need to kind of run away with stuff over there. Coosa Kingfishers are putting up some solid numbers on the back end. They're getting into some smaller fish to fill out their limit. As they continue down on that trend, they should be doing okay. Southern Slayers are absolutely crushing it against the Deep South Kraken. And it looks like we have our last fish in for the Oklahoma Outlaws versus the Arkansas Hogs. So we are sitting here with 27 minutes left to go. Let's get this leaderboard to refresh really quick just to see if anything else pops in under here. Again, not a lot of movement to be seen as of right now, but as Greg just proved to everybody, all it takes is one fish to really shake things up right now. One really solid fish, and we've got a completely different match. Keep checking on this leaderboard while we try and see what's going on with Greg. Kind of following up along as I see other things on some of the other scoreboards. Maulers have just made another call, extending their lead to almost 20 inches now. And as you guys can kind of see here with Greg, he's frozen at the moment. This has kind of been the story of the day. Service just being next to non-existent at portions on the water here. We haven't had more than 3 anglers with us at once throughout the day today, just because they unfortunately haven't had the ability to live stream from where they are. $199 entries today, though, so far. Not too bad. Some of these groups have been absolutely throwing in a ton of numbers, while some of the other ones have been struggling a little bit. There's been some really good calls that have happened throughout the day today. But all in all, it seems like the Northeast anglers have had some really good numbers. Most teams, I think, have been, actually, I believe all 6 teams here from the North have limited out. I know that these guys have the Maulers have, and so is Bay State. And I think, yeah, we've got 10 here from the Bronzebacks and 10 from the Doom. So, the North, they've managed to do that. I think the Privateers have also been able to do it, as well as the Lunkers. So everybody's really doing a good job of, getting involved. And across the board today, I think both teams, for the Rebels and the Maniacs, everybody has submitted a fish. Some of them may have been culled along the way. Let's see. Let's look at the Maniacs really quick. Jason Gardner's been putting up fish all day long. Brady Ouellette has his fish in. Keith Brown's got one there, and I believe this one is Tim Spry's. Yeah, and Tim Spry's got one. So their whole team's got some anglers who all put fish on the board. And then Greg's got his. Justin Lacoste gotten some. Neil Raposa, which this is Neil's first KFL appearance. He's done a great job today. He's gotten some good fish on the board. If things were to end right now with our standings for where we're at for the day, in first place for the Northeast would be the Granite State Sticks. In second place would be the Maniacs, who would be 2-1. Or sorry, I need to take that back. It'd be the Rhode Island Rebels in second place, who would have 2 wins and 1 loss. The Maniacs would have 1 win and 2 losses, and they would be tied with. They would actually take third place over the Mass Maulers, because they did beat the Maulers head to head. Mass Maulers would be in third at 1-2, or fourth, I should say, and in fifth place would be the Bay State Attack at 0-3. Looks like Greg has reached a section where service is not the greatest. Let's see if we got any more updates here. No changes anywhere in these top 3 teams that we're kind of keeping an eye on. "22 minutes remaining." It's going to be a mad dash to the finish. I'm really curious to see what happens with the anglers as they submit their fish here. It's going to be a very, very tight finish, though. Let's see what's going on. Oh, and there he goes. Well, you just lost Greg. Unfortunately, I guess the service is completely cut out, so he's no longer able to stream. So this is going to make things interesting for the end of this. I can anticipate that the remainder of this live stream this broadcast will probably not have many live streams coming from the anglers. At this point, we are kind of at the point now where I'd be surprised if somebody were to take the time to set up their phone and join in for the last 20 minutes, especially with how tight this was. If we had a larger lead than what we're seeing right now, we would probably be more likely to see some people pop in. But these anglers need to, especially from Maine, they need a 2-inch cull, which means they either need to replace 2 17s or they need to replace, at least 1 17 that they've got in here. They need to replace both of these with 18s, or they need to make something big happen, which is possible. They still have time. but it's getting closer and closer, and I don't know. We'll see what happens. Looking around the league, it looks like the privateers haven't been able to find a fish larger than 18 and a quarter to call out to finish this one off. But I mean, dear Lord, what an event for them. It's unfortunate that we lost Greg. Wish he could have watched the last little bit. I'm glad he was able to come on though, and we got to see him catch that 20 and a half to finish off. To help really solidify the lead that the Rebels currently have. I mean, this was a gorgeous fish. When he held it up, I tell you what, it did not look like a 20. I thought it was like a 15, maybe a 16. The camera was not doing us any favors, but I mean, beautiful fish. Looks nice and healthy. Not the fattest fish in the world, but it looks extremely healthy. You just coming in absolutely clutch there at the end. There's not much else to say other than we're in a waiting game now to see what happens, who puts what into Fishing Chaos. It's just kind of where we're sitting at the moment, unfortunately. Alabama Hammers are still doing halfway okay for the day. This one's gotten pretty close too. Between the matchup between the Casters and the Reapers, it's kind of gone back and forth a little bit, but it's getting tighter and tighter. Both teams have 6 fish, so the biggest thing is you got to find that limit. Not that they have whole heck of a lot of time left to do it, but the next team to really catch one more fish, whoever catches more fish today is literally going to win it for these people at this point. If they can catch one more for the Reapers, another 14-inch bass, then they've got it locked in for the day. Kingfisher's taking a small lead. Southern Slayers, though, absolutely putting the hurt on them. Oh, man. 16 minutes left to go. Will we see another call from these teams? That is the $1 million question that we're waiting on. Will one of these teams manage to put one more fish on the board? I think we're going to see it. I think in the last few minutes we might see one more fish come out. I don't know if it'll be enough to change things, but I think we are going to see another one happen. let's see. We just had a cull happen somewhere along the way, or another fish added somewhere along the way. But not in our match here. Unfortunately, just slowly waiting. Slowly waiting for the clock to tick down. It's all we can do at this point. Just keep refreshing and hoping that we'll see something change up over here. As of right now, with how things stand, let's see. Let's do a quick little math here. Get you guys some quick little update. So with 178.25 added to the Rhode Island Rebels, they currently have 325.5 inches for them on the season. It's going to put them at 503 inches. And we're hoping that with that 503 inches, it might be enough for them to hang on if it does. But what's crazy about that is that even with having this as their third match, they are still going to be 25 inches behind the Granite State Sticks. It's absolutely crazy to say how much they have gone and put up already this season. And it also puts them behind, let's see, who else also had, somebody else had already broken over 500. The Coosa Kingfishers, 562 inches on the year already after 3 games. Absolutely crazy. The Maniacs right now with how they stand for their points for, they have 176.5. If we add them on to where they already stand, they already have 338.75. That puts them at 515 points for on the season. So even if either one of them whichever one takes the loss, they still have a good number of points for, which will definitely help in some tiebreakers later on in the season if need be. This Northeast bracket or division is it's a grind fest. There's no easy matches, and unfortunately, it's not going to be. It's going to be a 1 or 2 game difference, I think, between who gets first and second. And it might even get to the point where, I mean, I'd be surprised to see Grant State go undefeated all season long. But if they were to go undefeated, it's possible. But I wouldn't be surprised to see that we have some teams that we're going to basically into tiebreakers just to figure out who's winning the division. It'll be interesting to see how the rest of this plays out, but we have 12 minutes left. And as of right now, there's no new calls that are really coming in. Those of you who have been joining us periodically in and out, the thing that's crazy about this little place that they're fishing, Crescent Lake, here, I'll show you guys kind of a little bit of what they're fishing if you haven't seen it yet. So it's not a huge body of water. It's about 750 acres. And the north end, apparently up basically from here up, doesn't really have any cell service. So our anglers that started off, in the center of the lake today, they were with us to start off. And as they started to venture farther north to go fish some deeper water and hunt for some smallmouth, we lost them throughout the day. And we've only had Greg back with us a little while ago. And while he was with us, he caught a 20.5, which is the largest fish that we've had for the day. Absolutely beautiful fish. When he held it up, I would have known that it was a 20. He's a big guy. He handled that fish, and I thought he had like a 15 or 16. It was just enough to call for them to get a small lead by literally like a quarter of an inch. Instead, it was a absolutely beautiful 20.5 inch largemouth that has given them a solid 3-inch lead, or almost a couple inch lead. And we're in the home stretch here. It's going to be a very, very close finish. But sometimes, like I said, because of the way that this lake is set up and with the cell service, we might get some fish that are submitted after the fact. Adam, I'm showing the whole lake. All right. Don't worry. I got you covered. I got you. I won't blow up your spot. but we are getting closer and closer. It seems like it's been a great day for people who have been looking for smallmouth. I was looking at Jason Gardner. He's put up 6 fish today, and a couple of which have been 18s. 3 fish over 18 inches, which has been absolutely nuts. And as great as this match has been, I think the highlight of the day for most people will be this Norfolk Privateers match. I mean, the fact that the smallest bass they have on their thing right now is 18 and a quarter it's ridiculous. So it's been a really great day of fishing across KFL, big limits. And this just goes to show that there's some extremely high quality anglers across the country that are all participating. The anglers that we have here in the Northeast, they are really making the most out of their time, and they're really competing. I mean, you've got all 3. Let's see. 2 out of the 3 home teams here from the North are in the lead right now, but Rebels coming up from Rhode Island to come compete in Maine. That's a testament to them to get up there and pre-fish for a day or two and get them to where they're at now. Yeah, Adam, I'm hyped for them too. The fact that the Maulers have had a rough start to the season and they're coming out, they have 175 inches. It's looking like they're going to close out the day with, and the man, the myth, the legend himself, Ken Wood, has had an absolute phenomenal day. I know he's been having a pretty good year this year so far, but he's been really frustrated, especially with some of the wind and stuff like that, and some of the bigger bodies of water that he's been out, and it's been making fishing a little difficult for him to get this 21 and a half. I know he's got to be absolutely thrilled about that. Beautiful fish. I mean, it's what they needed, and a good bounce back for them. And it just continues to shake up what's going on here in the Northeast. Seven minutes to go. Will be interesting to see if we see any fish show up before the deadline, or if we're going to see a couple to see some come at the end. This is the anticipation that kills most. This last 7 minutes, when you're on the water, the last hour can be either the most excruciating hour or the most. It's so hard to explain when you're not, like, if you haven't experienced it. I can only imagine, especially for Greg as he was in here, watching him fish. You could tell there was a good pace to him fishing. He had this mentality that he had to get this one fish. He needed to get it. If he got just needed to make the one call, set them up so they have a little bit of breathing room, and he just kept working it. And being in that mindset of just focusing in and just getting the job done, it can be pretty stressful, and it makes the time either feel like it's going by super fast or super slow. And part of that, I think, a lot of times dictates the pace at which you're fishing. You kind of get a little panicked. You're like, all right, I only have an hour. I need to catch one fish. You start fishing really fast sometimes, especially when you're watching how he was fishing. He was throwing a jig under cover and things like that. Sometimes you need to slow that down a little bit, and to see that he was able to really control everything. He was calm. He was collected. You're getting a nice fish like that. So, I mean, especially when you get into these last 5 minutes, if you're on the Maniacs and you've been looking at the scoreboard and you know that you're down, and all you need, but you need you really need like an 18 or a 19 right now to be able to call out and win. It's pretty high stress for that last 5 minutes. You're really frantically trying to get, that last fish. But it's been an absolute grind. So we'll see what happens. It's going to be interesting. no real updates here in the top half. 4 minutes to go. Thank you, Adam. I appreciate it. It's been a lot of fun. It's definitely different, but the whole getting up at 5 o'clock to start the broadcast and everything, definitely taking a nap after this. But hey, I give the guys who are on the water a lot of credit. You know, to everybody who's a KFL member, to all the anglers, you guys have been working your butts off all season. The amount of travel that you guys do, and everything else, I have a lot of respect for you guys. It's not an easy task, and it takes a lot out of you, your families. You know, getting the time off from your guys' jobs. I appreciate the fact that you guys are willing to make some sacrifices to be honest, to entertain the rest of us and give us something to watch and be excited for. And I'm really, really glad to see the success that this season has had so far. And man, you guys have put together some amazing teams this year. I mean, looking at these scores, I mean, half these teams are one fish away from a completely different outcome. And that says a lot to the quality of anglers that are in this group and how consistent you guys are. So 3 minutes left. We're going to see if we get any more changes. And if anything, we'll stay on a few minutes after. We'll give people a few minutes extra just to see what happens. And once we are done here, we'll see if the main broadcast is still going, the nationwide broadcast. If it is, hop over there for the last few minutes, kind of get an idea of what's going on across the league. I know Greg and Lauren are all chatting it up about what's going on over there, and kind of giving a rundown on what's happening across the league this morning. If you guys are looking to watch some more fishing throughout the rest of the day, the Motor City Ambassadors and Tennessee Shiners, they start their match today at 2 p.m. So we got some time before that one kicks off. Had some inclement weather this morning, so they pushed their start time back to 2, which means they're not finishing till 9 o'clock at night. So if you're looking to watch fishing all day long, the end of that match should be really, really good. Knowing that they're going to be finishing around sunset, and kind of cutting it close to getting dark. It's going to be, I think we're going to see some really good action. Maybe you see some good topwater action as the day ends. That'd be great way to end off another Saturday of KFL fishing. In the meantime, you can watch the Swamp Donkeys and Florida Copperheads as they finish off their match for the day. They kicked off, I believe, at 11. So they are the afternoon matchup. And then once they are done, then you can hop in and watch the Tennessee game. 1 minute left to go. No changes here. It's looking like the Rebels might be the ones who might be taking home today's W. But as always, there is a little bit of a grace period afterwards for photo submissions. Knowing that there's not great service here again, we'll probably see a couple come in after the fact. But we don't know for sure. As a whole, it's been a great job across the board. Greg with his 20 and a half to come in the last half hour. That's exactly what you need out of a teammate. The Rebels have done a great job of not giving up. I know it was kind of daunting early on. Jason was putting in fish left and right at one point, but as a whole, both of these teams fished as a team. Every single person submitted fish throughout the day. Everybody contributed, and it is now officially 1 o'clock. Lines are out, and we'll give this just a few more minutes. Now that lines are out, some people might have a couple fish to submit as they make their way back to the ramp. As always, make sure you check out the KFL main broadcast in the meantime. And thank you everybody for watching today. It's been a lot of fun hanging out, seeing what's going on between these two teams. It just goes to show what the Northeast is all about. You can't count anybody out. Doesn't matter if you're at home or not. It's going to be an absolute slugfest across the board. As we come across at 1 o'clock, though, we will go over a couple quick recaps. So it looks like the Maulers should take the win against Bay State, 174-75 to about 160. Pennsylvania Bronzebacks, unless somebody from the Delaware Doom has one fish that they didn't put in, they won by 2 inches. Norfolk Privateers absolutely just laying it down. Both them and the Tar Heel Lunkers, I mean, obscene. There was 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 fish over 19 inches caught today in that matchup. It's absolutely crazy. Absolutely crazy. I mean, it just across the board, great fishing by everybody. It's just, you can't, absolute crazy of a day. Alrighty. Give it another minute or so. Alrighty. That's going to conclude it here for us, I think, over on this broadcast. We've given everybody a couple minutes to see if we have any last-minute entries. Go on over to the main feed. It's the KFL Week 4 presented by Three Bells Outfitters. Make sure you stop in over there. Congratulations to everybody who fished their hearts out today. You all did great. And thank you, everybody, for stopping in. Have a great one.